Long Live Summons Chapter 1370 to Chapter 1399. The dead ocean gods were shocked when they saw this and their expressions changed. Without waiting for the wolf's mouth to close, a pair of giant hands came from beyond the sky and pressed down on the upper jaw, tightly clamping down on that greedy mouth. Only when the thunderous and furious roar resounded throughout the entire balanced world did the dead sea gods realize that the illusion had disappeared. An extremely ferocious and hungry wolf had been smashed onto the horizon snake bridge by the guardian sovereign of light with all his might. Following the shock of the collapsing bridge, that tenacious giant wolf wanted to flip over and counterattack. However, in the end, the guardian sovereign of light, who had an overwhelming advantage, gave it a kick. Instantly, the giant wolf's entire body fell into the abyss like a meteor. The shock wave from the smash caused the entire abyss to tremble. The horizon snake bridge exploded and turned into millions of pieces that scattered. Rumble, the sound lingered on for a long time. What a good watchdog! Mo Long praised. Although the attack from the giant mouth was ineffective, Hui Tai Lang's ability to do this already made him feel surprised. I almost peed in my pants. Xianxia secretly swallowed his saliva. Just now, he really thought that the entire balanced sky world was going to be swallowed by that wolf's mouth. What the hell is this wolf? Even a world-destroying demon wolf wouldn't be this powerful, right? Wanting to swallow the world at every turn and ignoring all resistance, this was too scary. Idiot. As the owner, Yu Yang was very dissatisfied. When Hui Tai Lang struggled back from the abyss with great difficulty, Yu Yang immediately kicked its butt. I told you to bite his leg and restrain the enemy like how Xiao Tianquan pestered Sun Wukong. Why did you open your mouth so wide? If you don't have the ability, don't do such an idiotic thing. If you could swallow that guy in one bite, would you even need to do anything? Even if you could bite him, would you be able to swallow him? You idiot, scram to the side. Seeing that Yu Yang was really angry, Hui Tai Lang hurriedly shook its head and wagged its tail, putting on an I was wrong, I will definitely cooperate better next time look. It then gave a look to Duo who had just flown out of the eternal divine throne. It hoped that she would say a few good words for it. But Duo didn't even look at it, pretending that she didn't know such a stupid friend. Yu Yang got into a fighting stance, pointed at the radiant guardian sovereign and shouted, watch carefully, I'll show you how to fix it. Hui Tai Lang felt that if he didn't flatter Yu Yang now, then when would he do it? This was a rare opportunity, so he immediately clapped his hands and tried his best to retract his claws. He stuck out his thumb and raised it up. His big, quick-witted eyes also revealed an expression of worship and admiration, hoping that Yu Yang would be able to forget about the unhappiness he felt just now because of his good performance. Its actions made the mystic dragon, subdued Xianxia, and the others feel like this beast is going to defy the heavens. On the surface, the radiant guardian supremacy seemed to be looking down on everyone. However, he still paid sufficient attention to Yu Yang, who possessed the eternal divine throne and a 10,000-meter divine body. As soon as Yu Yang made his move, he immediately prepared for battle, not giving Yu Yang the slightest chance to fly into a rage. A 40,000-meter tall god body against a 10,000-meter tall god body. What would be the outcome? The Dead Sea Gods Council didn't even need to make any guesses to know that the outcome would definitely be the Radiant Guardian Supremacy's victory. It was impossible for everyone to be an abnormal peerless emperor, and it was also impossible for everyone to use a 10,000-meter tall god body against a 60,000-meter tall god body without being at a disadvantage. Closer. The two gigantic god bodies approached. Forearms crossed each other, legs and knees connected. Both sides exerted all their strength to press against the enemy's body. They also used the destruction god force in an attempt to throw the enemy in front of them. The horizon snake bridge couldn't support the battle between them at all. Every step they took shattered the surface of the bridge, trampling through the void. Fortunately, the Libra world had the ancient law. Otherwise, the battle between the two would destroy the entire Libra world. At times, the 40,000-meter tall god body would press down on Yu Yang's god body. At other times, Yu Yang's god body would push the enemy away. Most of the time, the two gigantic god bodies were equally matched. In this kind of close combat, all techniques were useless. Only strength was the only way to determine who was stronger. With the powerful support of the god thrones from both sides, the difference in strength was almost negligible. At the very least, the Dead Sea Gods Council didn't see an overwhelming situation. Now, they suddenly realized a problem. Not everyone was as peerless as Emperor Wushuang. However, this youngster called Titan Yu in front of them was also an abnormal genius. His performance wasn't inferior to his seniors at all. They couldn't understand why Light Guardian Sovereign's 40,000-meter-tall god body couldn't suppress Titan Yu. Could it be that all the fellows from heaven-reaching tower were abnormal? Emperor Wushuang could resist a 60,000-meter-tall god body, and Titan Yu could resist a 40,000-meter-tall god body. Why was this? Why were they able to do such an impossible thing? Could it be that Light Guardian Sovereign and Death Sea Guardian Sovereign were really fat? When the Dead Sea Gods Council thought of this, they looked at each other in dismay. Soon after, they shook their heads in unison. Impossible, Light Guardian Sovereign and Death Sea Guardian Sovereign were top-notch existences. If they were fat, would there still be a god-level expert in this world? Emperor Wushuang and Titan Yu must have used a secret skill and overdraft their life force to create such an effect. When the Dead Sea Gods Council thought of this possibility, they were overjoyed. It was impossible to overdraft one's life force for long. It seemed that Emperor Wushuang and Titan Yu were going to lose. The predestined battle was about to decide who was stronger. Too weak, Titan Yu. Is this all you've got? Light Guardian Sovereign had tested Yu Yang again and discovered that his divine power still had the upper hand. He was secretly shocked by Yu Yang's rapid growth, but he was also overjoyed. He couldn't help but mock, with your current strength, you still want to defeat me in 3 hours? Ha, you're undoubtedly an ant shaking a mountain. Come, Titan Yu, what other moves do you have? Use them all. This is already your final resistance. The predestined battle has already begun. Since you're destined to lose, I'll be merciful and give you a chance to struggle. The 40,000-meter-tall god body exerted force to suppress Titan Yu. Although he couldn't do anything to Titan Yu's 10,000-meter-tall god body and couldn't make him fall to the ground, but he already had the upper hand. As Light Guardian Sovereign advanced step by step, Yu Yang's 10,000-meter-tall god body could only exert force to defend. It was almost impossible for him to counterattack. If it wasn't for the Eternal Divine Throne's continuous support, it would indeed be very difficult for Yu Yang to fight against Light Guardian Sovereign. After all, Light Guardian Sovereign was an extremely powerful old ghost that had lived for God knows how many tens of thousands of years. Shut up. Yu Yang's face showed no fear. His 10,000-meter-tall god body retreated to the end of the Horizon Snake Bridge that had just recovered. His back was against the cliff of the abyss. He did his best to resist the enemy's advance. In this terrain, with the support of the Eternal Divine Throne, even if Light Guardian Sovereign was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to continue pushing his god body. Of course, Light Guardian Sovereign knew that it was impossible to kill Yu Yang in a short time. With a 10,000-meter-tall god body and the Eternal Divine Throne, he couldn't kill Yu Yang by himself. But what did it matter? The stalemate was beneficial to him. As long as Emperor Peerless died from overexertion, Death Sea Guardian Sovereign would be able to free up his hands. In the worst-case scenario, Deity's Templar's Supreme Heavenly Chariot would arrive in 3 hours. At that time everything would be settled. But now, he just had to firmly press the enemy to death at the edge of this cliff. All of you, go and attack that despicable dog and that flower goddess. Light Guardian Sovereign was very dissatisfied with the Dead Sea Gods Council's inaction. Yes. The Dead Sea Gods Council all had bitter expressions, but they didn't dare to disobey his orders. They could only lower their heads and agree. They were actually quite unwilling to gang up on Grey Wolf and Duo. That was because both the despicable dog and the flower goddess didn't seem to be easy to deal with. The former could swallow heaven and earth with a single mouth. Although it was unlikely to succeed with Light Guardian Sovereign around, he reckoned that swallowing a god-level expert would be very easy. It was just that they didn't know who would be the unlucky one. As for that flower goddess, she was even more troublesome. This flower goddess, who looked like a harmless little girl, had a kind of terrifying killing intent that no one present could match. The first impression that this flower goddess gave the outside world was that her deterrence was comparable to peak existences like Mo Long and Light Guardian Sovereign. If not for the fact that she hadn't fully matured, who would dare to be her enemy? Even Light Guardian Sovereign wasn't optimistic that the Dead Sea Gods Council would be able to kill Grey Wolf and Duo. His order was to surround and restrain them, and not to completely eliminate the helpers around Yang. Let's go. Everyone, let's go. The child-faced old man with the eroding dragon divine staff quickly took the lead. He knew that there was no other choice. Regardless of which side won, the Dead Sea Gods Council would be completely annihilated. The deity temple's supreme heavenly chariot hadn't arrived yet, and the fate war was still ongoing. The Dead Sea Gods Council had to pay a price. Otherwise, the new Supreme Divine wouldn't mind establishing his might and completely cleansing the balanced scale world. You go. Duo pointed with her slender finger and sent Grey Wolf to fight. Hearing this, Grey Wolf immediately charged forward with his buttocks trembling. He himself was a warmonger. Different from the Dead Sea Gods Council who were forced to fight, not only did he not complain, he was even eager to start his meal. Duo herself flew towards her master, Yu Yang's battlefield. The Dead Sea Gods Council pretended not to see her leaving and acted as if they were blind. Dealing with this despicable dog that deserved a beating was enough of a headache. Why did they have to provoke that flower goddess? Once Duo left, the Dead Sea Gods Council's confidence increased greatly. It wasn't a problem for dozens of gods to surround and attack a despicable dog. They just had to be careful of that glutton's big mouth. As for who would be the despicable dog's last supper, it would depend on who was the most unlucky. Humph, come at me. Seeing Duo coming, Light Guardian Sovereign hurriedly sent out his 8-meter-tall true body to stop her. At the end of the Horizon Snake Bridge, two gods were wrestling. With the support of the gods from both sides, they probably wouldn't be able to determine the winner even if they fought until the end of the world. Light Guardian Sovereign didn't hope that this kind of battle was the only way to end his fate. His true body, grimoire, beasts, and laws were the best weapons. From the beginning, he had planned to suppress Titan Yu's 10,000-meter-tall god body, then use his true body to fight. He could even guess the battle plan of his enemy, Yu Yang. Hence, when Duo came, he had already prepared to summon his grimoire. The Holy Grimoire, which was comparable to a god's grimoire, appeared and shone brightly. It gushed out. Countless mirrors appeared in the space between heaven and earth. Some were big, some were small, some were round and some were square. Some were beautiful, some were strange. Even in the balanced world, this kind of mirror world created an inconceivable illusion. It was as if Emperor Wu Shuang, Peerless World, and the others had gone to another world. They were clearly only a few kilometers away, but they felt so far away that they were even further away than the stars in the sky. The battle was also isolated. When the shockwave reached the edge of the mirror world, it would be annihilated and disappear without a trace. A god level wearing flowery clothes and a smiley crying mask on its face mysteriously appeared from one of the mirrors. Only half of its body was genderless, and there was a word mystery written on its forehead. It stared at Duo and suddenly pulled out an extremely long black scythe that flashed with terrifying brilliance from the mirror in its hand. Whether it was the black scythe god level or the strange god level, their bodies were not fixed and distorted. Especially when it floated above some mirrors, it would elongate its body or enlarge certain parts of its body. It was extremely strange. Be careful. Yu Yang had used the divine orb of fate's wisdom to guide him to break through the lost world once. However, he now understood that the enemy did not go all out the last time. It was only testing him on purpose to find out his trump card. This time, it might not be as easy as last time. Duo took the divine orb of fate and looked at the god of confusion that was slowly floating over the mirror with a serious expression. This is just the beginning, Titan Yu. The guardian of light smiled proudly. More pain and setbacks are waiting for you. Why don't you try and see if you can use your divine weapon War Beast to neutralize the sword of misfortune hanging over your head? Do you really think that I'll let a child like you defeat me? That's ridiculous. There's a saying in the upper realm that goes, there are no honorables who have been knocked down in the sky. Do you understand what that means? There were no honorables who had been knocked down in the sky. In His Majesty's Mirage, the immovable supremacy had said the same thing. Although his tone was not as arrogant as the honorable guardian of light, the honorable immovable was still confident. even if he was still imprisoned in His Majesty's dream world and could not break free. The warriors of Tong Tian Tower were crazily trying to break through. They hoped that through their own efforts, they would be able to help Yu Yang, even if it was just a little. Eh? Be careful, be on your guard. The team that was madly charging suddenly stopped. Among them, Xue Tanlang's reaction was the most intense. His expression was exceptionally solemn and his brows were tightly knitted. Suddenly, a strange change occurred in the surrounding environment. The air fluctuated like ripples on the surface of water. There was light coming out from the fluctuation. It was extremely bright. It was simply blinding. The number one guard of the central shrine, who had been abused countless times, the giant god Nagato, the captain, once again appeared in front of everyone with an arrogant face. This time, even the good-tempered prince of Tianluo couldn't help but complain. How many times do you want to kill before you really die? Captain, if you are really that awesome, then use your full strength and fight with us. Let us torture you over and over again. Are you addicted? Fatty Hai had tortured the captain many times and felt that he could kill him alone. Hence, he was the first to rush up. Let me do it. This guy likes to explode chrysanthemums, I can satisfy him. Before he could even shout out chrysanthemums, the captain's arms emitted thousands of rays of divine light. Each ray shot out like an arrow. The divine light pierced through the space at an extremely fast speed. Yi Kong and the others who were slightly further away also dodged in a sorry state. However, it was impossible for Fatty Hai, who was charging towards the enemy, to react in time. In less than a second, Fatty Hai had already been beaten black and blue by the captain's divine light. His huge body fell from the sky with a loud bang, blood splattering all over the ground. The illusions that you encountered before were all illusions created by the immovable Jizun. He deliberately cooperated with the East to stall for time. Do you really think that you can win against a god? What a joke. It's already the 9th day and you haven't even completed 1,000th of the breakthrough. Of course, with your intelligence, you will never be able to break the East's chess game. Pitiful pawns, on the last day of your lives, in the last few hours, I will make an exception and grant you death, lest you die in vain. The captain looked at Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang condescendingly and hooked his finger. Come at me together. I can finish off all of you dregs in a second. Other than Titan Yu, who has the support of the Conqueror Queen, you little bugs don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. Mother asterisk cur. Yi Kong's expression changed greatly. This captain in front of him. The image was the same. But compared to his previous performance, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. It seemed that the more one climbed the mountain, the more they would meet the tiger. They had defeated a few illusions, and this original body felt humiliated, so it really came to settle the score. Xue Tanlang made a hand signal to Prince of Tianluo, and the two of them dodged, one on the left and one on the right. They had great teamwork and attacked the arrogant divine-level ranker, captain, at the same time. The moment he succeeded, Yi Kong's pupils dilated to twice their original size. Because he realized that the captain's godly body had disappeared like smoke. The captain's reaction and speed were 1,000 times faster than before. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the captain's real body had actually appeared behind him without a sound. Heaven Realm Hell Gate. The captain instantly disappeared, and Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo's attacks both missed. When they turned around, they realized that there was a strange black gate in the sky that was opening. Tens of thousands of shadows that looked like the captain shot out, and dived towards Yi Kong and the others like a meteor shower. Unfortunately, they did not realize that the captain's real body was already standing behind Yi Kong. Be careful above your head. The Li brothers panicked. No, it should be underground. A ray of light flashed in Yi Kong's eyes. He could feel that on the ground, there were countless transparent shadows of the captain rushing out from the transparent gate, resonating with the shadows in the sky. On the surface, this attack was aimed at the sky, but 90% of its true power was hidden underground. His shout could not change the situation of the battlefield at all. Even Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo were instantly hit. On the entire battlefield, other than Yi Kong, who defended against the attack from underground and used his inherent skill to forcibly stand, the rest of the people had all fallen to the ground. The captain looked at Yi Kong with slight surprise. This person was the only exception on the battlefield. He was also the only variable. In terms of potential, this brat should not be comparable to that ice-cold brat. At most, he would be the second or third brother. However, his tenacious survival ability was actually the best in the whole team. Even though he was heavily injured by the captain's hell gate and was bathed in blood, he was still able to stand. Just this point alone had far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, the youngsters in Titan Yu's team did not have enough divine power to support them. Their strength had long been exhausted in the past few days of bitter battles. Just by relying on their hot-bloodedness and unyielding fighting spirit, they wanted to defeat a divine-level ranker? Ha ha ha, thinking about it, it was really laughable. However, this was also the naive thinking of the lower realm mortals. They thought that with their own hard work, they could defy the heavens and change the situation of the battle. You can say your last words. The captain was extremely arrogant now. He was full of confidence. Although he could not defeat Titan Yu, that was not his problem. Everyone knew that Titan Yu had the terrifying Conquest Queen behind him. However, other than Titan Yu, would the other warriors from the lower realm of Tong Tian Tower be a problem? No matter how many came, they would all be destroyed. After all, ants were originally weak existences. I didn't want to borrow it at first. Yi Kong sighed lightly. What? The captain completely did not understand what Yi Kong meant. Death was at hand, what nonsense was he spouting? Could it be that he had gone crazy from fear? I wonder how many years it will take to repay it. Shui Tianlang also coolly crawled up from the ground. His body was covered in blood and wounds, but this brat's expression was the same as before. It was as if his injuries were on someone else's body. Is this the eternal divine power? It's too strong. Prince of Tianluo stood up and mumbled to himself with his eyes closed. What are you guys talking about? The captain was confused by everything that was happening in front of him. There was no fear. There was no fear of death or whining about how weak they were. On the contrary, there was only a strange sigh. Where did all these messy emotions come from? This was not the expression of a loser or a dying person. Don't you guys have any awareness of being a weakling? Yi Kong's face was expressionless, but his eyes revealed a kind of unshakable steadfastness. I understand now. He has his reasons for doing this. We are indeed not a match for a god tier, even the weakest of them. However, we will not give up. We will continue to work hard and catch up. We will definitely not let him fight alone. The Li brothers nodded at the same time. That's right, we are teammates. Fatty Hai, who was the last to crawl up from the ground with difficulty, ran towards the wind-breathed seabird. His bloodied face showed a smile. Are you all right? Stay further away from me. Don't get too close, I feel suffocated just by looking at you. The wind-breathed seabird was scared half to death by him. It hurriedly retreated 10 meters away and waved its hands. Please, don't smile anymore. Your bloody smile almost made me vomit. Wah, it's really disgusting. Don't come any closer, otherwise I will kill myself. Don't force me, please don't force me, I'm really in pain. Don't be afraid, baby. I understand you very well. I will give you time to adapt. Fatty Hai expressed that he was a very considerate person. Ugh. The wind-breathed seabird suddenly wanted to die. How could it be related to this kind of person? This kind of life was too sad. The captain's arms flashed with divine light again. Thousands of divine light rays shot out like arrows. Once again, they shot out. Standing in the rain of arrows, Fatty Hai, who had been instantly knocked down previously, stood tall like a mountain of flesh. Even though there were wounds all over his body and blood spurted out like a fountain, he stood firmly on the ground this time. His blood-red eyes were like those of a wild beast as he stared fixedly at the captain. That kind of ferocious vigor made even the divine-level captain feel an indescribable chill in his heart. Not only Fatty Hai, but everyone, including Shui Tianlang, Prince of Tianluo and the others, had this kind of terrifying killing intent in their eyes. Is this the struggle of an ant? The captain was furious. As a god-ranked ranker, how could he be intimidated by a mortal from the lower realm? What was going on? I, Yi Kong, am willing to accept the blessing of the power of destiny. I am even more willing to fight for the destiny of the Holy Supreme Warrior in the future. Yi Kong pressed his right hand lightly and solemnly on his chest. Yes, we are equally willing. Just like Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo, Li Brothers, Fatty Hai and the Wind-Breath Seabird all did the same. The captain didn't even have time to speak. He was shocked to discover that there was a kind of boundless divine power surging out from the bodies of these ant-like mortals. It was unstoppable and immeasurable. In the blink of an eye, the divine power flowed through their bodies and spiraled upwards at a high speed. It intertwined with the grimoire's light pillar and erupted upwards at the same time. Could it be that these mortals wanted to condense the legendary divine throne? No, it was impossible, they didn't have these conditions at all. Moreover, they were obviously mortals. Mortals who weren't even God-ranked, how could they have such a supreme thing? Door. The captain was extremely shocked. He stretched out his hand and condensed a divine door in front of him. No matter what happened in front of him, he wasn't willing to stay behind and investigate. Whether these mortals had condensed the divine throne or whether they had the qualifications to condense it, he didn't care. This was because the enemy's strength had completely surpassed and suppressed him. If he stayed here, there would only be one result, and that was death. In order to ensure his survival, in order to ensure his God-ranked strength, he only had one goal now. And that was to leave. Titan Yu, this is what you did for them, right? Very well, go and fight with Dong Feng, Jizun Budong and Deity Palace's Jizun Tianyu. Your battle has nothing to do with me. Don't expect me to do anything for you. Do you want to use my life and divine power as a stepping stone for you? No, that's impossible. My life and divine power only belong to me. I want to be a free and unfettered god, not a chess piece. Leave, I want to leave this place and return to my wonderful heaven realm. I want to enjoy everything that belongs to me. The captain roared furiously. While Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and the others were still receiving and condensing divine power, he impatiently entered the divine door. He didn't want to care about chess pieces or chess games at all. Only his life was the most important thing. Let Titan Yu and Tianyu fight to the death. That had nothing to do with him. As for whether Tong Tian Tower would rise or fall in the lower realm, it had nothing to do with him. Just as the captain entered the divine door and thought that he was safe, a hand appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the throat. Just like grabbing a little chick, he, a divine level ranker, was lifted up. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. They stared dumbfoundedly as an incomparably handsome man walked out of the divine door with his head held high, carrying the captain in one hand and the divine sword that was still dripping with blood in the other. Perhaps he swept his gaze across the entire place, or perhaps he didn't care about everyone's reaction. This man stabbed the divine sword into the ground and then, using an extremely barbaric yet extremely simple method, he directly twisted the captain's head off his neck. The captain let out an incomparably tragic wail. But it was to no avail. He was a divine level ranker who thought that he was very strong, but in front of this handsome swordsman, he didn't even have the chance to struggle. He could only let out a painful wail before his head was separated from his body and he died. His divine spark dissipated and his divine power was completely absorbed by the other party in a few breaths' time. You, who are you? Even Yi Kong, who had iron courage, was scared to the point that his hair stood on end. This unfamiliar man who had never appeared in his memories, who was he? Why did he kill the captain? And why did he come here? Tell Titan Yu that the debt I owe him is now settled. The handsome swordsman casually threw the captain's corpse on the ground and took out a few human heads, casually throwing them at the feet of Yi Kong and the others. Just like that, after throwing out these words without any rhyme or reason, he slowly pulled out the divine sword and casually slashed through the void. He strode into the void and instantly disappeared without a trace. Who was this person? What exactly did he mean by those words? How could he enter the eastern world of Go and enter this ever-changing space-time labyrinth? Yi Kong turned to look at Fatty Hai, but Fatty Hai was even more confused than a muddle-headed person. He shook his head like a rattle drum, expressing that he didn't understand at all. This face. Prince Tianluo carefully looked at the severed head that had rolled to his feet and suddenly cried out involuntarily, look at this face, don't tell me this is Ji Wuri's head? Heavens, this is too inconceivable. Jiwori is actually dead, and his head is right under my feet. I'm not dreaming, am I? From the looks of it, it really looks like that Jiwori without his penis. Fatty Hai was extremely excited when he heard this, and hurriedly squeezed in to watch. If this is Jiwori, then the person who killed Jiwori. Yi Kong's heart trembled. Kai Tian Demon Venerable. Xue Tanlang immediately reacted, that person just now was Kai Tian Demon Venerable. He killed Jiwori to return the favor. Only he had the possibility to kill Jiwori. However, didn't Kai Tian Demon Venerable just break free from the trial grimoire? His movements are too fast. It can't be, is Kai Tian Demon Venerable really that powerful? This time even the usually calmly brothers cried out in surprise. Kai Tian Demon Venerable being powerful is a good thing. Only Fatty Hai, this heartless fellow, would think this way. Shut up. The wind-breathed seabird felt that even now, its heartbeat was still very fast. It was almost scared to death by Kai Tian Demon Venerable's appearance just now. In the future, it would never mention such a terrifying fellow again. The heaven realm is going to be in chaos. Yi Kong didn't dare to say anything else, but he was absolutely sure of this. Kai Tian Demon Venerable's return, even if one used their toes to think, they would know that he would not have a good ending. If the deity temple's supreme Tianyu and Yu Yang were defeated in the fated battle, how could the central shrine defend against Kai Tian Demon Venerable's counterattack? Even a god ranked like the captain was instantly killed on the spot. In the heaven realm, how many people could defend against Kai Tian Demon Venerable's divine sword? Tong Tian Tower's suffering was about to end, but in the heaven realm, the suffering and chaos of war was probably just starting right. Times Square. Entrance. Tianyu, the supreme master of the temple, stood quietly with his hands behind his back and his head up to the sky. Standing opposite him, Her Majesty Empress Fei Wenli was the same. Both of them had enough confidence that no matter how the current battle progressed or how it developed, it would not affect their willpower in the slightest. The long confrontation was to find the enemy's flaws, launch a fatal blow, and achieve the ultimate goal of victory. Both of them had extraordinary patience. If necessary, this confrontation could last for 1,000 years. I made a big mistake. Heavenly Chariot, the supreme master of the deity's Templar, suddenly sighed, if I had personally taken action back then, there wouldn't be such a troublesome enemy standing in front of me and blocking my way now. I also made a mistake. Queen Vivian Li sneered, 10,000 years ago, if I hadn't been competitive and fought for the first place in everything, if I had reached out to help Emperor Wu Xuan, you wouldn't even be qualified to stand here and boast today. Tianyu, I won't let you enter the Times Square. Even if I let you in, do you really think you can stay inside? You don't even dare to challenge Night Dream's Fata Morgana, and you still want to be recognized by the Times Square? I don't need the recognition of the Times Square, nor the inheritance inside. Tianyu's tone was very light, not angry at all. I only want to be the Holy Supreme of the Light Realm. In that case, why did you come? Queen Vivian Li sneered. Just to fulfill my wish of the past, to climb to the Holy Supreme, to be perfect and have no regrets in the world. Tianyu replied with a smile. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe this excuse. Even if you go in, it's a waste of effort, but to let a despicable intruder break into the Tower of Babel, the place of honor of the ancestors, is an unforgivable blasphemy. Queen Vivian Li's words were extremely decisive. Tianyu, unless I die here today, you can't step into the Times Square. I know that you are used to playing tricks, so you must have arranged a lot of backups. So, there is no need to hide it anymore, just use it all at once. I never expected you to have a fair and square duel. You are indeed a good opponent. The deity's Templar Supreme Exalt sighed softly, how miraculous. The person who understands me the most in the world is actually my enemy. The contradictions of the world are often like this. This sentence. It was not Queen Vivian Li who said it, but someone else. A kind-looking old man with snow-white hair and beard that reached the ground slowly walked in while holding an ancient book that looked like a scripture. When Queen Vivian Li saw it, she glared at him and couldn't help but shout angrily, "Old man, go back to your starry hall and don't meddle in other people's business. This fated battle is not something you can meddle in." The kind-looking old man shook his head slowly, "Girl, I really don't want to meddle in it, but I have no choice. Trouble comes from the mouth. Who asked me to say such a heinous crime? Now I can't turn back even if I want to. Girl, I have always wanted to do something for you to make up for the guilt of that year, but fate is not in my hands. Now I can only go with the flow. What can I do? What can I do? Queen Vivian Li was so angry that she laughed. Isn't it good to go with the flow? It's also in line with your cowardly character. The kind-looking old man didn't get angry, but just sighed softly. The deities Templar Supreme Exalt and Queen Vivian Li were still confronting each other. The old man slowly walked to the side. Sitting cross-legged. Holding the ancient book, he read quietly, as if he didn't know that an earth-shattering battle would break out at any time. Maybe he knew everything, but he didn't care about his own life and death. Is there only one old man divine armament? Queen Vivian Li sneered disdainfully. Templar, do you expect his prophecy to bring you victory? Of course not. The deities Templar Supreme Exalt, who had his hands behind his back, shook his head lightly. Senior divine armament came here voluntarily, he was not invited by Templar. At the forefront of the entrance to the Times Square, 3 shadows suddenly appeared. The appearance of these 3 shadows caused the arrogant and confident serpent demon empress to change her expression. She tried her best to suppress her anger and shouted, "Good, this is really good. Congratulations to the great gods of the heaven realm. You've actually spent your entire life in prison, and now you've condescended to our Tong Tian Tower, a rural place, to regain your confidence. You're truly welcome." As the 3 shadows heard this, they slightly stopped. Immediately, the shadow in the middle took a big step, his footsteps as heavy as a mountain. "We just want to be free." The shadow on the right also followed. "We have already sincerely repented, but there is no pardon or time limit. That kind of endless prison and punishment is really too unfair to us." The shadow on the left seemed to hesitate for a moment, and finally turned into a sigh. "After this matter, I will imprison myself here for 10,000 years to express my apology. Fei Wenli, if you give up, I am willing to be the arbiter and let you take away the 3 Tong Tian clans. I will not pursue this matter and settle the dispute between the upper and lower realms. You have supreme wisdom, you should know that the current situation is not good. Why be stubborn? Take away the 3 clans, find another place, and pull yourself together. Isn't this also a brand new path to heaven?" Queen Vivian Li laughed loudly. Unparalleled in the world. She raised the divine weapon in her hand and pointed it directly at the enemy, declaring extremely coldly, "My path to heaven will be spread over your corpses." The battle in the balance world was in full swing, especially the battle between the Guardian of Light and Titan Yu. In this strange mirror world. At first, Duo, who held the divine pearl of fate, could still follow closely by Yu Yang's side, but soon disappeared. Along with her, the god of confusion who held the strange sickle also disappeared. The mirror world was the home ground of the god of confusion, and also the trump card of the Guardian of Light. Yu Yang, under the pursuit of his 8-meter real body, could not even be distracted by Duo. He could only rely on his intuition and keep moving forward. There were thousands of space passageways here. Even Yu Yang, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, could not tell which one was the real exit. Or perhaps, there was no exit at all. There was only one way. To defeat the Guardian of Light. Come, let's fight. Titan Yu, look at what you look like. What a pitiful coward. The Guardian of Light's 8-meter real body kept chasing after Yu Yang, trying to force him to fight. However, Yu Yang kept running, unwilling to fight in this mirror world where the enemy had the absolute advantage and he was at a disadvantage. This was the enemy's home ground, not a place where he had the advantage. Was he going to fight the enemy here? Even if he wanted to be abused, this was not the way. Yu Yang did not say a word. The mirror world in front of him was ever-changing. There were thousands of changes every second. Countless space passageways appeared and disappeared. Most of them closed or split. No one could figure out what was going on. The scariest thing was that the space-time tunnel inside was filled with mirrors. Some were big, some were small, some were round, some were square, some were still, some were moving. When Yu Yang stepped into it, there were thousands and thousands of Yu Yangs reflected inside. Some of them were as still as a rock, some of them were as fast as horses, and some of them were not alone. They were in pairs, or even in groups, waving their hands at Yu Yang or making funny faces at him. There were all kinds of strange and unfathomable things. Yu Yang could not tell if some of the mirror images were real or not. However, even if they were real, he could be sure that they were the enemy's clones or beasts. If he was not careful, it would be dangerous. Welcome. Come, let's shake hands. Many of the Yu Yangs in the mirror would directly reach out their hands to the real Yu Yang. They seemed to be very friendly. However, most of them were Yu Yangs with all kinds of divine weapons. They attacked ferociously, surrounding and stopping Yu Yang's advance. Break! Yu Yang, who had passed the Hand's Palace, Virgo Palace, and the Door of Life and Death, would definitely not be confused by the illusions. He did not care about the Guardian of Light behind him. He used his divine power to open the way. He attacked as soon as he saw something. He broke through everything. The 8-meter-tall Guardian of Light chased closely behind Yu Yang. Every time it found an opportunity, it would rain down heavy punches. It was still provoking Yu Yang. Titan you pitiful little worm, do you think you can escape? In the mirror world, under this deity's divine power and willpower, there are billions of changes. Can you break through them one by one? Don't you understand? You have already been trapped in this deity's world. You are now in this deity's stomach. Even if you escape for another 10,000 years, it will be futile. Come back and fight, this is your only chance. In the eyes of Mo Long and the others, Yu Yang had become infinitely small. Small as a bean, thin as a millet. He was trapped in a huge space with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters, and he kept moving forward. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not move forward in a straight line. Because of the influence of the tunnel and the mirror, he kept going in circles. The only thing that comforted Mo Long and the others was that the circle was getting closer and closer to the periphery. Even though he was still in the core area of the space, he had escaped a big circle compared to the beginning. The mirror and the space kept spinning, the tunnel appeared and disappeared, the reflection was ever-changing. Forget about subjugating Chongqing and the others, even Mo Long was confused. It will take at least 2 hours to get out. Mo Long made the boldest and most optimistic estimate. If Yu Yang persevered and didn't make any mistakes, then 2 hours later, he would be able to escape. The problem was, in less than 2 hours, the deity's Templar's heavenly chariot would arrive here. Even if Yu Yang escaped, how could he fight 1 against 2? Quickly think of a way. Mo Long looked at subjugating Chongqing and Master Qi Dan. Ah, you want us to think of a way? Subjugating Chongqing was shocked. You want us to think of a way? Do you think our brains are as good as the East's? Besides, in this kind of predicament, even if the East came, they might not be able to turn the situation around. Mo Long looked at the two's expressions and scolded, what are big brains for? You guys are really useless. Subjugating Chongqing was speechless. Even you, as the Heaven Realm's fiercest man, are helpless? Don't ask for too much, please, we are just small characters, you can't count on us. Although he was nagging in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, Mo Long's title as the Heaven Realm's fiercest man was not given for nothing. On the other side, the peerless Emperor Wu Xuan, who was carrying the divine mountain on his back, was still moving forward steadily. But every step he took was overdrawing his life. Force and divine power. The road to heaven seemed to be right in front of him, but everyone knew that he could not reach the end. An hour later, Yu Yang had yet to escape from the mirror world, but Emperor Peerless' life had come to an end. Carrying the sacred mountain on his back, he was still some distance away from the Dead Sea. However, this short distance had become an insurmountable chasm in his life. He, who had risked his life to carry the sacred mountain, collapsed at the last 10,000 meters. It was not that he did not want to persevere, but it was simply an impossible task. With a heavily injured body, he had to carry the sacred mountain, which was constantly using the power of the laws to melt his divine power. In front of him, there was also the guardian of the Dead Sea trying his best to stop him. Every step he took was an overdraft of his life. To be able to make it this far, it was already the greatest miracle of his life. The mandate of heaven is not on me, Peerless. With regret, Emperor Peerless lowered his head. His shoulders and spine, which were strong enough to carry the sacred mountain, could no longer support this unbearable weight of life. The sacred mountain fell to the ground. Its edge was only 10,000 meters away from the Dead Sea. The guardian of the Dead Sea, who was resisting with all his might, even retreated into the Dead Sea, his knee submerged. However, all of this had come to an end. The man who had created the greatest miracle had come to an end. He could no longer continue. Stone, if there is a next life, the tree and I will live together and never separate. Emperor Peerless stretched out a giant hand from the bottom of the sacred mountain, as if he wanted to touch the stone statue that had fallen from the top of the sacred mountain. He wanted to touch the flower fairy who had turned into a stone statue after her heart and soul had been exhausted. The stone statue fell to the foot of the sacred mountain, completely broken. The broken stones no longer had their original beautiful form. They were as clean as before. Even at the edge of the Dead Sea, they were as clean as jade and as bright as diamonds. They scattered on the filthy ground without being stained. There seemed to be a wisp of a fragrant soul wrapped around Emperor Peerless' fingers and palm. The corners of Emperor Peerless' lips curled into a faint smile. Slowly, he closed his eyes. He no longer looked at the outside world. At this moment, what enemies, what fate, what victory or defeat, none of them mattered to him. He had returned to the most primitive starting point. There were no worries, no thoughts, everything was empty, there was nothing, there was only the innate innocence, the existence of the first heaven. Seeking benevolence and obtaining benevolence, this is what you desire, right? You knew that you would fail, but you persisted. Emperor Wu Shuang was peerless. You could defeat everyone, but unfortunately, you couldn't defeat your own destiny. Even so, you still want to issue a final challenge, don't you? Yes, you have always been such a proud person. A person like you, even if you are an enemy, is worthy of being remembered and admired by this deity. Since that's the case, let me send you on your final journey. The guardian of the Dead Sea Paragon stretched out his hand. Boundless divine power was about to pour down in torrents when he suddenly stopped. He looked up to the sky and sighed. With a sigh, the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang's entire divine body turned into nothingness, like smoke or dust, disappearing with the wind. Even his soul had returned to the primal chaos. Emperor Peerless would have been long dead without the need to make a move. Everything. The moment the divine mountain on his shoulder fell to the ground, it was already destined to end. Goodbye, my mortal enemy. Goodbye, Sky-Split Tower's proudest and most powerful man. With his greatest mortal enemy falling in front of him, the guardian of the Dead Sea Paragon didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt an indescribable sadness. Without the greatest opponent in his life, without the enemy that was constantly pressuring his heart and making it hard for him to breathe, this victory didn't bring him relief or excitement. Instead, it brought him a bone-deep loneliness and desolation. After mourning for his powerful enemy, he turned his face away. The guardian of the Dead Sea Paragon instantly regained his composure. He had already completely recovered his might and ruthlessness. He shouted at the Dead Sea gods that were attacking Grey Wolf from afar, "What are you all doing? You can't even take care of a dog, and you still have the face to call yourselves the god race?" His anger scared the Dead Sea gods to the point that they were trembling and bowing their heads. No one dared to look directly at his divine might. Reduced Commoner's Life and Scarlet Danzy nervously looked at the demon dragon. The strongest guardian of the Dead Sea Paragon had already defeated peerless Emperor Wu Shuang and completely escaped from the fate board. What should they do now? The demon dragon closed his eyes and lightly shook his head. He knew that everything was coming to an end. The glimmer of hope that he was looking forward to did not appear in the end. In fact, he already knew that this would be the outcome. However, he still chose to support his brother and chose the side that could not be resisted or won. Perhaps this kind of defeat would become the greatest motivation in Yu Yang's life. It would be another successful start for him in the future. However, he was definitely unable to reverse this battle. He was still too young. He was so young that he thought that he could reverse the entire world with his fists and hard work. After paying a heavy price this time, he would understand and become rational. Then, he would walk towards success step by step. At that time, his future would be unstoppable. But now? He could only be a pitiful little thing that was bullied miserably and powerlessly. Is there no other way? Reduced Commoner's life looked at the demon dragon unwillingly. Just a little bit more in Titan you would be able to escape from the mirror world. Was there really no other way? Perhaps there is, but it is not something that we can achieve. The demon dragon was naturally unwilling. If he still had the slightest bit of strength left, if he could still stand up, he would never give up. He would never sit and watch as his brother was bullied and suppressed by others. However, he could no longer stand up. He was only hanging on by a single breath. He didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. Other than watching helplessly, what else could he do? The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign didn't even look at the demon dragon. In his eyes, the demon dragon was never an enemy that needed his attention. Although the demon dragon was fierce, he had too many weaknesses. An expert with weaknesses would never be able to reach the honorable realm. Similarly, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of an honorable realm expert. The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign only looked at one person. It was Titan Yu who was trapped in the mirror world. Only this young man could make an honorable like him feel threatened. I have to admit that at the same age and under the same conditions, I wouldn't be able to do even a tenth of what you are doing now. Unfortunately, you are too young. You don't have any foundation and you don't have any support. Your defeat was already destined from the start. Please forgive me. It's enough for the Tong Tian Tower to have one peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. I don't want to see another one. I have already bet everything on the battle between the Heavenly Light Realm and the Tong Tian Tower. I have already used up all of the Light God clan. I don't want to go through it a second time. The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign stepped forward. He walked towards the mirror world steadily. As long as he made a move, the entire battle would end. Titan Yu would be defeated. He would be defeated by Dongfeng's perfect plan and Tianyu's patient calculation. He would be defeated by the guardian of the Light God Sovereign's selfless sacrifice and the guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign's crazy persistence. He would be defeated by fate. He would be defeated by fate that was already irreversible. After the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, another super genius that could make the Tong Tian Tower rise was about to fall. If the Conquest Queen on another battlefield died in battle, then the Tong Tian Tower would fall forever. The Soaring Dragon clan, the Demon Abyss clan, and the Heaven Stairway clan would be annihilated in the long river of history. Woof woof. Grey Wolf, who was covered in blood, rushed out from the thousands of attacks. He blocked in front of the mirror world. He opened his huge mouth and roared crazily. This was not the first time he protected his master, but it might be the last time. No matter what, it would never allow the enemy to threaten its master before it fell. The master who gave it everything and shared every minute and second of his life with it amidst their quarrels, laughter, anger, and curses. World-exterminating demon wolf, you are the greatest misfortune and the greatest omen. The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign stretched out his hand and easily captured the heavily injured Grey Wolf. He raised him up high. You might have never thought that your birth is the revelation of the Tong Tian Tower's destruction. Grey Wolf's pupils constricted. His battle intent disappeared like a tide. His birth. It was the omen of the Tong Tian Tower's destruction? Was it because of him that his master was in such a predicament today? If that was the case, then was there any meaning for him to live? Without him, his master might still have a chance to live. Grey Wolf lowered his head in frustration. Despair that he had never felt before filled his heart. The entire world lost its color in decadence. His entire life was dim in regret. Fighting was meaningless. Everything was a mistake. Not only fighting, but his birth, growth, and existence, everything was a mistake. How good would it be if he had never existed, if he had never been a scourge like him? Perhaps, Master would live a very happy life. Everyone would gather around him, laughing and chatting, enjoying the snacks that Fourth Mother had personally made, while Shuang-Er and the others would run and play around him without a care in the world, their joyful laughter filling the entire garden. Let it end now, as if he had never come to this world. Grey Wolf closed his eyes. Facing the guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign's giant hand, he no longer chose to struggle. Instead, he chose to end. Go to hell. You should never have been born into this world. Your existence is destined to be a disaster. You are destined to be the beginning of misfortune for others. Return to the primal chaos and sleep forever. That is your only, best, and final destination. The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign pressed Grey Wolf heavily onto the ground. The five-colored divine light in his hand gradually enveloped Grey Wolf's body under the support of the supreme martial artist's law and supreme will. Bit by bit, it devoured him. Phew! The fallen gods of the Dead Sea all heaved a sigh of relief. This despicable dog that could not be killed no matter how they beat him was finally going to die. Without him, without this despicable dog causing trouble, then the entire battle situation would no longer have any unstable factors. This soul-stirring fated battle could also be officially declared a victory. As Grey Wolf's soul was about to be annihilated, his eyes were filled with reluctance. For the last time, he looked at his master, who was still trapped in the mirror world and struggling. If he could still have that legendary next life, then he would just be an ordinary watchdog. Under his feet, lazily gnawing on a bone, he let the little Xianxia pull his tail. As long as he could still return to that happy beautiful garden, no matter what he became, no matter how strong or weak, no matter how stupid or stupid he was, no matter what, if there was a next time, then he would just be a watchdog. A foolish watchdog. Otherwise, it would be better to never see him again. Goodbye, goodbye. Aya, whose family's puppy is this? So pitiful. Just as the last bit of Grey Wolf's soul flame was about to be extinguished, an incomparably clear voice suddenly rang out. Anyone who heard this voice, even the wildest and dirtiest person in the world, would feel comfortable and pleasing to the ears. An indescribable coolness and purity came from the soul, instantly washing away the filth and impurities in one's mind. The Dead Sea gods were stunned. They looked at the newcomer, not knowing what to do. In front of them, there was a woman in a pink and white robe with large floral embroidered sleeves floating over at some point in time. Her face was covered with a light veil, making it extremely transparent. However, no one could clearly see the face behind it. In a trance, it was like an illusion. At first glance, this woman looked very young. However, upon closer inspection, she seemed to have the maturity and kindness of a parent. The more one looked at her, the more mysterious and bewildered she became. This woman's eyes were so clear and lively that even the Dead Sea gods had never seen them before. They were especially distinct, and especially mischievous and moving. It was as if they could speak at any time. If she took a glance at them, even the most vicious person would feel an uncontrollable joy in their heart. It was as if their life was worth it, and they could die without regrets. No one could refuse her arrival. The crowd of gods was intimidated by the Dead Sea Guardian's angry gaze. They tried their best to harden their hearts and barely managed to restrain themselves from taking the initiative to greet her. "You, who are you?" When the Dead Sea Guardian saw this woman, his entire body trembled. He became alert as if he was facing a great enemy. His expression was even more nervous, solemn, and doubtful than when he was fighting Emperor Wu Shuang. He was the only person whose mind was not affected. Even the demon dragon, who was paralyzed on the ground, couldn't help but shout, "No, no, I want to talk to her. This little sister is too likable." The mysterious woman jumped down from a splendid and graceful lotus platform. With a light tap of her jade-like finger, the huge lotus platform turned into a lotus flower that revolved around her body. Together with the other two beautiful flowers that no one could recognize, they revolved around her in a mysterious and wonderful manner while emitting bursts of refreshing fragrance. "Where is this?" The mysterious woman seemed to be in deep thought. "Am I lost again?" The Dead Sea gods were speechless. No matter how lost he was, he wouldn't have come to this Libra world. Moreover, there was a divine gate sealed here, isolating the inside from the outside. Even if one was lost, it was impossible to enter. This excuse was too casual. For some reason, a figure flashed, and the mysterious woman suddenly ran into the light barrier of the five-colored divine light. She stretched out her white jade-like hand and gently stroked Grey Wolf's head. "Too pitiful, who is your master? You're being bullied to such an extent, why aren't you coming out to do something about it? Puppy, be good, don't be so disheartened. Every life that is born into the world has its own meaning of existence, be it to enjoy sweet happiness or to experience hardships. If you can understand this, then you will truly be in control of your own life. Only then will you know what true happiness is." Grey Wolf's soul that had almost been extinguished. It lit up instantly. Shining, blazing, shaped like the sun. It had never heard of such enlightenment, and it never knew that the birth of every life had its own meaning of existence, even if it was a world-exterminating demon wolf that brought misfortune to all lives. Thinking back, ever since it met that energetic and eccentric youth for the first time, it had always depended on him for survival. From then on, it had accompanied him to the ends of the world, to the corners of the sea. No matter if it was joy or sorrow, it had shared everything with no exception. In life, in battle, they had comprehended life together, and they had advanced together. It was he who had bestowed upon it and made it this world-exterminating demon wolf. Without him, it might still be an ordinary beast. Where would the watchdog come from? Where would the world-exterminating demon wolf come from? Wasn't the encounter between it and its master, as well as the countless lifeforms arranged by fate, it understood, it completely understood, awoo. Grey Wolf stood up from the five-colored divine light, raised its head, and let out a long howl. In the howl, its divine beast will and life energy had completely recovered, and even surpassed it. Its soul that had been cleansed grew by millions of times, and its comprehension of wisdom had caused it to undergo a complete evolution. It erupted, and the light of life illuminated the entire balanced world. Under its pressure, all living beings trembled in fear. From this moment on, it had grown into a true world-exterminating demon wolf. World-exterminating law. It was also a true declaration of its birth and establishment. However, Grey Wolf had already understood how to control and dominate this law. It could destroy the target it needed according to its own will, and not be intimidated and misled by others. Once upon a time, Yu Yang had said, "No matter what, do not believe the words of the enemy." Thinking back, Grey Wolf felt an indescribable shame in its heart. In the midst of the bloody battle, when its master was trapped, it had actually been bewitched by the enemy's words and almost resigned itself to death. Really? Looking back, its master was still working hard in the mirror world, and had never given up. Even if the situation was hopeless, he still persevered to the end. Awoo. Grey Wolf discovered that its eyes had never been so moist before. There was a warm liquid overflowing from its cheeks like a fountain. Had it learned to cry? Had it learned to cry like a human? Was this cowardice? No, this was not cowardice, but strength. This was a wonderful form of life venting. Only humans could truly understand and comprehend this power of life. Grey Wolf jumped out of the five-colored divine light and transformed into an incomparably huge world-exterminating demon wolf. It glared at the guardian of the Dead Sea in front of it, its eyes blazing with fighting spirit, like a raging fire. Although it did not speak anymore, it was full of fighting spirit. Come, there would be no more confusion, no more discouragement. As long as it still had a breath left in it, there would be no need to think about passing. Protecting its master, protecting that warm courtyard, protecting that beautiful home that made everyone feel happy, and happy was what it, the world-exterminating demon wolf, wanted to do. What it wanted to destroy was not its own home, but the enemy's country, the enemy's world. The destruction that the world-exterminating demon wolf wanted to do was not to destroy misfortune, but to create happiness, and to protect the true meaning of life for eternity. Damn it! The guardian of the Dead Sea realized that not only did this despicable dog not die, but it had also increased by 1,000 times. However, what angered him the most was not Grey Wolf's provocation, but the mysterious woman's disregard for him. She could freely enter and exit the five-colored divine light. The powerful light barrier could have annihilated everything in the world, but it could not shake her at all. If this mysterious woman had attacked the moment she came in, or assumed a defensive stance to fight, that would have been fine. However, she ignored everything around her, as if she had come to the ruins of an uninhabited civilization. She clicked her tongue and happily admired the balanced world. This kind of disregard was even more unbearable than killing the guardian of the Dead Sea. The seal of the ancient will? Yes, it's very strict and accurate. It's admirable. Is this the divine mountain formed by the legendary seniors? Please accept my worship. I already understand the wishes of the seniors. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Your inheritance will also be passed down from generation to generation. We, the younger generation, will never forget it. Did a big guy sacrifice himself here? Just now? Yes, I understand your wish. What a gentle big guy. Someone will definitely fulfill your wish. Perhaps the tree and the stone will be the most perfect combination in the world. Is this the Dead Sea? Yes, it's very evil. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it's impossible to imagine that there's such a dirty place in the world. Malice and resentment have turned into an ocean. It's really terrifying. Strange, someone left a hint on it, but it's not clear. Was it left behind by accident? Or is there a deeper meaning? Okay, I'll go down and take a look. Maybe I can figure it out. The mysterious woman muttered to herself as she looked. The guardian of the Dead Sea's face darkened. As for the fallen gods, they were looking at her inexplicably, listening to her words as if they understood but not really understood. Even the most eccentric of them didn't dare to refute her. All the members of the god clan had the same expression on their faces, which was to watch her fly around in this world of balance and talk to herself. The demonic dragon, Master Scarlet Danzy, and the others were also completely dumbfounded. After a long time, the demonic dragon looked up at the sky and laughed. Interesting, really interesting. The guardian of the Dead Sea roared angrily, "Who are you?" If it weren't for his scruples, he would have already made his move. The mysterious woman in front of him had a realm higher than the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. Perhaps her divine power was slightly inferior because of the accumulation of time, but she was still not an opponent to be trifled with. The guardian of the Dead Sea was confident that he could defeat the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. When two tigers fought, he was the tiger with a larger body and stronger strength, so of course, he had the upper hand. However, the mysterious woman wasn't a tiger but a bird. How could they be compared? Ah, are you talking to me? The mysterious woman came back to her senses and floated down in front of the guardian of the Dead Sea. Her bright eyes were full of smiles. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm really sorry. Actually, I'm not an outsider. I'm the child you're bullying and beating up miserably. I'm his mother. Her jade-like finger pointed at Yu Yang, who was desperately trying to break free in the mirror world. Everyone was dumbfounded when she pointed at him. Mother, this kid Titan Yu also had a mother? Titan Yu also has a mother? Didn't he jump out from the cracks of a rock? Subtraction Chongqing felt that a perverted person like Titan Yu should have jumped out from the cracks of a rock. Now that he suddenly had a mother, this was simply illogical. You idiot, you're the one who jumped out from the rocks. The demon dragon also felt that it was inconceivable, but he was very dissatisfied with Subtraction Chongqing's stupid words. He had never heard of Yu Yang's mother. At most, he had only heard of the gentle fourth mother who had always taken care of Yu Yang. However, he now had a mother. The demon dragon didn't object. Having a mother was always a good thing. Furthermore, this mother seemed quite nice. Didn't you see the guardian of the Dead Sea breaking out in cold sweat? The only thing that troubled the demon dragon was that he was Yu Yang's big brother while she was his mother. Wasn't he a generation lower than her now? How old was she? It was such a loss for him to be a generation lower than her. No, he had to think of a way to turn things around. The Dead Sea gods were extremely vigilant. The one being beaten up was someone else's son. As a mother, how could she not be angry after seeing her son being bullied like this? Mo Long and Subjugate Chongqing put their hands on their foreheads. Finally, a strong reinforcement had arrived. Even though she looked like a weak woman, she was able to enter the divine gate without a sound and make the guardian of the Dead Sea so nervous. Naturally, she was not a simple person. At the very least, she was a peerless expert at the level of Emperor Wu Shuang. The dawn of a reversal is right in front of us. Mo Long was so happy that he almost sang. He had been suppressed for far too long. Humph. The Dead Sea Guardian snorted arrogantly. He would not let such a thing happen. No matter what changes or hopes there were, he would personally kill them all. He would not allow any seeds of reversal to be born. The mysterious woman, who called herself Yu Yang's mother, was very calm. She waved her hand. Everyone, don't be nervous. I won't fight with you. Fighting is not the best way to resolve disputes. Hatred and resentment will only hurt each other and deepen each other's pain. Blood and fire will only bring more sorrow and regret. Also, it might be rude to say this. Everyone here is a senior expert. As juniors, we should be respectful. But if I must be frank, none of you are my match, including this fierce uncle in front of us. Even if I am not a battle-type expert, I am not good at fighting. Hearing this, the Dead Sea Guardian's face darkened even more. What did she mean by including this fierce uncle in front of him? He was a dignified sovereign, a super expert that even Emperor Wu Shuang was defeated by, yet he was being ignored like this? What a shame, the Dead Sea gods looked at each other. They actually did not doubt Yu Yang's mother's words. In fact, they felt that it was very reasonable. With her realm and strength, if she did not surpass everyone present, how could she be so daring? But they could not lower their heads and admit defeat. First, everyone's fate was already linked with the Dead Sea. If they lost, they would all be annihilated. Second, there was an extremely fierce leader in front of them, even fiercer than Mo Long. If they provoked him, they would all be annihilated before they were defeated. The god secretly looked at the Dead Sea Guardian, hoping that he would give an opinion. Fight or retreat, he could just say it. It was useless to involve them in a high-level battle. Why not we just gang up on that despicable dog? Although it was dangerous, it was the best choice for now. The guardian of the Dead Sea Supremacy's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Yu Yang's mother. His will was as firm as steel, and he completely ignored what she said. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to find an opening and tear this opponent into pieces. Even if we don't make a move, we should at least rescue Yu Yang, right? The mystic dragon was anxious to death. You didn't make a move because you were afraid that the higher-ups would say that you were bullying others. But now, your son was still in someone else's hands. You should save him first and let that brat beat him up. You could just watch from the side. It's okay. It's good for children to go through some hardships. I think he's quite hardworking, so there shouldn't be any problems. I have confidence in him. Yu Yang's mother was very calm. She glanced at her son, who was struggling in the mirror world, and the smile in her bright eyes did not diminish. The little mother's figure flashed, and in an instant, she broke away from the Dead Sea Guardian's divine sense lock. He appeared in front of the demonic dragon. She bent down and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" The demonic dragon was sweating profusely. I was hit by someone from above with a hammer, and my spine was broken, so I can only lie on the ground. Ah, actually, I'm your son's eldest brother, and also his elder. That's right, that's how it is. Since we're both that brat's elders, then we're of the same generation, right? Furthermore, we're so close, so we're relatives. It shouldn't be a problem for you to help me with a small matter, right? Can you let me stand up? As long as I break free from the godly punishment, I can make a move and rescue your son. I don't mind other people's opinions. If the higher-ups scold me for bullying others, I don't care at all. Besides, if I make a move and beat that guy up, it wouldn't be considered bullying. Your son is being beaten up by that old geezer, and that's called bullying. Get rid of the godly punishment? Yu Yang's mother smiled. That's easy, just say the word. Then hurry up. I've been holding it in for a long time. My fists are itching, and I can't wait to beat someone up. The demonic dragon was extremely excited. The guardian honorable of the Dead Sea and the fallen gods of the Dead Sea were secretly nervous. Not to mention the addition of Yu Yang's mother, there was also the demonic dragon. The situation was getting more and more troublesome. Everyone's gaze was fixed on them, and they were waiting for Yu Yang's mother to get rid of the godly punishment so that they could launch a sneak attack. The demonic dragon must not be allowed to stand up, he was not as kind as Yu Yang's mother. The title of Heaven's #1 Slayer was not for nothing. Anyone could stand up, but not the demonic dragon. Yu Yang's mother waved her hand. It's easy to get rid of the godly punishment, but I won't do it. The demonic dragon was dumbfounded. Why? Yu Yang's mother smiled. It's a good thing that you're enduring the godly punishment. The senior who punished you is even more thoughtful. You can't let his good intentions down. You don't know this, but because you've killed too many people, you have too many sins on you. If you continue like this, you will be irredeemable. But for some reason, you've done a lot of good deeds recently, so that senior gave you another chance. He let you suffer the punishment of God in front of everyone in despair and pain, and let you erase the sins on your body. Maybe you don't understand, but this is indeed the best chance for you to turn over a new leaf. You have to cherish it. The demonic dragon even wanted to die now. Even if he was given a chance, even if he wanted to punish him, he should at least find a suitable time. Now that he was in such a desperate situation, he was still doing this was going to kill him. Good deeds? He can do good deeds? That's not possible, right? After Xianxia, who was lying on the side, heard this, he felt that Yu Yang's mother's words made sense. However, he couldn't help but doubt the demonic dragon's character. No matter how he looked at it, the demonic dragon didn't seem like a person who would do good deeds. Recently, I really haven't done any good deeds, but I've done a lot of stupid things. Even the demonic dragon himself was a little doubtful about whether his superiors had made a mistake. Little Yu Yang still needs some time to come out. You guys wait here. I'll go into the Dead Sea first. There seem to be many mysteries inside. There's also someone who left some inexplicable revelations. What exactly does he mean? Yu Yang's mother looked like she was pondering. A shadow flashed. Once again, she easily escaped from the guardian of the Dead Sea and arrived at the edge of the Dead Sea. In the terrifying Dead Sea, resentment filled the sky. Blood waves surged. Billions of evil cursed spirits quietly approached. They wanted to devour Yu Yang's mother and turn her into one of their companions. Yu Yang's mother was nowhere to be seen. Step by step, she walked toward the Dead Sea. The smile in her eyes was still there. You guys must be in pain, right? You must be yearning for release, right? Perhaps, I can help all of you with something. Her footsteps were light, and with every step she took, a purified footprint would be left behind on the ground. On this stretch of beach that was pitch black like ink, it gradually formed a row of extremely clear and distinct black and white footprints. The Dead Sea split open in front of everyone's eyes. Under the disbelieving gazes of the fallen gods, the blood waves retreated and opened up a path for her to move forward. And the cursed spirits of the Dead Sea, who were filled with resentment and murderous intent, suddenly burst into tears for no reason. Tears of blood flowed from their eyes. They circled around her and wailed. It was as if they were children who had been separated from their homeland for many years and had finally seen their relatives. Their cries of pain and sorrow resounded throughout the world. Those tears of blood turned into a rain of blood from the sky. They fell. They actually burned on the surface of the Dead Sea like kerosene, damn it. The guardian supremacy of the Dead Sea roared. The divine prophecy of flattening the sacred mountain and evaporating the Dead Sea flashed through his mind. Emperor Peerless had carried the sacred mountain and failed to fill the sea. He had thought that the prophecy could no longer be realized. But now, as soon as Yu Yang's mother came, she did not do anything. She merely walked toward the Dead Sea, and the wraiths of the Dead Sea wailed. Their tears of blood turned into fire and evaporated the Dead Sea. Could it be that the divine prophecy fell on this Yu Yang's mother and not on Emperor Peerless? Or, could it be that the divine prophecy was completed by the two of them, with each completing half of it? Go to hell. The guardian supremacy of the Dead Sea charged toward Yu Yang's mother furiously. He would not allow his enemy to realize the divine prophecy of reversing the laws of the world and breaking the sacred destiny in front of him. No matter who his enemy was, male or female, strong or weak, he must die. Because of the guardian supremacy of the Dead Sea's anger, the Dead Sea instantly erupted with a huge wave that was tens of thousands of meters tall. The wraiths were terrified. They screamed in all directions. Under the will of the guardian supremacy of the Dead Sea, the blood wave crazily closed in and completely swallowed Yu Yang's mother, who was walking forward step by step. This kind of change was beyond anyone's imagination, and no one knew what to do next. The demonic dragon and the others were dumbfounded. The fallen gods on the opposite side were also speechless. It turned out that the Dead Sea really did have a time of evaporation. However, that kind of battle was not something that people of their level could pay attention to. Let's do something. The temporary leader of the fallen gods, the old man with the dragon erosion staff, glanced at Grey Wolf with some uneasiness. If we don't do anything, then regardless of whether we win or lose, we'll still die. What's your choice? Let's go together and kill that lowly dog. We'll serve the new divine supremacy. The fallen gods secretly complained in their hearts. Since they could not afford to provoke either side, then they would fight with that lowly dog. This was probably the safest move at the moment. This idea was quickly echoed by everyone. Yes, as long as we can kill that lowly dog, it'll be a great contribution. So what if it's a world-annihilating demon wolf? The one we're going to kill is a world-annihilating demon wolf. Grey Wolf opened his mouth. The entire balanced world was in his mouth. He closed it. He nimbly swallowed one of the fallen gods, who was shouting the most fiercely, into his stomach. At this moment, the threat of death stimulated all the fallen gods. Each of them was forced to erupt with 10 or even 100 times their combat power. From the sky, they shot down like meteors piercing through the sun, crazily attacking Grey Wolf. However, the demonic dragon and the others could not be bothered to look at Grey Wolf, because there was a new change in the mirror world. They were so nervous that they were suffocating. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Mirror world. Yu Yang was already on the verge of breaking free. He didn't know if it was the Guardian Elder of the Dead Sea's warning or the Guardian Elder of the Light's own intuition, but he gave up on the chase that lasted for more than 2 hours and summoned a sun. The power of this sun was already very terrifying. In the mirror world, after being refracted by the billions of mirrors, its power skyrocketed 1,000,000 times. Light and heat, under the law of light, almost swallowed Yu Yang's body. There was nowhere to run now. There was no way out. Yu Yang's whole body was burning, turning into a man of fire, and he was in extreme pain. However, this kind of failure was not completely seen by the demon dragon and the others who were watching the battle from the outside. Yu Yang was indeed burning, his body was indeed melting, but this was only an illusion created by the Gemini mask. There was still the real Yu Yang, who was boldly using the sun to illuminate the entire mirror world, secretly turning into a comet, concealing himself under the overwhelming sunlight, intending to escape the Guardian of Light's divine sense lock. The demon dragon and the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly, deeply afraid that any abnormal movements would alarm the Guardian of Light who was using the full power of the sun. The comet cut through the sky, and when Yu Yang's head came out of the mirror world, the 40,000-meter tall godly body that was firmly suppressing the opponent immediately discovered this sly deception. It angrily widened its huge eyes, and flames erupted from its eyes. Yu Yang's 10,000-meter tall godly body and the eternal divine throne immediately counterattacked, using divine power and law to suppress the enemy, not allowing it to come closer. However, the Guardian of Light, whose mind was connected, discovered Yu Yang's escape at the same time. He was furious. He felt a sense of shame, like an old cat burning its whiskers. Under his pursuit, under his full power bombardment, this brat actually dared to deceive him with a doppelganger in an attempt to escape from his encirclement. He raised his head and shouted. All the space in the mirror world trembled and swayed, and billions of mirror spaces shattered. In less than half a second, the Guardian of Light's 8-meter tall body had already appeared behind Yu Yang, and its huge fist smashed towards Yu Yang. Boom, get lost. Yu Yang took a heavy punch head-on. Even though he grimaced in pain from the punch, he still managed to push his shoulder out. Don't even think about succeeding. At this moment, the Guardian of Light was both anxious and enraged. He grabbed onto Yu Yang's legs and pulled him down with all his might. The mystic dragon and the others didn't dare to watch any longer. They were so close, but they still failed. Damn, is fate playing tricks on us like this? Yu Yang extended his right hand. It frantically tried to grab at the space outside, like a drowning person trying to grab at a life-saving straw, but to no avail. The Guardian of Light, on the other hand, was like a water ghost as he pulled with all his might. In the blink of an eye, Yu Yang was pulled down by a large section. Yu Yang's shoulders had been exposed, but now, all that was left was a bit of hair on the top of his head. If there is no one else, then Yu Yang's escape would be doomed to fail, and this battle would definitely be delayed until the arrival of the temple's supreme heavenly chariot. But fate is so strange. The failure of Yu Yang's escape didn't mean the end of his life, but the beginning of another battle. A hand grabbed Yu Yang's hair and pulled him out of the mirror world together with the Guardian of Light who was holding onto his legs, like a fisherman holding onto a fishing pole and reeling in his fishing line. This person. It was the Supreme who had returned to the battlefield at some point. Her appearance shocked all the enemies in the balance world. Even the Guardian of Light looked at the brilliant divine throne behind her in disbelief. The sovereign divine throne has been truly mastered. On the battlefield, all enemies, whether dead or alive, will be under my control. The Supreme's current divine throne was 100 times better than before. The light wheel behind her had an extra layer of divine light compared to others. There were thousands of changes in the divine throne, interchanging and mutually destroying each other, endlessly mysterious and endless. How did you achieve this? Yu Yang suddenly understood. This was definitely not achieved by the Supreme alone. It must be the heavenly sword goddess who secretly helped her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to come out so quickly, and it would be even more impossible for her to achieve the sovereign divine throne that even he was in awe of. This sovereign divine throne was different from before, which could only absorb the divine power of the enemies who died in battle. It truly possessed unparalleled divine power and laws of nature. It controlled the lives of the entire battlefield. As long as it was the will of the Supreme, all lives that were powerless to resist would be judged by the Supreme, and be under her control. Aya, my hair. Yu Yang was stunned for a long time before he reacted to the pain. He felt that his scalp was almost torn off. He didn't dare to vent his anger on the Supreme, so the Guardian of Light was in big trouble. Damn, how big are you? How heavy are you? You're still holding on to my legs. My head, my hair. The guy from another world was filled with resentment. Although he came out, he didn't know how many strands of hair he would lose after being pulled by the Supreme. The Guardian of Light couldn't care less about these messy things. The first thing he did was to unleash his divine power. He rushed towards Jizun. He was prepared to kill Jizun before dealing with Yu Yang. Yu Yang, who possessed the eternal divine throne and was on the other side of the fated battle, was not easy to kill. His little life had to be taken care of by the deity palace's Supreme Tianyu. What he needed to do now was to get rid of the greatest help around him, such as this formidable opponent who had comprehended and possessed the sovereign divine throne. Ridiculous. Jizun caught the Guardian of Light's giant fist with one hand. With a casual flick of her hand, she pulled the enemy's body and skillfully kicked from the side. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Guardian of Light flew out in front of the Dead Sea God clan's incredulous eyes. He plowed a deep and huge pit on the ground of the Tianping world, and only stopped after flying for 100,000 meters. Yu Yang and Mo Long's jaws dropped to the ground. Wasn't the change in his combat power too great? Wasn't his improvement too fast? Are you sure you're the previous Jizun? Jizun stood proudly in front of the Dead Sea God clan's fearful eyes. Do you think I'm still the same person who needs a child to protect me? Could it be that the child she was talking about was me? Yu Yang was very sad. However, he didn't dare to refute. Jizun was very scary, especially someone who had secretly done bad things to her and had a guilty conscience. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and destroy his mirror world. Jizun turned around and glared at Yu Yang with her bright eyes. Yu Yang, who was originally like a fierce tiger, suddenly shrank into the shape of a kitten. Mirror world, let's break it. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai also came out. The Dead Sea God clan looked at this group of women strangely. They didn't even have a divine throne, but the combat power they possessed was not to be underestimated. Especially the few leaders, their murderous intent even made a group of old ghosts tremble. The most incredible thing was that all of them had a kind of divine seal that was similar to a divine throne. This kind of divine seal. It was also different from the divine emblem that was like a seed. It was a divine power temporarily lent to them in the form of this divine seal by a super strong divine sovereign according to their potential and comprehension. If there was really such a strong divine sovereign who did this, the old ghosts of the Dead Sea Fallen God clan would not doubt this possibility. However, where did the divine sovereign come from in Tongtian Tower? Where did the help come from? Most importantly, these women all had divine seals that were exactly the same as their own potential. How could it be possible to do this? This was simply impossible to achieve. The old ghosts of the Dead Sea Fallen God clan did not know that they had once shouldered the fate together. Fate had long tied them together with Yu Yang. Completely matched, seamlessly integrated. That was a very normal thing. As for the divine seal, this kind of mysterious and wonderful divine seal was not the divine emblem that Yu Yang had lent them before. Yu Yang also did not recognize it. He did not even know that such a form of existence existed. Yu Yang could only suspect that the creator of these divine seals was similar to the divine throne of sovereigns achieved by the divine sovereigns. It was the work of a super-domineering lady who silently supported him from behind. Yu Yang knew that he did not have the ability to achieve this kind of divine seal. It was even more mysterious and powerful than many divine thrones. The only difference was that it was a temporary creation. It would not affect the master's future growth at all. "Brother, let me help you." Yu Bing, the little sweetheart, was the most eager to fight. She clenched her fists. Being able to help her brother really made her feel excited. "I'm not awake yet. I'm so sleepy." It was the big lazy cat Pandora who was yawning. "Let's go quickly. Duo can't hold on much longer." "Idiot, go this way." Princess Sisai punched confused Bao Er's head. She did not know what this cute thing that could only hold them back was doing. Yu Yang opened his mouth again and again, but in the end, he did not dissuade them. The mirror world was very dangerous. Even Duo was trapped in it. Would it really be okay for Bao Er and the others to join the battle inside? But forget it. There was no need to consider Bao Er's battle power. But her luck was very high. It was probably so high that the enemies could not even look up to her. Instead of worrying about her, it was more appropriate not to worry about whether her enemies would cry themselves to death. The guardian dignitary of light did not even look over. He felt that the main enemies were still the dignitary and Titan Yu. As for other helpers, he was not worried at all. As long as Sky Chariot arrived in time, victory would definitely belong to his side. No matter what tricks Titan Yu played, it would not change this outcome. In the mirror world, because the guardian dignitary of light did not care about it, after Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai led the team in, there were new changes. First, the sun could not hold on any longer. Because the moon above the illusion moon goddess head was rising. Its radiance was not as violent as the sun, but it was as bright as a heart and as clear as a diamond. The eternal moon of destiny could devour all light to strengthen itself. It could also emit a myriad of lights to assist its companions. This was not something that a mere sun could stop. The sun and moon occupied the two ends of the mirror world, forming a miraculous combination of the sun and moon. Slowly, the violent radiance of the sun was absorbed by the moon. Conversion. The originally terrifying sun tilted irreversibly towards the west. Gradually, it seemed to be in danger of falling. This change surprised the guardian dignitary of light. But at this moment, he had no time to care about summoning the divine beasts. This was because the dignitary and Yu Yang had already closed in on him from the left and right. They cooperated and attacked together, punches raining down. "How long do we have to wait? This is too troublesome." Pandora was very impatient. She was dissatisfied with the slow suppression of the illusion moon goddess. She rushed forward. She screamed towards the sky. Her eyes flashed with an extremely terrifying radiance. A type of incantation that had never appeared in the world was born under her will. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws to devour that sun. The entire mirror world instantly dimmed by half. The sun seemed to have been swallowed by some prehistoric beast. It turned as black as ink, leaving only the halo of the outer shell. There was still a ring of light remaining, which meant that its life had not completely ended. The pitch-black sun fell irreversibly. The guardian of light shouted angrily and frantically supported it with his divine power. But it was to no avail. It fell. The only thing left in the sky was the eternal moon of destiny. The sun had disappeared without a trace. "I'm so tired. I'm going back to sleep." Pandora yawned again, and the terrifying light in her eyes disappeared. What replaced it was pure and lively. Pandora fell into a deep slumber, and Xianu took over her body again. Let the Nirvana sunflower devour that sun. Sickly Beauty looked at City Mistress Fallen Flowers. I don't want to. That sun has already been cursed. What if something goes wrong after devouring it? City Lord Fallen Flowers treasured her Nirvana sunflower very much. She would rather not level up than take the risk. However, Yu gave her an idea. Why don't you let Lu purify you? It should be successful, but it may take a little longer. Forward, we're going to completely shatter this mirror world. Princess Sisai pointed with her divine sword, and countless mirror spaces exploded under her will. In your dreams. The Guardian of Light was flustered by Yu Yang and Jizun's attacks, and his anger erupted like a volcano. However, after suffering dozens of heavy punches from Yu Yang, he had already found the time to summon a tide of summoned beasts in the mirror world. The mirror world could not be broken by anyone. This was the foundation of his battle. It was also the only entrance to the passage of time through which the Deity Hall's supreme heavenly chariot had come. No matter what, it could not be lost. As long as they could endure through this, as long as the sky chariot came to the balanced scale world and officially started the sacred fated battle with the Yu Titan, victory would definitely be theirs. Hit me, 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 hit me. Alright, now I'll return everything to you with interest. Yu Yang was very happy now. The feeling of having Jizun by his side was extremely good. Guardian Jizun didn't dare to take Jizun's attack head-on and focused on dealing with her. Instead, she didn't guard against him much, which made him feel good. He had beaten up a sovereign, and an old ghost of this level at that. Where else could he find such a day? The mystic dragon, however, had no choice but to discourage him. He raised his voice and reminded, hey, don't be too cocky. Hurry up and think of a way to kill him, because Tianyu is almost here. Yu Yang, who was enjoying himself, had forgotten about this. Suddenly, he felt a chilly wind blow by, his back turning cold. The sword of fate, shield, whip, hammer, halberd, staff, and other life-distance divine weapons appeared and smashed towards the Radiance Guardian Sovereign. The Radiance Protection Supreme Being had extremely thick skin and flesh. Even though he was in so much pain that his face was distorted and he was gnashing his teeth in hatred, he still endured it all without any fear. He dodged as much as he could. If he really couldn't, he allowed Yu Yang to attack, but he refused to let Jizun hit him again. He knew how powerful Jizun was. If she got the chance, she would definitely use all her trump cards. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under the Dominator Divine Throne, any life that she couldn't defeat would fall into her control. A flaw. Perhaps it would make a big mistake. The Radiance Protection Supreme Being fought with all his might, not letting Jizun find any chance. Idiot, give the Fate Divine Weapon to Wu Xia and Xianxia and let them break the mirror world as soon as possible. Jizun chased after the Radiance Protection Supreme Being's real body closely while letting Yu Yang assist Shui Wuxia and the others. Her original 6,000-meter tall body soared to a height of 10,000 meters after enlightenment and becoming a divine throne. Together with Yu Yang's 10,000-meter tall body, she attacked the enemy from the left and right. The 40,000-meter tall giant body retreated step by step under this kind of attack. Now, it was almost at the edge of the Dead Sea. Grey Wolf, you stupid dog, why are you still chasing people? Hurry up and come over. Yu Yang was worried about Jizun facing the enemy alone, so he ordered Grey Wolf to come over and bring the Fate Divine Weapon to Shui Wuxia and the others. As for the Dead Sea Fallen Gods, they couldn't be bothered with them now. The Dead Sea Fallen Gods, who were being beaten by Grey Wolf until fallen flowers were in a mess, breathed a sigh of relief. Although it would still take some time for them to be completely annihilated, everyone knew that if they continued, they would inevitably be eaten by this bitch one by one. Now that this bitch wanted to leave, they naturally didn't dare to stop her. One by one, they pretended not to see the Radiance Protection Supreme Being's angry eyes and all escaped into the Dead Sea. They even said that they were assisting the Dead Sea Guardian to intercept Yu Yang's mother and prevent her from evaporating the Dead Sea to protect their home. Between life and death, they would certainly make the most beneficial choice for themselves. Especially when the enemy was at his most powerful. If they could endure until the more powerful heavenly chariot from the temple arrived, then it would be different. They would definitely make a more reasonable choice again, send the divine weapons to them. If this matter fails, make your own dog meat stew. Yu Yang sent a flying kick at Grey Wolf, who was nodding and bowing. You better be serious. Woof woof. Grey Wolf hurriedly raised his paw and made a military salute to Yu Yang with his most serious posture. The divine beasts were wrapped around the 8 fate divine weapons. Like a meteor piercing through the sky, they entered the mirror world. The Radiance Protection Supreme Being was anxious. Without the fate divine weapons, the combat power of those women was enough to give him a headache. Now, with the addition of the 8 fate divine weapons and the fate divine pearl in Little Flower God's hands, the 9 weapons combined might be able to unleash extraordinary power. In order to prevent this possibility from happening, the Radiance Protection Supreme Being endured a kick from Yu Yang. While rolling in the sky, he summoned another capable assistant that he relied on a lot. Light Emissary, time is almost up. Give Heavenly Chariot a target, and stop that bitch. The light emissary he summoned was an old man with white hair and beard. He wore a gorgeous brocade robe. The light of wisdom in his eyes shone like stars. He looked more like a great sage of the human race. After this light emissary came out, he nodded slightly to the Radiance Protection Supreme Being and bowed elegantly. Master, if even I leave, your safety will not be guaranteed. Please take care. I will not be in any danger. Carry out the order. How could the Radiance Protection Supreme Being not know the importance of the light emissary to him? But the situation was critical, and it was not the time to cherish his life. In order to win, he was willing to take the risk. He also believed that the temple's heavenly chariot would be able to arrive here before he was defeated and carry out the true fate battle. Yes. The light emissary sprinkled out a brilliance that turned the entire Libra world into daylight. His body entered the mirror world. Precisely, he appeared in front of Grey Wolf. To him, there were no secrets in the mirror world. The confusion and obstacles here would never affect him. Instead, they would benefit him. The light emissary did not immediately attack the vigilant Grey Wolf. Instead, he smiled politely at him. I like and admire those who are loyal or carry out the meaning of loyalty the most, even if they are enemies. Please wait a moment. We should have a battle that will be engraved in our hearts and passed down through the ages. He opened his palm. In his palm, a ball of light slowly appeared. It was incomparably gentle. This ball of light suddenly expanded infinitely, illuminating the entire mirror world. Such a strange scene gave Grey Wolf a fright. He hurriedly took a few steps back and stared at the enemy with full vigilance. Faintly, an ancient passage that no one had noticed appeared in this kind of light. Moreover, it kept shining inwards. Nonsense, nonsense. Grey Wolf was furious. You are too cunning. I thought you were going to attack. I was waiting for you to come. Who didn't want you to use the light to set up a mark and inform your companions? Even if you want to bully a dog, you can't do this, right? Are you looking down on this dog's intelligence? 2F** King Despicable. Grey Wolf pounced on the light emissary. He opened his bloody mouth and bit him. If he didn't eat this despicable guy, he would be letting down his intelligence. The emissary of light smiled indifferently. With a wave of his hands, there was a burst of light, and he disappeared into the mirror world. 2 light dogs that looked exactly like Grey Wolf were strangely born. They were transparent like air, and Grey Wolf's big mouth was completely useless. Their counterattacks, however, caused Grey Wolf to be hit again and was injured. The mirror in the mirror world took the opportunity to flip. Countless light dogs jumped out from it and rushed toward Grey Wolf like a tide, instantly drowning him. Stupid beast. The light emissary's eyes were full of contempt. No matter how useless it is still stronger than you. A divine sword pierced out from the void and stopped in front of the light emissary's nose. It was Princess Sisai. She had arrived. It might be hard to say outside, but here, even 100 of you are not my opponent. The light emissary was very confident. His face was pierced by the divine sword, but his expression was still calm. He opened and closed his mouth and said, "In the mirror world, you can never hurt me. You will never even know where my real body is." Humph. Princess Sisai quickly turned the Hell Tiger divine sword and stabbed behind her. There was another light emissary. No one could escape the senses of the 6 records' inherent skill. Even Yu Yang, who had the disguise inherent skill, was no exception. In this mirror world, the light emissary could move freely and transform at will. However, it didn't mean that he could hide from her senses and sneak attack Princess Sisai. When the light emissary saw the sword piercing his chest, he couldn't help but be stunned. He clapped his hands and praised, "Good sword." Princess Sisai waved her arm to the side again. With a flash of sword light, she stabbed the other side of the void. Then, another light emissary with a sword in his forehead appeared. "If it wasn't me, it would be hard to say. Your sword and murderous aura are too strong. However, it's a pity that in the mirror world, no one can hurt me, the light emissary. Not even a god. Then let me try?" A voice suddenly appeared in the transparent space. Then, there were ripples, like the surface of a calm lake being blown by a breeze, appearing in the space passage of the mirror world. Just like the stroll of the void, Shui Wuxia suddenly appeared in front of Princess Sisai. She indifferently ignored the doppelgangers around her who were seriously injured by the sword. Instead, she nodded gently to Princess Sisai, "Let me try. I'll let you go. I'll go take a look at Duo. Princess Sisai sheathed her sword and kicked the light emissary doppelganger in front of her. Her small face was cool. She didn't even turn her head. "Leave." As soon as Grey Wolf emerged from the encirclement of a group of light dogs, he saw Princess Sisai. Princess Sisai stretched out her hand and took the sword of fate that it had spat out. Ignoring the current predicament of this poor watchdog, she split open the void with her sword and left. Those light dogs surged forward again, drowning Grey Wolf. This continued until Grey Wolf was angered. He opened his world-destroying mouth and swallowed not only the sea of dogs, but even the mirror space. Of course, there was a price to be paid for being so gluttonous. Grey Wolf almost choked to death. His face turned blue, and his claws desperately dug at his throat. After a long time, he managed to swallow it. In the end, he coughed non-stop, almost coughing out his lungs. On the other side, Shui Wuxia, who was also full of smiles, completely ignored the light emissary in front of her. When she smiled the most intimate and amiable smile, she moved her fist like thunder and lightning, bombarding a mirror beside her. The face of the light emissary, who kept making funny faces at Shui Wuxia in the mirror, suddenly let out a scream. The mirror did not break. It was safe and sound. But the face inside was broken and exploded. Covering his face in pain, the light emissary escaped 10,000 meters away. Then he suppressed his anger and asked, "How did you know?" "It's just a child's play. Please don't think that other people's intelligence is so low, okay?" Shui Wuxia smiled, "Please don't think that I can't guess that you are another god of confusion. It is rare to see a guardian beast like a twin brother, but it is not impossible. Moreover, you don't know that the truth of the world is in my hands. Please don't play such a stupid trick in front of me, okay? Can you be more normal and fight like the god of confusion and Duo? Okay, I can't ask too much of you. After all, you are both guardian beasts and twin brothers. It can become the god of confusion, but you can only be a light emissary. I picked the wrong opponent, that's all I can say. I am not him, but you are dead, definitely dead." The light emissary was completely angered by Shui Wuxia. The anger of an enemy is the best compliment. To me. Shui Wuxia shrugged her shoulders gracefully. Wait a minute, can you guys wait for me?" A shadow of a hornless dragon flashed across the mirror, but Jiangying flew all the way from the mirror spacetime tunnel. She shouted as she flew, "Sister Wuxia, can you let me have this guy? I haven't been able to help him much. I didn't even make it to the big battles. I feel so guilty. Can you?" Shui Wuxia was a little speechless. This was not an enemy that could be defeated with strength. For example, Princess Sisai could not do anything to him. I should be able to. I can't beat the god of confusion that Duo fought, but I want to try this light emissary. Hornless Dragon Jiangying thought for a while and expressed her confidence. The light emissary was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Even if I am not the god of confusion, I am still the master of this mirror world. Any random Tom, Dick, and Harry can challenge me, the invincible light emissary in the mirror world, based on what? This is too much, Shui Wuxia nodded in agreement. She reached out and patted Jiangying's shoulder, "Then do your best." Yes. Hornless Dragon Jiangying clenched her fist, full of fighting spirit, "I can definitely do it." Mirror world. Gradually, it started to explode. Although some of it was restored, the speed was greatly reduced. Many of the destroyed mirror spaces turned into energy turbulence or space whirlpools. There was no way for them to recover. The beast horde became even more frenzied. They ran and chased everywhere, trying to drown all the enemies. They almost filled up every space tunnel. Some of them with special attributes directly passed through the mirror. Some of them lost their rationality and directly rushed into the space whirlpools. They didn't understand the path of life and death at all. There was only the desire to destroy everything in their hearts. Boom boom boom. What surprised the demon dragon and the others was that a type of wall appeared in the mirror world. They weren't formed by mirrors, but by transparent crystals. They were formed by simulating the original structure of the mirror world, silently transforming the mirror world. Those frenzied beast tides couldn't recognize them, so they directly crashed into them and ended up with bloody heads. Because of the beast horde's encirclement, the shape of the crystal wall in the mirror became clearer. In a short period of time, it had occupied 1% of the mirror world. It wasn't just one spot. Instead, it was cleverly distributed all over the mirror world. Who made a crystal wall labyrinth here? The demon dragon looked for a long time and still couldn't find who did it. However, he noticed that there was a Statue of Liberty with a veil on her face walking carefully as if she wasn't used to walking. Everyone she blessed had the ability to freely pass through the crystal wall. Even the naughty female elf who was so weak that she probably couldn't even defeat a Temple of God soldier was no exception. Titan Yu's sister is so powerful. Subtraction Common Life was a little speechless. He saw Yu Bing showing off her power and commanding the Titan Ancient Tree to slaughter the beasts that were rushing towards her. That's right, slaughter. No matter what element, no matter what type, no matter if the opponent was made of life energy or not, as long as they got in front of her, there would only be one result. They would be killed instantly. The most terrifying thing was that any summoned beast that got in front of her would be blocked by the protection of the ancient forest and would be squeezed into a ball. The sky full of thorns entangled all the enemies. Those that were alive were the first to be poisoned to death. Those that were not alive were also sucked dry of their energy and turned into a pile of debris. The few that were not afraid of the poison were killed by a rune half-moon before they could get in front of her. Immortal life, eternal protection. This was the domain concept that Yu Bing had developed. Group attacks were useless against her. The beast horde couldn't do anything to her. That half-moon-shaped runic wheel is a little similar to Yu Yang's world-exterminating wheel, just that there are no immemorial runes at the core. Using it to kill summoned beasts is really overkill. The mystic dragon frowned. He felt that Yu Yang's sister had another characteristic that even she did not know about. She was especially good at killing. None of those who were killed by her could survive. There was no exception. Fortunately, the one who controlled this terrifying killing power was a pure and innocent little girl. If it was someone else, it would definitely not be a blessing in this world. The one who was quietly guarding Yu Bing's back and assisting her was Yinan, who was sitting on top of the spirit mirror. The mirror world had the least effect on her. Almost. It was negligible. With the spiritual mirror and the spiritual impact, the unintelligent beast horde's soul would be annihilated unknowingly while they were running. There was no pain. Every mirror in the mirror world, as long as Yinan reached out and touched it, it would shatter and even turn into a mirror that was under her control. In the mirror world, Yinan was like a fish in water. Her battle was even easier than Yu Bing's. Aurora. Another person who wasn't affected by the mirror world was Fallen Flowers. No matter if it was Nirvana Sunflower or 9-spin Spiral Aurora, once they were used, they could be reflected by the mirror world. Their power increased by 1,000 times. Sometimes, even she felt that it was unbelievable. She didn't care about the beast horde at all. What she wanted to do now was to find a way to destroy this mirror world. Lost in my dreams, suddenly sitting up in shock, the mirror sees white, the beauty Chi Mu, surrounded by sickness, her face colorless, the yellow flowers withered. The night wind does not knock on the bead curtain, does Hong Zhuang remember, the children are too lazy to lift me up, the butterflies are dancing happily, a pipa is playing, the phoenix cries. Looking back, the tower is still there, the laughter is still in my ears, but the years have been wasted. The Southern Demon King played the jade pipa gracefully. As she sang, she walked forward slowly. Everywhere she walked, whether it was the mirror or the spatial tunnel, everything shattered. Like the merciless sword of time. Ice and snow paved a long path, thin as tears. In an extremely special and secretive mirror space, the god of chaos and Duo stood opposite each other. They didn't care about anything that happened in the outside world. Between the two of them, only one could survive, and that would be the winner. They had used all means and methods. At this point, the weather, geography, or divine power were no longer important. Only willpower was the key to persevere to the end. Blooming in the wind, colorful, that's the true meaning of life. Duo looked at the pearl of destiny in her hand and sighed. The god of chaos suddenly realized that this flower goddess wanted to perish together with him. Guardian beasts wouldn't die. Doing everything at the same time wouldn't have any meaning. However, if the flower goddess really did it, then the mirror world might not exist anymore. The ancient passage that needed the mirror world to open would be in vain. This flower goddess was probably planning on doing this. Unfortunately, she would never know that there were two guardian beasts in the mirror world. The silent god of confusion unleashed the greatest power and the strongest rule he had ever used in his life. Perish together with the enemy. This was also what he wanted to do the most. As long as the flower goddess fell, then Titan you would lose an arm. How could he not do this exchange? Goodbye, goodbye. A satisfied smile appeared on Duo's face. For him, in order to protect him, she could give up everything, even if it was her life that was hard to come by. Perhaps the fall of the thorny flower is the beginning of the birth of another stupid thorny flower. Maybe one day, he will still be stupid and stuff everything into his mouth. Things are unpredictable, the strong will fall. Even if he doesn't remember the past, that stupid flower will still be happy. She held the pearl of destiny above her head. Millions of divine lights exploded, turned into petals and danced in the sky. In the rain of petals, a huge flower goddess descended. She stood tall and rushed towards the equally huge god of chaos. The two destructive powers collided with each other, and it was like thousands of suns exploding at the same time. The mirror space instantly turned into dust, and not even a single fragment was left. Everything returned to the primal chaos. In the center of the explosion, the flower goddess and the god of confusion's shadows gradually faded. Finally, they disappeared in the sea of light. Turned into nothingness. The shockwave produced by this explosion was as terrifying as the Big Bang of the universe. It swept through the entire mirror world. The billions of mirrors and passages in the mirror world evaporated like snow meeting light. Everything disappeared as the shockwave passed. The nearly eternally solid crystal walls were also on the verge of collapse from the shockwaves of the explosion. The women who were hiding inside were all crying. They already knew the result of this battle, and they also understood the true meaning behind Duo's sacrifice. She was much earlier than little Winli, who had the diamond grimoire. Under Yu Yang's command, no one could comprehend divine sense faster than her. She was the first to be born a god, the first to be born a flower goddess. She even turned around and enlightened her master to advance towards a higher god. Before entering the mirror world, the girls already knew her wishes from the petals flying in the sky. Guardian war beasts would not really die. But sacrificing everything to destroy a god, it would make her memory disappear. The one who would regenerate divine sense might not be the original her. Even so, she had no regrets. Duo, I won't let you fight alone. Hornless dragon Xianxia's cheeks were streaming with tears. In front of her stood an arrogant enemy, the Light Envoy. In the mirror world, he could transform into thousands of clones at will. Any attack would be transferred to the void and all attacks would be ineffective. The Light Envoy was an invincible opponent as long as he had light and mirrors. Is the mirror world really destroyed? That's ridiculous. Don't forget that I also have the mirror world. Light Envoy was embarrassed for a while because of the shockwave from the fight between the two gods, but he quickly regained his confidence. He waved his hand and the space outside the mirror world, far away from the center of the explosion, was restored to the mirror world. Although it was broken and not as good as before, it was enough for him to display his power. Hornless dragon Xianxia was covered in blood. She did not have the upper hand in the battle. She was not Xianxia or Shui Wuxia. Without the 6 records' inherent skill and the truth, it was very difficult for her to fight Light Envoy. Failure. No matter what tricks you have, you are doomed to fail. In the mirror world, I am invincible. If you did not cry cowardly during the explosion and took the opportunity to attack me, you might have had some effect. But now? It's too late. The emissary of light had been very worried just now. Because the mirror world had been blown up, his strength had been greatly reduced. Fortunately, this dragon lady could not help but feel sad because she had sensed the sacrifice of her companion. She had turned the precious opportunity into meaningless and useless tears. Tears are not all cowardly, some are strong. My tears make my heart stronger. Xianxia gritted her teeth, wiped away her tears and clenched her fists. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then I will make your tears flow like a river. Light Envoy mocked. The one who will cry like a river will only be you. Xianxia reached out and pierced her chest, straight into her heart. Then, with a wave of her hand, blood gushed out like a waterfall. With my blood as my oath, I pray to the dragon god to punish me with the laws. Light Envoy was stunned. Self-harm, he could not help but laugh out loud. Do you think you can attack me like this? Blood is useless to me because this is the light and mirror world. Xianxia clasped her hands together and solemnly prayed. The blood gushing out of her heart gradually turned into a blood-red execution platform. The emissary of light's laughter was as sharp as a knife, and his face was as stiff as the lava of a volcano. His eyes were cold, and he was about to run away when he suddenly felt a tightness on his arm. He did not know when, but from the blood and the void, 2 golden divine tigers appeared. They were holding divine axes for execution, and their dazzling golden armors almost blinded the emissary of light. The divine light forced him to open his eyes. They stood on the left and right of Light Envoy and grabbed his arms. They forcefully dragged him towards the blood-red execution platform. The Radiance emissary struggled madly, but to no avail. Under this law of execution, the light and mirror could not exert even the slightest bit of their power. Even a trace of the supreme dragon god's will was heavier than a mountain, pressuring the Radiance emissary so much that he could not even breathe. No, impossible, I am much stronger than you. You cannot kill me. Light Envoy roared crazily. He looked at Xianxia and found that the hornless dragon was also on the verge of death. The blood in her heart was almost out and her face was whiter than paper. But she was still determined and firmly clasped her hands together as she prayed. Life and death were completely thrown to the back of her mind. You can't hold on any longer. Your blood has already been drained. In the next second, you will fall. Do you want to kill me? Impossible. I can hold on until the last moment. You have lost, you are destined to fail. Light Envoy was like a dog. He was dragged onto the blood-red execution platform by the 2 powerful divine tiger halberds and pressed down on the beheading position. The divine axe was raised high. He was still unwilling and continued to shout. In the sky, outside the mirror world, the supreme guardian of light angrily sent out a divine finger. An all-out attack. The light pierced through space. It pierced through Yu Yang's chest and Aman's waist and accurately hit hornless dragon Xianxing's body. The 2 divine tiger halberds that were about to chop down stopped. The blood-red execution platform trembled. It collapsed. Light Envoy had narrowly escaped death. He could not help but cry tears of joy. I said before, I am the winner, I am the true victor. Failure, you are destined to fail. I survived your law of execution. So what if you have inherited the supreme dragon god's will? After all, you are not his daughter. What can you do to me? I won. I won. Really? I said that I will make your tears flow like a river. This is just the beginning. After the light dissipated, Xianxia, who was drenched in blood, was still there. She smiled weakly. Even though she was attacked by the supreme guardian of light and was severely injured, her hands were still firm. She maintained her clasped hands and continued to pray. Ah? Ah no. Light Envoy's eyes were filled with fear and tears of panic. Chop, the divine axe chopped down heavily. Not only his body, even his soul was chopped off. Light Envoy's head rolled down, blood and tears splattered all over the ground. The fear before his death remained in his eyes, making him look extremely disgusting. His soul turned into a mass of chaotic energy that was reduced to consciousness. It floated around, and even the instinct to return to its owner's grimoire seemed to have disappeared. The mirror world completely collapsed. At first, it was a little, then, like dominoes that were toppled over. It became bigger and bigger. Once it started, it could not be stopped. Duo, are you in front? Don't run so fast, wait for me. Jiangming muttered to herself as if she was in a dream. Her head drooped lower and lower. Even her clasped hands weakly loosened. The mirror world shattered, and the ancient passage that was hidden deep inside was discovered. Princess Sisai held the tiger prison divine sword in her left hand, and the sword of fate in her right hand. She slashed down, and the beast tide that was surging out turned into ashes. Yu, sickly beauty, and city lord fallen flowers arrived. They couldn't be bothered to grieve for their comrades, and they cut their palms open, dripping their blood onto the seal of fate in Shui Wuxia's hand. The women gathered all their wisdom and divine power to strengthen the seal of fate, preparing to seal this ancient passage that took the Guardian of Light's 20,000-meter-long body to build. As long as they sealed this ancient passage that could lead directly to Heaven Realm's Radiant Mountain, Tong Tian Tower's Time Corridor, and the ancient God Gate, the dream of the deity temple's heavenly chariot to come here for the destiny showdown would be dashed. The mirror world is only the beginning. Shui Wuxia, who was holding the seal of fate, had a solemn expression. Sisters, as long as we persevere a little longer and seal it, the final victory of this battle will definitely belong to us. Yes. Everyone, including Princess Sisai, agreed in unison. Yu summoned the tsunami goddess envoy and set off waves after waves of raging waves that swept through the entire ancient passage. Aquamarine also used the deep-sea meteor pearl's power to send the waves back. As for the southern demon king and the others, they quickly turned the seawater into ice. The illusion moon goddess used her limitless divine power to coordinate with sickly beauty's runes and divine language to slowly turn the water into an indestructible eternal crystal that was comparable to the world stone. The goddess of liberty blessed it with the law of freedom. As long as it wasn't their side, they would definitely lose their supreme divine right to pass. The final step was handed over to Shui Wuxia, who possessed the power of extreme cold. She slowly raised the seal of fate that was covered in blood and worshipped it. As long as the eternal crystal was deeply imprinted, a crystal wall that even the gods would sigh over would be born. Other than the child of fate or those bound to his fate, no one would be able to pass through. Blood, life, freedom, and eternal reverence for divine authority. No matter what sacrifice we have to make, we will have no regrets. The seal of destiny in Shui Wuxia's hand resonated with the rest of the destiny divine weapons and emitted billions of divine lights. The divine light connected with the runes on the crystal wall and complemented each other, constructing a brand new law of destiny. The crystal wall slowly faded away. Gradually, it turned into a wall of sighs that even the gods could not pass through and could only sigh helplessly at. The wall of sighs was madly absorbing the godly energy of Shui Wuxia and the others, absorbing their wisdom and elemental laws, and was quickly being formed. Seeing that the wall of sighs was about to be formed, the Guardian of Light who was fighting Yu Yang and Ji Zun went berserk. He swooped down recklessly. The instant the sighing wall was completely formed, he directly rushed into the ancient passage that was filled to the brim. He didn't care if he would be sealed inside. Ah! The Guardian of Light who had rushed into the sighing wall let out a tragic howl. The backlash of destroying the operation of the laws was all inflicted on his body. It was millions of times more painful than being burned by the godly fire. The Guardian of Light's true body was melting, but he persevered and was determined to pass through the ancient passage. He was using his life to pave the way for Tianyu. What benefits did Tianyu give you? Why are you risking your life for him? Yu Yang chased closely behind the Guardian of Light. Get out of the way. The Guardian of Light wielded the Sword of Life. The sword was 1,000 feet long. The Sword of Life brushed past Yu Yang's left rib, almost piercing through his heart. Just like that, carrying the blood of both Ji Zun and Yu Yang, carrying their murderous intent and divine power laws, the sword pierced through the Guardian of Light's true body. The Guardian of Light was also a little stunned by the Sword of Life that pierced through his chest. Even the defense of the divine throne was ineffective, the tip of the sword was retracted. The blood it carried turned into nirvana flame and burned fiercely. Only now did the Guardian of Light understand that there was a problem with Utaten's blood. It couldn't be touched easily, and his divine power couldn't disperse it at all. He could only watch as it burned in his chest. This damned nirvana flame. Normally, it would be enough to choke him, but now that it was mixed inside and outside, it was really. He didn't know that the power would soar by 100 times with Yu Yang's blood and Jizun's blood. Jizun's sword actually came from her heart, and it was premeditated. Previously, there was no good opportunity to use it. Now that the Guardian of Light was determined to destroy the formation of the Sighing Wall and was restrained by the laws, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. Court of Life, Rainbow Trio. Jizun exploded. The slippery enemy that she couldn't hit before had now delivered himself to her. With such a favorable position, how could she not fight? She stretched her hands outwards, and the light on her body turned into hundreds of millions of light weapons. Be it swords, spears, halberds, or arrows, every divine light weapon was stained with her blood. Using her blood as a guide, they chased after the Guardian of Light in front of her like a tidal wave. Under such a terrifying big move, even the unkillable Yu Yang was so scared that he hurriedly dodged, afraid that he would be hit even the slightest bit. The Guardian of Light groaned inwardly. He, who was using all his strength to break the barrier, had nowhere to hide. If he left, he would be safe. But the destruction of the Sighing Wall would be in vain. Protect. The Guardian of Light clenched his teeth and persevered with all his might. The 40,000-meter-tall divine body that was originally fighting at the edge of the Dead Sea disappeared in an instant, and drilled out from the divine throne behind the Guardian of Light. He opened his giant palm and turned it into a shield to block. Break for me. Jizun's bright eyes were like lightning. Her originally opened hands quickly clasped together. In an instant, the hundreds of millions of light weapons merged into one, directly penetrating the 40,000-meter-tall divine body that had turned into a shield. Even the divine skull behind the giant palm was penetrated. The Guardian of Light was also a super ruthless person. When he turned back and realized that the divine body was useless in blocking, he simply transformed his real body into the form of the Golden Ancient Slaughterer. He crazily opened his arms, preparing to take the attack head-on. At the same time, the 40,000-meter-tall divine body also prepared to counterattack. He unleashed the greatest power of the light god race, the ultimate light of judgment, which had been regarded as a forbidden secret move since its creation, at Yu Yang and Jizun, intending to fight to the death with the enemy. If it was in a wide space, this move might be useless. However, in this flat ancient passage, the only narrow passage that the Sighing Wall penetrated, this finger would have nowhere to hide. It would definitely unleash its ultimate power. Damn it! Yu Yang, who had dodged to the side because of Jizun's big move, was furious. He rushed forward and wanted to block it for Jizun. However, Jizun did not hesitate and sent Yu Yang flying with a palm strike. Facing the enemy's ultimate light of judgment, she did not dodge at all. Instead, she took the initiative to face the enemy's fatal attack head-on. She did not let its power leak to Yu Yang in the slightest. Her tightly clenched jade-like fingers suddenly popped up one by one. They curved like the moon and rotated as if playing a musical instrument. A kind of radiance of life, shaped like a rainbow, rose above her head. It was not inferior to the blazing ultimate light of judgment. The hundreds of millions of light weapons were like spears that nailed the Guardian of Light, who had turned into the Golden Ancient Slaughterer, to the Sighing Wall. The moment the ultimate light of judgment hit Jizun, the rainbow of life passed through the enemy's divine light and moved forward without any hindrance. It pushed forward layer by layer and spread towards the Guardian of Light with increasing intensity. Just one wave of the rainbow of life had already melted the skin and flesh of the Guardian of Light, who had turned into the Golden Ancient Slaughterer, and broken its bones. However, there were 3 waves of this rainbow. Each wave was stronger than the last. After withstanding the second wave, the Guardian of Light screamed in unbearable pain. His original form as the Golden Ancient Slaughterer had already collapsed. His brain juice flowed out, his skin and flesh turned into water and steam. Even the soul within it suffered the impact of God's punishment, causing the Guardian of Light to be in so much pain that he wanted to die. When the third wave arrived, even the divine throne was distorted. The Guardian of Light did not melt in the performance of the rainbow of life. On the other side, Jizun, who had been hit by the ultimate light of judgment. She was also sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Yu Yang rushed forward and hugged her while withstanding the impact of the ultimate light of judgment with his back. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth and stained her body. No, why did you do this? I don't need you to sacrifice yourself for me. I am a man, do you know that I am already a divine sovereign? I have comprehended life, I have comprehended eternity. Why don't you let me protect you? I can protect you. I can protect you. No. You are the strongest, I know that you are the strongest in the world. Don't be like this, don't let the enemy defeat you. You are the one and only sovereign in the world, you are stronger than anyone else. You won't let anyone defeat you, you won't fall, right? Answer me. If I have to sacrifice you in exchange for the victory of the fated battle, then I might as well not want this victory. You know me the best, I also need your encouragement, don't abandon me. Listen, I can't live without you, come back quickly. The current sovereign's face showed an unprecedented weakness. At this moment, she looked like a weak girl. However, Yu Yang would rather not see her gentleness for the rest of his life. Tears flowed out from her eyes uncontrollably. The pain of losing one's lover was more painful than an awl piercing the heart. That kind of feeling could make one go crazy. If he could get her back, he was willing to shed a river of blood or even tears. He didn't care. As long as she could come back and open her eyes again, even if she stared at him angrily, he would be satisfied. He was willing to give up everything for her. In front of him, the honorable guardian of light reformed from the blood and filth. His real body had recovered. However, he was covered in cuts and bruises, from head to toe. There was not a single part of his body that wasn't crippled. There were only a few fingers left, the muscles and bones of his arms were broken, there was a bloody hole in his chest, his heart and lungs were clearly visible, his ribs were broken, and even the divine throne behind him was distorted badly. There was still nirvana flame burning on his body, and his body was constantly collapsing. The honorable guardian of light panted in pain and gritted his teeth. Although the divine throne had a source of divine power, this supply was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was impossible to recover from this kind of injury that was close to the origin of life in a short period of time. He took advantage of the fact that Yu Yang was hugging Sovereign and wailing at the top of his lungs, and immediately reacted. He let the half-broken divine body continue to support the passage that was penetrated by the self-sighing wall, and continued to move forward. His expression was as determined as the peerless Emperor Peerless who carried the divine mountain to fill the sea. The fated battle will definitely happen. The honorable guardian of light used everything he had to penetrate the last inch of the self-sighing wall. Finally, he exhausted his mental strength and fell to the ground powerlessly. He smiled at Yu Yang who had caught up. Peerless can carry the mountain for you, and Tianyu also has me to open the way for him. Isn't this fair? Just kill me, I'm too tired now. You want to die? Don't even think about it. Yu Yang's face was covered with blood and tears, and his murderous aura was ferocious. I want to seal you in the sighing wall, and let you be imprisoned there forever, unable to come out, and suffer the punishment of the gods. You can neither live nor die. If you are the final winner of this fated battle, then I won't object. From afar, a voice as clear as a spring suddenly sounded. Tianyu. Yu Yang was filled with rage. If this damned fate had come earlier, then Jizun wouldn't have. The rage and killing intent that was about to go out of control caused Yu Yang's fighting spirit to burn to its peak. He forgot about everything else. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to kill the enemy. A shadow walked out from the depths of the ancient passage step by step until it was in front of Yu Yang. This was a middle-aged man filled with charm. His appearance and temperament were impeccable. Even the pickiest person in the world wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with him. Everything about this middle-aged man was in perfect condition. Without comparison, Yu Yang wouldn't be able to expose many of his flaws. But standing in front of him, many flaws immediately surfaced. For example, he was too handsome and didn't have the temperament of a king. For example, his personality was too passionate and not mature enough. For example, his emotions weren't calm and rational enough. There were many flaws. In front of this man that even the gods would sigh for, Yu Yang was still an impulsive and hot-blooded young man. The middle-aged man, who was incomparably perfect and without any flaws, raised his bright eyes that were filled with wisdom. He looked at Yu Yang and a friendly smile appeared on his lips. "You are Titan Yu?" "Not bad, young man. You remind me of my past self. In that youthful and energetic age, I was like you now. I believed that I could create the future with my own hands, obtain everything with unremitting efforts, and protect the entire heaven realm with an unwavering will. Actually, this is how life goes, from youth to maturity." "Matured my ass." Yu Yang was so angry that his hair stood up. He gritted his teeth and stared at his enemy. "I only know that I want to beat you into a pile of sh*t. Your reaction was within my expectations." The flawless middle-aged man smiled. "Tian Yu, just defeat him. Don't kill him. There must be a higher-level protector behind him." Guardian Jizun raised his hand and revealed the burning nirvana flame. The perfect middle-aged man who arrived in time was the most mysterious ranker in the entire heaven realm. Deity Hall Supreme Heavenly Chariot. He possessed all the qualities of a strong and wise person. Not only was he the most outstanding genius in the heaven realm for tens of thousands of years, he was also a madman who had been training crazily for tens of thousands of years. He could endure all the impetuosity in the secular world and was not moved by fame and fortune. He was emotionless and only focused on cultivation in his life. He was never distracted and was not shackled by emotions. He could see through countless temptations and give up countless pleasures. He could comprehend and improve himself in the most unbearable loneliness. He reflected on his shortcomings in the position of the strongest and pushed himself day and night. His will was as firm as the Radiance Mountain. As long as he completed the final step of the Fate Duel, he could advance to his goal of becoming the Holy Supreme Being. From then on, he would transcend the mortal world and enter a whole new realm of life. Such an enemy was standing in front of Yu Yang, an opponent who was about to fight with his life on the line. If Yu Yang was still rational, he would definitely be terrified. But now, he was furious. He was almost out of control. Yu Yang did not think about his own shortcomings, nor did he think about how terrifying the enemy was. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to beat the enemy to a pulp, beat the shit out of the enemy. "I am very envious of you." Deity's Temple Supreme Being Tian Yu looked at Yu Yang with a friendly gaze. "You don't have to do anything, and you can enjoy everything. Fame, fortune, emotions, and so on, they are all endlessly provided in your life. The heavens have gifted you with the world's most outstanding comprehension and ability. You don't need to cultivate diligently, you don't need to put in any hard work, and you don't even need to sacrifice a bit. You can have things that countless people dream of but can't. Maybe you don't care about these things at all. For example, you have no intention of saving Heaven-reaching Tower, and you don't have the intention of becoming its savior, but the heavens still gave you this heavy responsibility. That's right, you are the darling of the heavens. Your luck is something that even the gods of the heaven realm are jealous of. So, I am very envious of you. If possible, I really want to exchange with you." Yu Yang did not speak. His eyes were bloodshot, and his divine power and killing intent were increasing by 1,000,000 times, waiting for the final moment to explode. He did not listen to what the enemy was saying at all. Wholeheartedly. He gathered his strength and prepared to launch the most destructive attack. The deity's Templar Supreme Tian Yu smiled. "It is because you have not experienced any setbacks that you have lost yourself. Titan Yu, who is blessed by the heavens, perhaps you don't know, but if you don't work hard to get what you want, it will always be an illusion. I am very happy that the other half of the destined battle is you, and not the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, and definitely not the conquest Queen Fei Wenli." Yu Yang lowered his head and clenched his fists in front of him. Because of his anger, countless nirvana flames started burning on his body. In the end, they spurted towards the sky, forming a magnificent nirvana flame pillar. Has he completely lost his mind? This mentality is too weak. The deity's Templar Supreme Tian Yu shook his head. "Young people are like this." "Master." Zizai Tian had also arrived. He and the other two golden gods knelt respectfully behind Tian Yu. The deity's Templar Supreme Tian Yu did not turn back to look at them. He only waved his hand. "Kill all of Titan Yu's women. I want to give this young man the most sincere advice. Being trapped by love is the biggest obstacle to cultivation. In the future, when he grows up, I believe he will be grateful for today's setback. Zizai Tian and his two companions hurriedly obeyed, yes. Behind Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai had already arrived. They looked at each other and nodded tacitly. Shui Wuxia stepped out from the crowd and stood beside Yu Yang. She looked at the enemies in front of her calmly. Do I need to say welcome? Uncles who are like pretentious criminals. Young lady, you are very outstanding. The deity's Templar Supreme Tian Yu stopped Zizai Tian and the others from getting angry. He did not feel that his dignity had been damaged. Instead, he looked at Shui Wuxia humorously and nodded lightly. I understand the emotions of humans. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Humans live for this. If they lose even a little bit of it, they will feel so much pain that they would rather die. But, to be honest, this is actually a very laughable and very fragile thing. Take human love for example. When they make vows of undying love, they are willing to exchange the whole world for it. Love is above life and death, above freedom, and above everything else. But in the blink of an eye, this strong emotion of being willing to sacrifice or even die for the other party without any hesitation will deteriorate to the point where they will turn hostile and hate the other party to the bone. It is still fine when there is no manipulation. Some people can persist for a long time, a few years, a dozen years, or even longer. But if an expert uses coercion or ability to manipulate, what will happen? Love will turn into hatred in a second? Shui Wuxia smiled. If there is a need, it can become faster. The deity's Templar Supreme Tian Yu nodded. This is the emotions of humans. Even the slightest interference will turn it into a joke. Of course, not interfering with it is also a joke. From a certain point of view, emotions are indeed a very boring thing. Shui Wuxia agreed, but then she shook her head. Humans are a very boring life. If they don't do some boring things, they can't be considered as humans. I can understand the reason why you, as a high and mighty god-level expert, despise and ridicule the weak emotions of humans, and I can also feel your sense of superiority. But what does this mean? I can only say that you don't understand these things. Children have their own childish fun when they play house, and humans also have their own fun when they love life and hate death. You don't understand, and you don't have the right to criticize and make thoughtless remarks here. This is what I want to say to you self-righteous god-level experts. Clap clap clap. Princess Sisai and the others applauded excitedly. It was really not easy to make this pompous Supreme Tian Yu admit defeat. Now that they had vented their anger, they were extremely happy. The deity's Templar Supreme Tian Yu was slightly startled, but he quickly reacted. The expression on his face didn't change, and he still nodded with self-restraint. Maybe you are right, clever little girl. Next, how will you use your emotions to resist the upcoming attack? Sisters of one heart? Rather die than submit? Shui Wuxia made a gesture as if she was deep in thought. Maybe I need to daydream like an idiot. As soon as she said this, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others, who were listening quietly behind, burst into laughter again. This atmosphere didn't seem like a duel. It was more like a debate. Dream? The deities. Templar Supreme Tian Yu frowned when he heard this. The word he hated to hear the most was dream. There are many kinds of dreams. Shui Wuxia stretched out her slender jade-like hand and gently pressed it on the back of Yu Yang's heart. With her purest divine power and will, she slowly calmed Yu Yang's irrepressible violence and anger. There is a kind of dream where you go the wrong way. When the dreamer thinks that he has gone the right way and reached his destination, who would have thought that he would wake up and find that he was still in the same place? Tell me, isn't this kind of dream very ridiculous? What? The face of the deity's Templar Supreme Tian Yu finally changed. His anger shot out from his eyes like lightning, and the divine power that his body inadvertently emitted was enough to flatten thousands of mountains. Before you wake up from your dream, I will tell you another truth. Shui Wuxia's smile was also full of friendliness, but in the eyes of the enemy, it became an unbearable mockery. Maybe you look down on him, and think that he is a lucky person, a fool favored by the heavens, who did not put in the slightest effort and got everything easily. But the truth is that what he has put in is actually no less than what you have. Moreover, he does not have the persistence that you have in pursuing at all costs. Haven't you heard of the phrase, to be content with nothing to ask for? So, do you think that the heavens are blind to favor him like this? The deity's Templar Supreme Tian Yu may or may not have heard the last words of Shui Wuxia, but he had already woken up from his dream. He was still at the entrance of the Times Square. Just as he took a step out. Looking back, he saw Queen Vivian Li's cold and contemptuous gaze. Night dream. The deity's Templar Supreme Tian Yu could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a vicious curse, "You bitch. Eternal light, protect me for life." The honorable light guardian no longer wished to die. The honorable sky chariot of the temple was tricked by his majesty. He tried his best, but only dreamed of rushing to the Liber world. This made the honorable light guardian speechless. However, it was reasonable for the Tong Tian Tower's powerhouses to resist. After all, this was a battle of fate that involved all races and even the entire world. The loser would lose everything, so they couldn't blame others for trying their best to stop it. The Guardian of Light, who was severely injured, was willing to give up due to the excruciating pain he had suffered just now. He hoped to be like the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang and have a spectacular battle before going to sleep peacefully. But now, he had no choice but to give up on this idea and pull himself together. If he fell, and the Guardian of the Dead Sea wasn't here, then Titan Yu might really have a chance to turn things around. To stop him from moving the mountains and filling the seas, to stop the prophecy from happening. Before Sky Chariot officially arrived, he had to stay alive. He had to hold on. Freedom Sky, your opponents are those little girls. I hope you don't underestimate them, they are very troublesome enemies. The Honorable Light Guardian now knew that these girls were actually Titan Yu's most important helpers. Their combined strength was no less than his. Yes. Freedom Sky and the others really came, unlike Lord Sky Chariot who was trapped in an endless dream. Retreat into the crystal wall. Shui Wuxia calmly made a decision. Although Sky Chariot hadn't arrived yet, his three subordinates from Freedom Sky weren't easy to deal with either. If they weren't careful, they might be in danger of being annihilated. The three of them gave Shui Wuxia a feeling that they were far more dangerous than the Dead Sea fallen gods. Regardless of divine power or realm, Freedom Sky and the others far surpassed them. As Shui Wuxia retreated, Yu Yang lost his energy. He could no longer suppress the anger that had accumulated in his heart. Hell, 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 he roared uncontrollably. A giant formed from nirvana flames erupted behind him, rising to a height of 1,000 meters. At its peak, the nirvana giant quickly condensed and formed a brand new nirvana battle armor, firmly wrapping around Yu Yang's body. The original nirvana flame pillar had turned into a nirvana long halberd and was stabbed in front of him. Yu Yang's eyes didn't have a trace of rationality. He was like a berserk heavenly demon, endlessly destroying his divine power. Under his side, two blood-red nirvana wings slowly extended out. It could expand infinitely. Ultimate judgment. The radiant guardian sovereign was startled. This Titan Yu was even more terrifying when he lost his mind. Not only did his strength skyrocket by 100 times, he even had the nirvana flame turning into an armor to protect his body. His divine weapon was forged by the heavens, and his might was enough to dominate the heavens and earth. What should he do? Ordinary attacks were completely useless. Just the defense of the nirvana battle armor could be ignored. Not to mention, the berserk Titan Yu was not afraid of attacks at all. Therefore, the radiant guardian eminence immediately used the ultimate light of judgment, the ultimate forbidden technique of the radiant clan. Long ago, when he was cultivating as a child, his master had warned him that it was best not to use such a forbidden secret skill. This was because every time it was used, the sacred mountain of light would accumulate a sin. A forbidden secret skill that went against the way of nature was destined to be spurned by all the ancient rules, no matter in the heavens or on the earth. Even if this backlash would not happen to the user, the sacred mountain of light, which was the origin of the radiant clan, would definitely be cursed. However, there was one time when his master made an exception and used the ultimate light of judgment, which he was unwilling to use in his entire life, in order to save his senior and junior brothers. After the battle ended, he remembered that there wasn't any joy on his master's face. Instead, he had a face full of sorrow. He said that this might be the beginning of the fall of the Radiant clan. In the end, the senior and junior brothers who didn't think much of it discovered their master at the peak of the sacred mountain of light, who had cut off the light origin and burned his own divine power to give up his life in order to bear the sin. Only then did they understand why this kind of destruction was called a taboo. It was also at that time that the senior and junior brothers walked on the path of separation. Some people thought that they should continue to use this kind of destructive power to fight against the Tongtian Tower and revive the sacred mountain. However, there were also people who thought that they should respect their master's dying wish and completely abandon this kind of destructive power. They should use their own strength to restore the glory of the sacred mountain. The senior and junior brothers who had fallen out with each other due to the quarrel all left. Only the Guardian of Light was left to guard the sacred mountain. He usually didn't use it, but at the most critical moment, he would use it without hesitation, just like how his master had saved him. In the end, he stayed behind alone. After a long period of arduous cultivation, he obtained the recognition of the sacred mountain's origin and rules. After tens of thousands of years, he became the Guardian of Light. Ultimate light of judgment, the Guardian of Light shouted and once again used this kind of destructive taboo power. He didn't have a second choice now. In order to defeat the enemy, he could only use the destructive taboo power. Perhaps, after the fateful confrontation, he would also have to cut off his origin power like his master, burn himself, and bear the sin to escape. However, before that, he must continue to use this taboo power and use this most powerful secret technique to kill the enemy. The woman who used the Sword of Life and knew how to attack the enemy with ripples from the life origin had also fallen under this taboo secret technique. The current Titan Yu was no exception. Fall down, when the heavenly chariot arrived, he only needed to wave his hand and defeat an opponent who was on the verge of death. In any case, this fateful confrontation was never an equal battle. Hell. The Berserk Yu Yang didn't know how to dodge anymore. He directly charged towards the enemy. Facing this ultimate judgment light that could destroy everything in the world, Yu Yang madly charged. Just as his face was about to collide with the light pillar, between Yu Yang's eyebrows, a mystical divine artifact appeared. A bead. This was the first divine tool that Yu Yang had comprehended and created in his life, the creation god bead, like a whale swallowing water, the tiny creation god bead, under the Guardian of Light's incredulous gaze, swallowed up the ultimate light of judgment, leaving not a single drop behind. The Berserk Yu Yang didn't notice this at all. This wasn't controlled by his will at all, but by the creation god bead's instinct to protect its master. Yu Yang charged in front of the Guardian of Light, leaving a long trail of flames behind him. He raised his burning fist and punched the Guardian of Light's face with unstoppable force. The power of this punch was far beyond his estimation. It was also far beyond what he could bear. The divine throne that shared the damage for its master let out a series of roars, and the entire wheel of light trembled. Even though the divine throne shared the majority of the damage, the Guardian of Light's face, which had never been broken by anyone for tens of thousands of years, was instantly smashed into pieces. His bones and flesh were shattered, and golden divine blood splattered all over the sky. The Guardian of Light was thrown 10,000 meters away. His legs, which were forcefully supporting him on the ground, plowed 2 deep and long trails in the ancient passage. Not only the hard stone, but even the space there was also turned into powder. Return slash. The Guardian of Light, who had half of his face smashed, immediately counterattacked Yu Yang. He raised his right leg, preparing to counterattack with a final radiance slash that could ignore space. Just as his right leg slashed down, Yu Yang, who was 10,000 meters away, arrived. Along the way, he brutally smashed through the saber radiance created by the divine power slash, and directly crashed into the Guardian of Light's body like a wild beast. Yu Yang lifted his right leg, which couldn't land in time, on his shoulder. Then, he roared like a thunder, lifted the Guardian of Light's body with both hands, and heavily smashed it down with the force of a thunderbolt. This action looked very comical, because the Guardian of Light's true body was 8 meters tall. When Yu Yang lifted him up, he was less than 3 meters away from the ground. But the power of this smash was extraordinarily terrifying. The Guardian of Light couldn't bear the pain of his broken bones and tendons, and let out an unusually tragic howl. His reaction was extremely fast. Amidst the extreme pain, he grabbed Yu Yang's waist and threw him backwards. At the same time, he gathered his hands, preparing to use the forbidden ultimate move, ultimate light of judgment, again. There was no need to doubt the destructive power of the ultimate light of judgment. Titan Yu was fine just now because he had a God Pearl to replace it. But it was impossible for him to have a second God Pearl to bear the second trial for him. Forbidden power, Master was right, it was indeed a fatal temptation. As long as you used it once, you couldn't help but use it a second time, a third time, but, no matter if you used it 100 times or 1,000 times, as long as you could defeat the enemy and let Tian Yu win this fated battle, everything would be worth it. Die, Titan Yu. You will only be a loser. Tong Tian Tower will not be redeemed because of your struggle, because the one who controls the forbidden power, the one who controls the path of life and death, is the light clan of our heaven realm. Hell. Yu Yang, who was thrown 10,000 meters away, pounced in front of the Guardian of Light faster than he flew. His fist accurately hit the enemy's face. At the same time, he used his chest to completely withstand the enemy's ultimate move, forcefully taking on this forbidden light that could even destroy gods. Hoo, it's a pity, Titan Yu. You were born at the wrong time, just like peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. Seeing that the ultimate light of judgment had sent his opponent flying, the Guardian of Light heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, this brat didn't have a second God Pearl to offset it, or else it would really be troublesome. As the other side of the fated battle, it was unlikely that Titan Yu would die here, but he would definitely be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Although Tian Yu had not arrived, the battle had already ended. That's right, everything had ended. What he could do for the Light Clan, what he could do for them, was only this much. Master, after this fated battle is over, I also want to pursue you. Let's sleep in the eternal sleep heavenly kingdom. Because carrying this kind of responsibility was too tiring. It was also too bitter. In the future, he would leave it to the next Guardian of Light. As for who he was and how he would protect the bright light mountain, he didn't want to care anymore. Just when the Guardian of Light was about to relax, a blurry figure appeared in front of him. He walked forward step by step, and when the Guardian of Light could see clearly, the figure raised his hand and pierced the Nirvana long halberd through the Guardian of Light's chest, stabbing the tip of the halberd. It was Yu Yang. His Nirvana battle armor was broken everywhere, but it was continuously recovering in the Nirvana flame. Even the injuries on his body were quickly healed. Looking at the killing intent that was even more berserk than the sky demons, the Guardian of the Light Sovereign couldn't help but shiver. Titan Yu possessed an undying body. Under the support of the Nirvana's flames, even the ultimate judgment light couldn't kill him. Could he really be defeated? Even if Tian Yu came, could he really defeat the Shu clan third young master who couldn't be killed no matter what? Would the fated battle really go as smoothly as planned? This was the first time the Guardian of Light had such a question in his heart. Kill, this was the only thought in Yu Yang's mind. In his berserk state, other than completely annihilating the enemy in front of him and sealing his soul into the sighing wall for eternity, he would let this enemy suffer divine punishment and feel endless regret. Perhaps only then would he be able to slightly vent the anger in his heart. Can't I just die grandly like peerless time? The Guardian of Light laughed bitterly and immediately regained his fighting spirit. I can't die yet. I am the Guardian of Light, the Light Clan still needs my protection. So, I must continue to fight. Come, Titan Yu. Let's see who will fall first. The entrance of the Times Square was covered with blood. Blood, like dye, was smeared all over the space at the entrance of the square. Queen Vivian Li, who had once swept across the entire heaven realm and looked down on all living beings, had never fallen on the battlefield. At this moment, she had to use the sword in her hand to support her severely injured body. Only her eyes were still as cold as ever. When Tian Yu looked at her, a kind of mockery was revealed without any concealment. Her enemies, the three shadows, the three super-powerful seniors who had escaped from Radiance Mountain's sealed god prison, stood in front of Tian Yu in different postures. In order to stop the Conquest Queen's ruthless killing, they all paid a heavy price. But they also succeeded in knocking her to the ground. The first time. After Queen Vivian Li grew up and became the Conquest Queen, the Heaven Realm's martial artists successfully knocked her to the ground for the first time, and for the first time, the stubborn war goddess was powerless to wield the divine weapon in her hand. The shadow on the right was the most seriously injured. He was on the verge of death, but his body was not weak at all. On the contrary, there was a kind of strange light flashing, like the sun rising from the east, burning his divine power to his heart's content. In the face of Tianyu's anger, his face was the calmest, without any regret or resentment. On the contrary, he shook his head slightly at Tianyu, with a tolerant smile like an elder seeing a child who had made a mistake. War has always been like this. No matter whether we win or lose, we must pay a huge price. Our sacrifice is a matter of course, and this is also the ending I longed for. For many years, I thought of death, but it was impossible. Only now did I really obtain this right. For me, this is the best reward, and the long-awaited release in my life. Must it be like this? Tianyu's eyes were filled with reluctance. Is this the price needed to reach the top? This degree of sacrifice may just be the beginning. The shadow on the right shook his head. However, the other person has not paid any price at all, and he is also qualified to reach the top. This is not fair. The person Tianyu was referring to was Yu Yang. He felt that Yu Yang was not worthy to be his opponent. At least, he did not pay 1/10,000th of his effort. Since we are opponents, and this is a predestined confrontation, the price must be equal. The shadow on the right sighed softly. There are many forms of price. There was one person who built many palaces on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. They were magnificent and had the style of a king. He paid. As for the other person, all he did was build a tower on the ground. He also put in a lot of effort. You can't say that the beautiful palace on the mountain is definitely taller than the tower on the ground, and you can't say that the numerous temporary imperial residences will definitely surpass the unique tower. Have all these years of hard work in vain? Tianyu unconsciously clenched his fists. Some people only need to walk the path to the top of the mountain once to enjoy the most beautiful scenery. Some people needed to walk 100 or even 1,000 times before they could determine what the most beautiful scenery was. The results of both were the same. Those who had walked 100 times did not need to be jealous of those who had only walked once. As long as the final result was right, there would be no problem. Perhaps, the person who has only walked through it once will instead envy the person who has walked through it 100 times. It's just that others don't know about it, the shadow on the right comforted. Tianyu understood this logic, but it was still difficult for him to untie the knot in his heart. Titan Yu was an opponent that made people go crazy. Whether it was talent, comprehension, or luck, this brat could make all the competitors in the world vomit blood. Even someone as strong as Tianyu was no exception. As the supreme master of the Radiance Mountain, Tianyu believed that he controlled and possessed the best things in the world, and he was born with the strongest and most refined talent in the world. Whether it was comprehension, willpower, or hard work, he was thousands of times better than others. However, even so, he had no choice but to watch such a junior, relying on his abnormal growth speed and heaven-defying luck, stand on the same level as him in the competition, stand on the opposite side of him, and carry out a predestined battle together. This kind of inconceivable matter, if it was a few years ago, it would simply be a contemptuous joke. Even Titan Yu himself might not have imagined that this kind of glory would belong to him. This kind of destined confrontation was another starting point of his life. But fate had arranged it this way, and fate had chosen it this way. It was too unfair, tens of thousands of years of hard work, tens of thousands of years of effort as if it were a day's work. Tianyu really couldn't understand why this was. Why did his own hard work not obtain recognition, but instead his opponent, so easily obtained the qualification? He had wisdom and talent that was not inferior to anyone, and he also had support that surpassed everyone else. Adding on his hard work that no one else could match, with such conditions and effort, he could not even compare to an insignificant human from the lower realm. Why, the shadow in the middle sat cross-legged on the ground. His body was the most heavily injured. There were transparent holes everywhere, and his internal organs were almost crushed by Fei Wenli's divine weapon. But he was much better than the shadow on the right, at least for the time being. His life was not in danger. His attitude was completely different from his companions. He was very strict, even if he was facing the future supreme divine Tianyu. Can't understand? This is only because of your own reason. As long as there is something you can't understand, you are still lacking. Your enemy, your competitor, why don't they feel that it is unfair? The enemy he needs to face is you, the supreme master of the Radiance Mountain, an enemy who has overwhelming strength in every aspect. Why doesn't he feel that it is unfair? Why doesn't he complain? Why does he still work hard in this kind of decisive battle, knowing that the result is certain to be defeat? This is where you are not as good as him. You are stronger than him, and you put in more effort than him, but it does not mean that you are perfect enough to directly ascend to the realm of the Supreme Divine. Your biggest enemy is actually yourself. Your opponent is someone who can defeat himself, and you, with 10,000 years of effort, have not reached this realm. You should be ashamed. This is also the biggest difference between you and him. Is that so? Tian Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. So the biggest enemy has always been myself? You have actually already defeated yourself, but you still need to surpass yourself. The divine armament old man also nodded gently. Surpass? Tian Yu felt that he was being sublimated in all aspects. Abandon all the things that you rely on, those are all obstacles to ascending to the Supreme Divine. The shadow in the middle was as majestic as a mountain. If you can put yourself in the same position as your opponent, or even think of yourself as him, and defeat yourself, you will be the final winner of this fateful battle. A battle of fate wasn't a child's play or a farce. This was the most serious, rigorous, and cruel duel. One had to pay the price and sacrifice everything in order to obtain victory. Otherwise, on what basis would one be able to stand together with those divine exalts with boundless virtue? How can you transcend the rules of this heavenly realm? How can you obtain the recognition of the ancient will and the higher beings? Time is meaningless. The real meaning of hard work is also the change of the heart, the change of the realm. Is the size of power the condition to determine the Supreme Divine? If that is the case, we old guys would have long been the Supreme Divine. That's right. The shadow on the left who was lying lazily on the ground, his body stained with blood but not many wounds, also agreed. We did not break your dream because we hoped that you could walk out of it yourself. We old guys can sacrifice everything for you, but we cannot push you forward, we cannot push you to the Supreme Divine. You need to change yourself. Your own path is the most correct one, and the most successful one. I understand, I'm starting to understand. The light in Tian Yu's eyes kept flashing. He felt that he had benefited greatly from the enlightenment of his seniors. You are the only one qualified to participate in the fateful battle. Do not be discouraged, do not be angry. You are only one step away. As long as you completely defeat yourself, you can defeat your opponent and win. The shadow on the right comforted him gently. Your power is enough, and your state of mind is close to perfection. Now it is a question of how to use it to prove yourself. Yes. Deity's Templar Supreme Tian Yu lowered his head, as steady as a mountain, and replied in an unshakable manner. Whether it was his state of mind or his divine power, the laws, talent, and everything else in his body, all changed qualitatively under this patient enlightenment. His anger, resentment, and the injustice in his heart had disappeared without a trace. For a moment, he felt that the sky was clear, and the whole world seemed to have undergone a complete change. The state of mind of the heavenly chariot returned to calmness and steadiness, which was even better than the supreme state of mind of the Lord of the Light Mountain when he took over as the Lord of the Light Mountain. The divine light emitted from his body was more reserved and more solid. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary sage in the mortal world. He no longer had the majestic and supreme aura of a king. Although he did not have the time to verify it, Tian Yu felt that he was now truly perfect, truly worthy of his extraordinary talent, and truly worthy of the tens of thousands of years of careful guidance from his seniors. Like a person who was suddenly awakened from a deep sleep, Tian Yu bowed deeply to his seniors. Then to the old divine armament sitting alone in the corner of the entrance of the square. He nodded to show his respect. Then, he strode forward. There were no longer any dreams or other distracting thoughts that could hinder him from moving forward. From this moment onwards, he was equivalent to an eternal mountain of light, indomitable between heaven and earth. The only one who could control his fate was himself. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and bowed sincerely to Empress Fei Wenli. Even though we are opponents, it is Tian Yu's honor to be able to know you. No matter where we stand, I feel that my life has become more exciting because of your appearance, and because of the existence of strong enemies like you, I will not be lonely. Goodbye. Queen Vivian Li did not have much to say to him. She had already given him a lot of face by saying this. Goodbye. Tianyu nodded and continued to stride forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the time corridor. When Tianyu had gone far away, Queen Vivian Li, who had been supporting herself with her sword, straightened her back again. Her killing intent once again filled the entire battlefield. The fire of her life that was almost extinguished rose again and turned into a raging flame. The three shadows looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. What could they do to such an unconquerable enemy? Although this was the ending that they had chosen, they could not imagine the fate of dying at the feet of the Queen of Conquest. It was not until after the fight that they realized that after leaving the Radiance Mountain, the death penalty was not the backlash and judgment of the ancient law, but the death penalty of the Serpent Demon Queen of the Demon Abyss clan of the Tong Tian Tower. The killing power of the Queen of Conquest had arrived earlier than the judgment of the ancient law. She had seized the opportunity to slash fate under her blade. The shadow on the right sighed softly, although I didn't see it with my own eyes. I have no regrets in being able to help the future Divine Supreme reach the top. Fei Wenli sneered, You said Tianyu? What a joke, he will never be able to win. The three shadows looked at her strangely. She had seen the improvement of Tianyu's state of mind and the qualitative change in the power of his godhead. How could he still say such words? The truth, I will tell you the second before you die. Queen Vivian Li raised the divine weapon in her hand, her fighting spirit soaring. I said that my path to the heavens will be paved over your corpses. Only I, Fei Wenli, am qualified to say that I will help the Divine Supreme reach the top. Old farts, your time has passed. The only thing you need to do and can do now is to sleep forever. The Libra world. The Berserk Yu Yang beat up the Light Guardian Sovereign for half an hour before he gradually woke up from his rage and regained his senses. The Light Guardian Sovereign had fought against the peerless Emperor Wushi, Mo Long, Yu Yang and Ji Zun. He was already exhausted, but then the situation changed. In order to break the wall of sighing, he suffered the backlash of the ancient code and was heavily injured. After using the forbidden power, he was attacked by Ji Zun's life cord trio. No matter how strong the Light Guardian Sovereign was, his endurance had reached its limit. Nirvana Flame, Fate Divine Weapon, and Yu Yang's Berserk attacks. Now that his divine body was already dim and his divine throne was already broken, he could still support his body and block in front of the ancient passage. It was simply a miracle, even Yu Yang. After regaining his senses, he couldn't help but sigh at his will to protect. This guy is stronger than me. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit it. Mo Long rarely admired others, but he felt that he couldn't do what the Light Guardian Sovereign did. His divine body was already smashed into pieces, but his will still controlled his 40,000-meter divine body to block the ancient passage, preventing Shui Wuxia and the others from forming the wall of sighing to seal the passage. They are all abnormal. Titan Yu is, Peerless Emperor is, and this Light Guardian Sovereign is too. Jiat Songxing's voice was trembling. He felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. They were both old fellows who had lived for a long time. Why was Jiat Songxing so awesome and he was such trash? You forgot about the Dead Sea Guardian Sovereign and Deity Temple Sovereign Tianyu. Oh right, there's also Titan Yu's mother. Qi Danzi was even more unbearable. He had never seen so many powerful people in his life. He thought he was not bad before, but who knew that compared to them, he was just a joke. Mo Long nodded. He agreed with the statement that these guys were all abnormal. However, he suddenly reacted and stared at Subtraction Mortal Life and Qi Danzi angrily. Wait, why isn't my name here? Am I not awesome too? Don't I look like a pervert? Subtraction Mortal Life's Qi Danzi was sweating profusely. His expression was awkward. However, there was no benefit in angering this Lord Mo Long, who was the fiercest person in the heaven realm and whom even Titan Yu called boss. Thus, the two of them cooperated and said, "Ah, how is that possible? Of course you are a pervert, you are the most pervert. No one is more perverted than you. Even the perverted Titan Yu calls you boss, right? If you aren't a pervert, then who is? Of course you are. Boss, not only are you, but you're also an undeniable pervert." After the mystic dragon heard this flattery, he was very happy. He was also one of them, however, when he thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. Master Scarlet Dan and Master Reduced Commoner also reacted. Their foreheads were full of sweat, and they were afraid that the mystic dragon would notice. They quickly shouted to divert his attention. "Ah, danger!" Grey Wolf's scalp was grabbed by Freedom Heaven and his mouth was pressed to the ground. He was pushed for tens of thousands of meters, but he couldn't break free. On the other side, Man and Red, who were wielding the Hammer of Fate, were in even more danger. Their opponent was Happy Sky, who had a pessimistic personality but was not inferior to them. If it wasn't for Shui Wuxia and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who were inside the crystal wall, continuously attacking from a distance, they probably wouldn't even be able to last 10 minutes. The only one who had an advantage was the Illusion Moon Goddess. She was facing the cruel and ruthless Ultimate Sky, who liked to stay at the top of the sky. Although the Ultimate Sky believed that his strength was above his two companions and was very confident in challenging the Illusion Moon Goddess, the strongest enemy, he regretted it a little after the fight. Because the Illusion Moon Goddess was a very thorny and difficult enemy. The Ultimate Sky had tens of thousands of ultimate moves, but each of them focused on killing. In terms of attack, they were extremely powerful. However, killing was ineffective against this opponent. This was a super strong enemy who had grasped the power of eternity and the power of fate. His killing intent could not affect the moon at all. Even if the moon was covered by dark clouds, the moon would be able to penetrate the clouds in an instant. The bright moon was eternal and could not be destroyed by any external force. The Ultimate Celestial felt even more depressed when he saw that the Celestial Carefree and the Celestial Joyous were having a smooth battle. He couldn't help but complain, "Celestial Carefree, let's trade. My killing intent can kill that despicable dog, and your great Carefree can fight against the moon, sure." Freedom Heaven didn't have any objections. He knew that it was a mistake for Ultimate Sky to choose the Illusion Moon Goddess as his opponent, but he didn't say it out for the sake of unity. This was exactly what he wanted. "Why don't I trade with you? That's a world-destroying demon wolf, and it's very dangerous." Happy Sky didn't think that Ultimate Sky would be able to defeat Grey Wolf. "What did you say?" Ultimate Sky felt that he was being severely underestimated. "I'm just suggesting that you don't mind." Happy Sky's strength was actually not inferior to Ultimate Sky's, but he was naturally afraid of his companion. When he saw Ultimate Sky's expression, he immediately changed his words. Freedom Heaven glanced at the Light Guardian Sovereign and found that he was still guarding the ancient passage, and Yu Yang had already stopped attacking. Thus, he took the initiative to trade with Ultimate Sky. "Bitch, it's time for you to die." Now that Ultimate Sky was facing Grey Wolf, he heaved a sigh of relief. Arrogance and confidence grew in his heart again. Meow. Grey Wolf accidentally acted cute. "You're courting death." Ultimate Sky realized that the other party didn't even look at him, and he couldn't help but be furious. "If I don't turn you into a fragrant dog stew, I won't be called the temple's #1 killing god, Ultimate Sky." Who had ever heard of the temple's #1 killing god? Grey Wolf used his claws to dig his ears. Who didn't know how to brag? A certain damn fatty even claimed to be the most handsome guy in Tong Tian Tower, who was praised by everyone and envied by God since ancient times. Seeing that his master had regained her rationality and stopped fighting, Grey Wolf immediately rushed forward. Flattering his master was much more important than fighting with the temple's #1 killing god. Especially in such a tense situation, it was a good opportunity to make his presence known. Yu Yang sent this fellow flying with a flying kick. F***ck, if you want to die, then stop me from picking up girls. He rushed to the front of the Illusion Moon Goddess and looked left and right. Suddenly, his whole body went limp. As if his bones were pulled out, he fell to the ground motionlessly. However, his face was no longer dejected but filled with joy. The Illusion Moon Goddess looked at him in confusion. She didn't understand what was going on at all. Seeing that this brat seemed to be crying tears of joy, her motherly instincts were aroused and she hugged him. "Don't be afraid, I won't leave you. You must have misunderstood just now." Misunderstood? Yu Yang felt a wave of regret when he thought about it. He remembered that Jizun was hit by the Light Guardian Jizun's ultimate judgment light. She was injured, but her life is not in danger. She went back to rest. This is because the Sovereign God's throne not only controls the enemy's life, but also her own life. She has a deep understanding of the way of life. From life to death, from death to life, from the door of life and death, Godhood, God's throne and law, they are all freely changing between life and death. So you don't have to worry, it was just a misunderstanding. When the illusion moon goddess said this, Yu Yang immediately blushed with shame. It seemed like he was too nervous. When he saw that Jizun was hit, he immediately became mad. He didn't think that she had already understood the way of life and death. He saw that Shui Wuxia and the others were separated by the crystal wall. On the surface, they were supporting A Man, Red and the others, but in reality, they were secretly paying attention to him. Especially Bao Er, that naughty girl, who even made faces to mock him. Yu Yang hurriedly jumped out of the illusion moon goddess embrace, pretending to be, I'm just tired, I need to rest, to cover up his loss of composure. Shui Wuxia and the others pretended not to see it, and turned their attention back to A Man, Red and the others. The two of them were fighting more and more intensely, but because of the situation, battle plan, and their own safety, they couldn't personally go out to share the pressure. The illusion moon goddess took advantage of the fact that Shui Wuxia and the others weren't paying attention and quickly kissed Yu Yang's lips. She then bit his ear, next time, wait for her to sleep, then try other positions. It seems like there are still a lot of positions that you haven't learned yet. Brave good boy, there will definitely be many rewards. Hey, please call me good boy. My dream in life is to be a brave good boy. Yu Yang nodded his head seriously. For a guy like him who was as thick-skinned as a city wall and treated shamelessness as nourishment. His moral integrity and whatnot had long fallen to the ground. Hui Tai Lang pretended to be deaf. He was smart, he knew the logic of entering one ear and exiting the other. Otherwise, he would be in danger of becoming a spicy hot dog stew. Before he could even give a thumbs up and praise his master for being so handsome, the furious ultimate god grabbed his throat and threw him 10,000 meters away. From the shockwave of the explosion, Hui Tai Lang, who was completely enraged, jumped out and pounced towards the ultimate god who was still chasing after him. F***ck, even if you want to bully a dog, you shouldn't do this. This dog will fight it out with you. Jizun didn't die. This surprising result made Yu Yang, who had once cried in despair, felt his heart ache, and hoped to use everything in the world to exchange for Yu Yang's return, relax. However, the battle intent in his heart was the opposite. It was thousands of times stronger. In order to protect the woman he loved. It was useless no matter who came. So what if it was the guardian Jizun? So what if it was the temple Jizun, Tianyu? Anyone who dared to stand in his way of picking up girls would only be met with death. They would all be blasted to smithereens by him. Alright. If his other destined opponent, the deity palace's supreme heavenly chariot, knew of his thoughts, he would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. Severing his emotions and abandoning everything in the secular world in order to ascend, the temple Jizun, Tianyu had sacrificed a lot for this future. However, his opponent, the third young master of the Yu clan, Tai Tenyu, was still a hero who ignored the heavenly responsibility, determined to save the world and revive the Tong Tian clan. Yu Yang only had one goal in life. That was to be himself and let the girls be happy every day. How simple was that? Yu hugged the extremely weak Jiang Ying and patiently healed her wounds, easing her pain bit by bit and allowing her body to recover bit by bit. Don't be so desperate next time. We all know that you want to work hard and support him, but a dangerous situation will make him very worried. He almost went crazy just now. You don't want him to only have killing and blood in his heart, right? I'm sorry. Hornless Dragon Jiangying only wanted to prove herself at that time. However, after thinking about it, she regretted it. You guys are fine. I just want to go out, but Wuxia and Xianxia won't let me. Yu also wanted to go out and help her brother. However, she was a human and not a guardian beast that could be revived after dying in battle. In order to prevent being captured or killed by the enemy and affecting Yu Yang's fated battle, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai decided that everyone could only stay in this palace made of crystal walls for the time being. Only when the best opportunity arrived would they go out and fight according to the plan and do their best to contribute. Don't run, put on your clothes first. Lu Yu was riding on her perforate deer, but she could not catch up to the flower goddess Loli who was running around with her but bare. Has Duo completely lost her memories? Xiaoyi asked the Southern Demon King worriedly. How is that possible? City Mistress Fallen Flowers rolled her eyes. Then why won't you put on her clothes? Xiaoyi felt that Duo was a completely different person. She hasn't returned to her child form for a long time, so she especially misses it. Sickly Beauty was once so understanding. You will be spanked if you don't wear clothes. This is a bad example, don't learn from her. The drunken cat Big Sis took the opportunity to use this as an example to educate her precious daughter. Nyo the panda girl had always been an obedient child. She was especially obedient to her mother's words. She nodded her head fiercely as her big eyes looked at Yang, who was standing outside the crystal wall. When she saw him looking at her, she immediately waved at him excitedly. You guys have no sense of nervousness at all. Princess Sisai, who was originally tense and afraid of making a mistake, could not help but complain. Sisters, this is the fated battle between the Holy Supremes, can you guys be more serious? However, this is good. If a large group of people were scared half to death and could only cry, that would be terrible. On the other side, the sisters within the crystal wall were still celebrating the recovery of Yu Yang from his berserk state. On the other side, the Sky of Freedom had already knelt down. Except for greeting their master. They would not kneel to any living beings, including super experts like the Guardian Sovereign of Light. They only lowered their heads in respect. When the Sky of Freedom and the others knelt down, Shui Wuxia quickly recalled Aman and Red. Grey Wolf still wanted to fight with the ultimate heaven, but was kicked back by Yu Yang. The illusion moon goddess's expression was solemn. She was no longer as relaxed as when she faced the ultimate heaven. She stood beside Yu Yang and sighed softly, this Tianyu came faster than we expected. Originally, it would take at least 3 hours to cross the space-time barrier. Now, it only took half an hour for him to reach the balance world. Your Majesty. Yu Yang was worried that she could not restrain the Sovereign of Light. She even used the actualized dream to stop Tianyu. Was she all right? Was she injured? As long as the dream is not broken, Your Majesty will not be in danger. The illusion moon goddess quickly comforted Yu Yang. That is indeed the case. Tianyu's figure once again appeared at the end of the ancient passage. He calmly and naturally admitted the illusion moon goddess guess, although I have broken through again and feel that my state of mind and theocracy law have all been upgraded, I still cannot break the mirage of the dream. She is an opponent worthy of respect. Before this, her dream must have been a torture to my heart's weakness. Lord of Light Mountain, Deity Temple Sovereign Tianyu, you seem to have no weaknesses now. The illusion moon goddess estimated that this enemy was at least 100 times stronger than before he walked out of the dream. In terms of soul, he no longer had any weaknesses. Other than defeating him head-on in terms of realm and divine power, there was no other way to defeat this Lord of Light Mountain. Tianyu shook his head and denied, no, before this, I also thought that I was close to perfection and that my soul had no weaknesses. However, after experiencing enlightenment once again, I realized that there are too many shortcomings in my body. If possible, I would like to delay it for another 10,000 years to perfect it. At that time, I believe that I will have enough confidence in starting the destined battle between the divine sovereigns. The powerful heaven chariot suddenly became so humble, so rational. In the distance, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai looked at each other in shock. This was definitely not a good thing. When an enemy realizes that he has a weakness, that is undoubtedly the most troublesome change. On the contrary, if an enemy thinks that he is invincible, then it is much easier to deal with. The first time Yu Yang met Tianyu was in His Majesty's dream, separated by a dream. At that time, he could barely see through some of the most superficial things that the enemy revealed on the surface with Heaven Eye's divine vision. When they met again, he was in a frenzy and had almost lost his mind, so he didn't have much of a reaction. But now, this was the third time he saw Tianyu. There was no longer the barrier of a dream. When he looked at Tianyu again, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It turned out that the heavenly chariot was powerful and terrifying enough. Now, he had changed greatly from before. He was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Even Yu Yang, a guy from another world who feared nothing and loved to go against the heavens, felt a chill in his heart and his limbs stiffen when he saw him. His fighting spirit wanted to burn, but he couldn't. Facing an enemy that was beyond what he could handle, Yu Yang felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. They hadn't even started fighting. If he became like this, wouldn't he just be humiliated by the enemy when the battle officially starts? Go back. Yu Yang's forehead was full of cold sweat. He forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva to relieve his nervousness. He signaled the illusion moon goddess to leave immediately. However, the illusion moon goddess hugged his arm and squeezed out a smile. She smiled at him and said, "It's okay. No matter what kind of enemy you face, I will accompany you. Since it is a battle of fate, then it should be equal. No matter how strong he is, you should have your own advantages. I admit that Titan Yu is more outstanding than me in many aspects. Just like what I said, if I still had 10,000 years, then I definitely wouldn't choose to start the fate duel immediately." Heavenly Chariot's current mentality was very low. He didn't seem like a deity temple sovereign or a Radiance Mountain lord at all. Instead, he seemed like an ordinary Heaven Realm warrior that was forced to fight with Yu Yang. "You don't have the confidence to do the best?" Guardian Sovereign of Light suddenly asked. "No." Heavenly Chariot shook his head. "Very good." Guardian Sovereign of Light praised him for the first time. "You can clearly understand yourself. This proves that you have truly advanced. It also proves that the efforts of us old fellows weren't in vain. If you still had 10,000 years to perfect yourself, then participating in the fate duel between the Holy Supremes wouldn't count. This is also the main reason why advancing to the Holy Supremes requires so many sacrifices." "What?" Deity Temple Sovereign Heavenly Chariot was stunned. "You are the Radiance Mountain Lord, and I am the Guardian Sovereign of Light. What do you think the meaning of my protection all these years is?" Guardian Sovereign of Light's body glowed with divine light. "No, I don't need your sacrifice." Deity Temple Sovereign Heavenly Chariot reacted. There was a trace of emotion in his eyes, pain and reluctance. The ultimate meaning of this sovereign's protection is sacrifice. Guardian Sovereign of Light came in front of Heavenly Chariot, standing proudly. The divine light in his eyes was thousands of times brighter than the sun. The broken divine throne was also glowing, radiating hundreds of millions of brilliance. Guardian Sovereign of Light's giant palm pressed on the top of Heavenly Chariot's head. Light divine power was continuously transmitted into Heavenly Chariot's body. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang could carry the sacred mountain for Titan Yu. Conquering Queen Fei Wenli could sacrifice herself for him. On every battlefield, countless humans used their lives to protect the Holy Supremes in their hearts. If we want to win this fate duel, the Heaven Realm must also make sacrifices. Not only the people of the Light Temple, but also many lives, should pay for this battle, including me, the Guardian Sovereign of Light. But, I have enough power to defeat Titan Yu, you don't have to. Heavenly Chariot didn't struggle, but he really didn't want the Guardian Sovereign of Light, who was both a teacher and a friend, to sacrifice for him. He had already paid enough, and should enjoy everything after victory, and not bid farewell and leave at the last moment. You have great power, but it doesn't mean you can completely defeat Titan Yu. Even if you can defeat him, it doesn't mean you can completely surpass yourself. Guardian Sovereign of Light was enraged. You should abandon everything. Whether it is the Sovereign, or others, or any life, any shackles, anything you have is a huge obstacle to your success. Not only do you want to accept this Sovereign's light inheritance, you also want to kill me with your own hands. Cut off everything in the past with your own hands, and use a brand new life to advance to a higher realm. This is the most basic thing. If you can't do it, then don't dream about being a holy sovereign anymore. Yu Yang was shocked. Damn it, Heavenly Chariot was already strong enough, and you still want to pass on your skills to him? Are you going to let others live? The most terrible thing is, isn't this sacrifice a little too big? Not only did he pass on his skills, he even wanted the other party to kill him, and use this to cut off his shackles. What do you want to do, being so noble? Don't tell me you want to move even an enemy like me? An endless amount of light source power entered Heavenly Chariot's body. The deity Templar's divine body behind Heavenly Chariot grew explosively. The golden divine body that was originally 30,000 meters tall, under the Guardian Sovereign of Light's selfless inheritance, grew to a height of 50,000 meters, before slowly stopping. As for the divine throne that was compatible with the light protection attribute, there was now an additional gigantic wheel of light. It was so large that it enveloped Tianyu's entire divine body. Within it, there were boundlessly profound divine rights and laws. On the contrary, the guardian sovereign of light's divine light quickly dimmed, and his heavily injured and broken body continuously collapsed and rotted. Without the support of divine power, he probably couldn't even take a single punch from Yu Yang now. The divine throne that turned out to be so powerful. The fragments fell off piece by piece, disintegrating even faster than the guardian of light's body. Apart from his eyes that were still burning and barely emitting a strand of divine light, the guardian of light no longer had any of the awe-inspiring aura that was shining like the sun and looking down on the world. What are you waiting for? The guardian sovereign of light forcefully suppressed his pain and snorted, this sovereign's sacrifice is to obtain benevolence and justice. It is the greatest liberation in life, and the greatest joy of having one's wish fulfilled. What are you still hesitating for? Yes. Heavenly Chariot closed his eyes, and suddenly 2 streaks of golden tears flowed down from his eyes. His hand, however, firmly stabbed backwards. It deeply penetrated the guardian sovereign of light's chest. When Heavenly Chariot retracted his hand was holding a still beating heart. Heavenly Chariot gritted his teeth, as if he had used all the strength in his body to crush the heart that had already become infinitely weak, and used his divine power to turn it into powder. The guardian sovereign of light's body was like a shadow, and disappeared in the divine light emitted by Heavenly Chariot's body. His divine throne also turned into fine sand. It scattered all over the ground. With a face full of relief and satisfaction, the guardian sovereign of light glanced at the faraway divine mountain. Under that mountain, a powerful opponent that had once shaken his soul was buried. Now, he had also embarked on the path of sacrifice, and was destined to pay for nothing, to never return to his slumber. However, he still smiled. Tong Tian Tower can have heroes to sacrifice for their juniors, and the Heaven Realm also has heroes to sacrifice for their juniors. In this fated battle, the Heaven Realm also has to sacrifice, and their sacrifice is no less than yours. The guardian sovereign of light laughed loudly. He turned around, and strode towards the depths of the ancient passage. With every step he took, his body melted a little bit under the backlash of the laws, and 2 lines of blood stains under his feet extended all the way. At some point, the laughter stopped, and only bloodstains remained on the ground. A breeze blew over from an unknown place, and the bloodstains suddenly began to burn. Whoosh! Blood evaporated. At least not a single trace was left. It was as if the guardian sovereign of light, this super expert, had never existed in this world. The divine palace's Heavenly Chariot clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and took deep breaths. When he calmed down and opened his eyes again, there was no longer any emotional fluctuation, and what replaced it was ruthlessness and unswerving determination. The divine light in his eyes was thousands of times more terrifying than the gaze of a fierce tiger looking at a lamb. He stared straight at Yu Yang in front of him. Looking at this opponent who was destined to fight to the death in their fated battle. Holy shit! Yu Yang felt his scalp go numb for a moment. How on earth did the higher-ups arrange for such a formidable enemy? This Heavenly Chariot was obviously cheating, and they didn't care? Hurry up and seal his account. Now with this, they were forcing him to make a phone call to complain. Radiance Mountain. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable frowned. He stood below, looking up at the unimaginably huge Radiance Mountain. His expression was solemn, as if he had never seen such a majestic mountain before. However, that was not the case. He, who was determined to flatten the Radiance Mountain and wipe out the entire Heaven Realm, had such an expression, mainly because he discovered that all the shrines on the Radiance Mountain had disappeared. Instantly, it vanished into thin air. On this Radiance Mountain, all the shrines, regardless of size, regardless of which faction they belonged to, had all disappeared, leaving only the original empty space on the ground. The Radiance Steps and Radiance Divine Gate that one had to worship before entering had also disappeared. The strangest thing was that all the guardian divine generals, divine envoys, light warriors, and so on, which were originally being slaughtered by heaven-splitting demon Venerable, had instantly disappeared along with the shrines, disappearing right under heaven-splitting demon Venerable's nose, disappearing without a trace. Only many shocked and terrified servants were left on the Radiance Mountain. After losing their support, they had a mental breakdown, some were screaming, some were running everywhere. What exactly happened here? Heaven-splitting demon Venerable was very puzzled. After a long time, a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be related to deity Templar's supreme heavenly chariot? Was that guy playing tricks? But what was the benefit of doing so? Heaven-splitting demon Venerable was puzzled. He was about to turn around and leave for the time being. Although he had the intention to flatten the Radiance Mountain and conquer the Heaven Realm, such a strange thing had happened. He decided to wait and see, and was not in a hurry to start a war. Just as he lifted his foot, before he could even take a step forward and tear space apart to leave, a terrifying earthquake that could shake one's soul came from behind. Looking back, Heaven-splitting demon Venerable's eyes revealed a look of fear. Because he saw an impossible scene unfolding before his eyes. The Radiance Mountain that nothing in the world could shake, that even gods could not help but sigh at, had actually collapsed. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable's eyes were filled with disbelief, but the truth was right in front of him. A terrifying sound rang out. It was as if a pillar in the Radiance Mountain had been broken. The whole world was trembling. The Radiance Mountain continued to crack. Among the cracks that were as dense as spider webs, the smallest crack was more than 10,000 meters wide. The thickest ones were probably hundreds of thousands of meters wide. On the Great Radiance Mountain's divine platform Golden Peak, a sacred place that only gods were qualified to set foot in. The divine peak that was more than 1,000,000 meters tall was directly broken in the middle. Its collapse led to the collapse of the entire Radiance Mountain. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable opened his mouth. His throat felt dry, and he couldn't even say a word. Amidst the eruption of hundreds of millions of scorching lava, the divine peak of the Golden Peak of the spiritual altar fell down, stabbing straight into the ground. The entire sky became dark because of its fall. For a moment, the sky, which was originally filled with divine light, had faint signs of the light being extinguished. The Wan Mo had risen. Ha 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 ha. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable finally regained his senses. He raised his head to the sky and laughed. Is that so? The divine supreme heavenly chariot, for the sake of victory, for the sake of achieving his goal, he even gave up the Radiance Mountain? Such great determination, such great determination. Heavenly chariot, are you going to bring your sacred hall to a higher realm? Ha ha ha, how naive. Without the support of the Radiance Mountain, without the endless supply of light divine power, without those old ghosts, you really think you can succeed after abandoning everything in the past and facing the future with a brand new attitude? Heavenly chariot, oh heavenly chariot, as smart as you are, you finally can't resist this fatal temptation. Just like me in the past, you are determined to move forward, to walk on this path that is destined to be a dead end without turning back. You are very powerful and very smart. That's right, you are a super perfect genius. I am very glad that you are such a person. Although I am also a genius, I may be slightly better than you. At least I have maintained half of my consciousness in this aspect. I wish you good luck, heavenly chariot. As a senior, I want to say that I am very happy to see everything that has happened. Now my heart is much more comfortable. At least I am no longer lonely, I am no longer alone. Yes, I will never tell you the truth of my failure. I will guard this secret, and then watch coldly from the sidelines. I will watch as geniuses emerge one after another in the future. I will watch as they exhaust all their efforts, exhaust all their means, and finally step on this path of no return. Ahahaha. Heavenly chariot, you are only the first. Perhaps you are not, the guardian of light is. But it doesn't matter. What I want to do now, the only thing I want to do, is to destroy more geniuses like you. From now on, this world has become a little interesting. Should I add a little catalyst to it? Yes, I want to make this heaven realm more lively, and make it more exciting. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable, who was in a great mood, laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out. His hand gently opened a mysterious divine gate. Then, he laughed. While walking. Leaving. When his figure disappeared, in the sky, on the enormous golden peak of the divine altar, the supreme divine peak that had once been consecrated as a tangible divine statue, the supreme divine peak that belonged to the guardian of light, came crashing down with a rumble. It plunged heavily into the ground. The shockwave was even more terrifying than the self-destruction of thousands of gods, and instantly destroyed everything on the ground. In the world of balance, the divine palace's heavenly chariot, who was confronting Yu Yang, did not hear heaven-splitting demon Venerable's almost crazy laughter. His expression was so calm, so resolute, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. It was completely beyond the ruthlessness of hatred and killing. There was no anger, no sorrow, no contempt, and no neglect. There was only a kind of suffocating suppression that completely occupied the upper hand. Originally, his strength far surpassed heavenly chariots, and now that he had inherited all the power of the Guardian of Light, not to mention him, even the opposite Yu Yang did not feel that he could win this fated battle. If he could bet, Yu Yang would not bet even a copper coin on himself. The problem was that the guy from another world had no other choice. He had to fight. The fated battle of the future divine sovereign forced him to brace himself and stand on the opposite side of the divine palace's heavenly chariot. At this moment, Yu Yang felt that he was standing in the crater of a volcano that was about to erupt. Perhaps in the next second, he would be burned to ashes, or perhaps in the next second, he would be blasted out of space by a terrifying force, summon the imperial godly armor. Heavenly Chariot's emotions did not fluctuate at all. His heart was like a black hole, and no matter what was thrown in, it would be swallowed up. Even if his strength could crush the enemy, he still summoned his strongest defense. The 4 god armor that originated from the heaven-reaching tower's 6 godly weapons had already been refined by Heavenly Chariot, becoming the imperial godly armor that completely belonged to him. Of course, the summoning of the 4 god armor was only the beginning. Many more godly weapons would be summoned one after another. Some of them Yu Yang had only read about in ancient history books, but there were some that he had never even heard of, let alone seen. Godly armor, godly helmet, godly wings, godly ring, and godly shield. The guy from another world, who originally made everyone feel inferior because of his many godly weapons, now looked at the divine palace's heavenly chariot opposite him. Damn, this is a real nouveau riche. He is the real tall, rich and handsome. Just like Yu Yang, Heavenly Chariot summoned a heavenly halberd and stuck it on the ground beside him. Yu Yang dared to say that the power of this thing could definitely break his Nirvana battle armor. Otherwise, the divine palace's Lord of Light Mountain wouldn't have taken it out to show off. Why must it be me? Yu Yang sighed incessantly. He was a person who had no ambition and only wanted to muddle along. With a girl by his side, his days would not be too happy. He did not ask for anything else. As for the important task of saving the heaven-reaching tower and reviving the 3 clans, he could just leave it to someone else. Why did he have to find a junior with no ambition like him? Far away, there was the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. Middle, there was Queen Vivian Li and His Majesty. Near, there was the prison emperor and Ji Zun. If he really couldn't find anyone, even that Dong Feng who liked to scheme behind people's backs would do. Anyway, he would definitely be willing to take on this kind of important task of saving the people. Why did he have to find someone like him who didn't want to stand out at all? You guys didn't even ask if I agreed or not, I just woke up. It seems like I haven't brushed my teeth yet. You suddenly said that you want to have a fate duel and even want to decide the winner in one battle. Damn, this is simply playing with people to death. I don't want to play anymore, okay? Why don't we stop fighting and consider it your win? Isn't it good for everyone to be harmonious and make money? Yu Yang was speechless as he suggested, as long as you people from the heaven realm withdraw from Tong Tian Tower, then everything before will be considered even. You can be your holy sovereign, and we will live our lives. The prestige of the holy sovereign will be established in endless sacrifice and fierce competition. We, the heaven realm, desire to win and sacrifice. If you can repay this sacrifice, then I will allow you to surrender. The meaning of the divine palace's Jizun couldn't be more obvious. If you can resurrect the guardian of the light, resurrect all the people who died in the battle, and repay all the sacrifices in this battle, then this matter can only be discussed. You killed the guardian of the light, okay? Yu Yang felt that Uncle Tian Yu was very unreasonable. I will kill you as repayment. This was Tian Yu's attitude. Then there's nothing to talk about? Yu Yang was very angry. The fate duel, from the start, will not end until one side is dead. The divine palace's Jizun's expression was calm. Titan Yu, no matter what you say, you can't shake my will. Other than fighting, you have no other choice. You are too much of a bully. How did I offend you? I am just a junior, and so many of you old ghosts joined hands to suppress me. What do I owe you? This is too unreasonable. Only you are allowed to kill, and I still have to obediently hand over my head. Is this how you act as seniors? Yu Yang felt that it was very unfair. I have trained bitterly for 10,000 years, and you have only trained for 10 years. Yet, you are standing in front of me. Can I also feel that it is unfair? Tianyu asked. That is because you forced me. I never thought that it would be like this. Yu Yang became even angrier when he heard this. So this is the arrangement of fate. Tianyu said with certainty. Then come. When Yu Yang was forced to a dead end, he was also very happy. He still had a sliver of a way to survive, and he could be lazy at any time. However, when he was really forced to a dead end, he would not dream of his enemy's mercy, and would instead fight with his life on the line. The Nirvana flame rose up along with his battle intent. Tianyu, do you think you can definitely defeat me? I have also comprehended destruction, creation, and eternity. I might not be able to defeat you, but do you want to kill me? Come and try. I will tell you that training bitterly for 10,000 years is still useless. Boss Missouri Long has still struggled in the endless world for 1,000,000 years, some time is simply meaningless. Hey, you have to summon your courage, and don't use my matter as a shield. Mo Long heard that good news did not go out, but embarrassing matters spread far and wide. This time, his image was finished. The two of them faced each other. They stood still. Deity Templar Supreme Tianyu's expression was calm, but Yu Yang's eyes were burning with rage. Yu Yang needed rage to fight, and the angrier he was, the more power he could unleash. It was unimaginable in a berserk state. The reason why he made such a long speech earlier was to stimulate his own fighting spirit. The more arrogant the enemy was, the more he could ignite his own fighting spirit, and the more he could unleash his own power. Roar, 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 roar. Yu Yang shouted. Nirvana flame turned into armor on his body, and his fire wings extended to both sides. Imprisonment Shrine. Tianyu raised his right hand slightly. A speck of golden light appeared in his palm. It transformed into a divine hall and enveloped the sky above the dueling battlefield. The shrine grew larger and larger, and finally, it materialized on the ground of the Libra world. At first glance, this was the ruins of a divine temple. It was unknown how many battles it had been through to become this dilapidated. However, its divine power and law were still there. Moreover, it did not weaken because of its appearance. On the contrary, its law was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that even the demonic dragon, Subtraction Life, and the others who were lying on the edge of the divine mountain could feel its power. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai who were inside the crystal wall quickly retreated, afraid that if they were not careful, the enemy would find an opportunity. Illusion Moon Goddess also rushed over to protect them. She looked at Freedom Sky, Joy Sky, and Ultimate Sky cautiously. Under the amplification of the shrine's law, their fighting strength increased. She had no choice but to leave Yu Yang. She rushed back to protect them. Eh? Yu Yang opened his hands and looked at them in shock. He realized that his rage was decreasing bit by bit, and when he regained his rationality, the rage in his heart seemed to be restrained by some sort of law, and could not explode no matter how hard he tried. I've heard of you, Titan Yu, especially Dong Feng, who made the most accurate judgment about you. He said that you're good at reversing events because you have a terrifying power in your body, a power that you're not good at or even know how to use. Once you lose your rationality and become violent, that power will automatically take over your body, allowing you to reverse life and death at the most. Dangerous moment. The deity's Templar Supreme Martial Artist Tianyu calmly looked at Yu Yang and said, although your strength is below mine, I do not wish for any accidents to occur, nor do I wish for any unforeseen events to occur in this destined battle. Yu Yang was speechless. Damn it, she didn't even give him a chance to get angry, right? You may begin. Sovereign Heaven Charger of the deity's Templar made a gesture of invitation. Yu Yang braced himself and charged towards Tianyu. When his fist landed heavily on the enemy's face, Li Tianlan's eyes widened. At the same time, he discovered that there was a power that struck back at his face, and it was not the deity's Templar supreme martial artist Tianyu's attack. Yu Yang staggered 3 steps back, and discovered that the 4 gods' armor worn by Tianyu, which was the current Imperial Sky Divine armor, contained an unbreakable backlash power, and its godly power allowed Yu Yang's attack to be returned 100%. Tianyu didn't even blink. He touched his cheek and shook his head, saying, "Your speed is too slow, and your strength is too weak. Without the violent power, you can't even exert 1/10 of your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yang had already launched a flying kick, and a crescent moon-like upside-down kick landed on Tianyu's chest. The final blow landed on Tianyu's chin. Not waiting for Tianyu to react, Yu Yang had already used the force to fly far away, and retreated far away. The star explosion shot out the moment it retreated. Behind the glittering cover, the blood arrow, which simulated the supreme martial artist's sword style of life, was drawn to the limit in the nirvana bow that Yu Yang had conjured, and shot towards the deity's Templar's supreme martial artist Tianyu's forehead. Capture. Tianyu stretched out his right hand, and firmly grasped the star explosion that Yu Yang had unleashed in the palm of his hand, and the blood arrow that shot towards him was caught by his left hand. The terrifyingly powerful star explosion was directly crushed by Tianyu's grip, and stardust scattered in all directions. The blood arrow. It made him take a second look. Tianyu casually threw away the blood arrow, and casually stretched out his foot. With a heavy stomp, he extinguished the ultimate godly flames that were extremely condensed together. Other than the eternal and inextinguishable nirvana flame, all the flames that Yu Yang had comprehended in his life were easily extinguished by Tianyu. Tianyu stepped over the blood arrow that was greatly weakened but still slightly burned by the nirvana flame. His gaze was calm as ever as he looked at Yu Yang, as if waiting for him to launch more attacks. "How are we supposed to fight like this?" Mo Long covered his face, not daring to look. The difference in strength was too great. If Tianyu fought with Yu Yang, it would be like bullying a noob. Quickly think of a way. Reduce the lives person and Chi Danzi also felt that it was hopeless. Just relying on Titan Yu alone would be enough to kill Tianyu in minutes. Their only hope now was to find an old ghost like the Honorable Guardian of Light. It would be best if it was the kind of old guy that hadn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years in Tong Tian Tower. Even if he couldn't personally suppress Tianyu, he could at least send tens of thousands of meters of godly power to Titan Yu. Now, Titan Yu's 10,000-meter godly body was even more miserable than before under the suppression of Tianyu's 50,000-meter godly body. At least the Honorable Guardian of Light was crippled by Emperor Wu Shuang. Tianyu had gone all out, and he had even received the inheritance of the Honorable Guardian of Light's power. Without any external help, they knew that they would definitely lose this battle. There should be someone behind Titan Yu, right? Reduce the lives person felt that this didn't make sense. Tianyu had so many powerful people supporting him, so how could Titan Yu be alone? There should be a lot of people supporting him from behind. Moreover, didn't Tong Tian Tower produce many powerful people in the past? Why not lend a hand now? There didn't need to be many, nor did they need to be high. Anyone that was slightly taller than the Honorable Guardian of Light would do. Emperor Wu Shuang, peerless, can be counted as one, but he's dead. Fei Wenli can also be counted as one, but she can't come, so she's probably not much better right now. Counting down, it's my turn. Mo Long's tone was like a widow who had lost her only child. Then it's over. Reduce the lives person and Chi Danzi felt bitter in their mouths. In the center of the imprisonment shrine, the rational and clear-headed Yu Yang clenched his teeth, summoned his greatest strength, and punched the enemy. This time, Tianyu didn't stand still. He reached out and grabbed Yu Yang's fist. With a slight tilt of his body, Yu Yang's whole body was lifted up and thrown out involuntarily. Then, he heavily smashed into the ground of the imprisonment shrine. The strong cornerstone of the shrine burst under this kind of impact. Yu Yang took the opportunity to bounce up, but his lower abdomen had already been kicked by Tianyu. Faster than a meteor, Yu Yang shot back into the sky at high speed. Yu Yang tried his best to control his body. It was too late to stop. Tianyu's 50,000-meter tall divine body was as flexible as his own fist. He punched down like lightning, hitting Yu Yang in midair. Yu Yang's body fell to the ground at a speed 100 times faster than before. Ha! Yu Yang resisted the pain of his broken bones and supported himself with his limbs to resist the mountain-crushing blow of the 50,000-meter-tall divine body. Too slow. The tip of Tianyu's foot just happened to kick Yu Yang's chin, sending him tumbling. When Yu Yang tumbled in midair, Tianyu reached out and grabbed his ankle, swung him in a semicircle, and smashed him again in front of him. Yu Yang slid on the ground for a long time, more slippery than a loach. His body shot back half a foot on the ground until it was 10,000 meters away, then slowly straightened his waist and returned to his fighting posture. In front of him, Tianyu's shadow flashed and disappeared from Yu Yang's eyes. The enemy that his divine sense had locked onto had inexplicably disappeared. A thought flashed in Yu Yang's mind. He looked back in surprise and found Tianyu was already standing behind him. The supreme elder of the deity palace, Tianyu, stretched out his hand and pressed Yu Yang's neck against the ground. Just like a bull plowing the land, he forcefully plowed a deep pit on the steel-like ground of the deity palace, returning to Yu Yang's original position of attack. He let go. Standing in front of Yu Yang, he looked down at him expressionlessly. Because of the pain and humiliation, Yu Yang's heart burned with fury again. His combat strength increased crazily. His eyes were blood red, and his divine power erupted like a volcano. Confine. Supreme Tianyu waved his hand, and the power of laws once again deprived this almost crazy anger. The divine fire on Yu Yang's body kept disappearing. His blood-red eyes quickly faded, and he regained his clarity and rationality. The boiling power gradually quieted down under the ebbing tide of anger, and continued to lurk. What do you want? Yu Yang was very angry, but he couldn't get angry. It's just a small test. Supreme Tianyu nodded calmly. Dongfeng is right. As long as I use the laws to suppress the power of your anger, you are destined to lose this fated battle. Titan Yu, do you know why I didn't attack your family or lover? It's very simple. I only need a complete loser. I don't want to see a normal and rational opponent go crazy because of the death of his family or lover. He loses control and explodes the dormant power that he originally couldn't use. Are you implying that we should commit suicide in front of him? Shui Wuxia suddenly smiled. I didn't understand before, but now I kind of understand what you mean. You aren't jealous of everything Yu Yang has, and plan to use a scheme to destroy everything he has before winning, right? If you understand the true meaning of sacrifice, you might make the most reasonable choice. Tianyu didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. We won't commit suicide and sacrifice ourselves to incite his anger. Princess Sisai refused flatly. Why? Tianyu asked. Aren't you willing to sacrifice everything for him? We aren't stupid. We won't sacrifice ourselves for the sake of our enemy. Shui Wuxia slowly shook her head. Tianyu, I understand what you're thinking. For this fated battle, you willingly or were forced to give up everything you once had, using it to cut off the shackles of the world. You did this, but your opponent didn't. So, you felt that you had to drag him to the same tragic level. You could have defeated him with a raise of your hand, but you didn't. You just set up a battle like the shackled shrine to restrict his anger. You purposely let us see all of this. Through various hints, you want us women to commit suicide for love, to sacrifice selflessly for love, to use death and blood to awaken our lovers, right? Although it's not completely correct, it's close. Tianyu's expression was calm. If all of you die in front of him, I think it might be of some help to this fated battle. In the future, when I defeat Titan Yu and ascend to the Holy Supreme, I can at least remember that I defeated an expert, not a rookie. I'll do it. Mo Long suddenly shouted heroically, if blood and death are needed to awaken his anger, then let me, the boss, sacrifice myself. What Mo Long meant was that as a boss, he felt ashamed that he couldn't help his underlings in battle. Now, blood and death were needed to awaken his anger. As the boss, he naturally had to step forward. Reduced Commoner's Life and Qi Danzi looked at Mo Long in shock. No way, you're so enthusiastic about suicide? This isn't treating us to a meal, okay. Yu Yang was also speechless. He advised Mo Long, don't add to the mess. Not to mention that you can't commit suicide, even if you hang yourself 10,000 times, I won't feel the slightest bit sad. I'll only feel that there's one less scourge in the world. Hearing this, Mo Long was furious. His lungs almost exploded on the spot. You bastard, even if it's true, you don't have to say it out loud, right? Words like that are very hurtful. I wanted to do a good deed out of kindness, but you don't appreciate it at all. You're not giving me face at all. Yu Yang was completely speechless. You mean I shouldn't stop you from dying? Mo Long angrily snorted, it's too late. Now I suddenly don't want to die for you. My good intentions were treated as a dog's lungs. You hurt me too much. On the battlefield of Tianping World, the supreme Tianyu of the temple was indeed extraordinary, beating the guy from another world with one move. The suppression of the 50,000-meter divine body. Divine weapons, divine power, domain, and law were all destroyed. Yu Yang could only struggle to hold on. He knew that Tianyu was still probing and did not go all out. The supreme Tianyu of the temple had always suspected that there was a higher level of protection behind Yu Yang. He was not sure if this possibility would interfere and affect his fate duel, so he held back a little. If Tianyu was completely sure that there was no possibility of any external interference in the fate duel, then it was time for him to go all out and unleash a fatal blow. Bang bang bang, fists fell like rain. Other than clenching his teeth and persevering in the battle, Yu Yang had no second choice. There was no way out in the fate duel. This was not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was that there was not much time left for him. Yu Yang had to defeat Tianyu within a few hours. If he could not win quickly, Tong Tian Tower would suffer a great disaster because of Dong Feng's previous arrangement. The shock wave of destruction would destroy everything in Tong Tian Tower, and Tong Tian Tower would truly sink. The only hope now was Yu Yang's victory. Not only did he need to defeat Tianyu as the weak, but he also had to control the time before the final countdown. There are only 5 hours left. Yu Yang understood how slim the chances of him turning the tables were, but he really did not have the right to give up. Tianyu would not be so merciful to give him such a chance. There are 5 hours left. Hold on, we can do it. Another battlefield. Fatty Hai's head was swollen like a pig's head after being beaten by the enemy, and his eyelids could not open at all. He stood up dizzily, muttering to himself and staggering like a drunkard, but he still insisted on fighting, even if he could not even beat a finger of his opponent. Not only him, but Yi Kong and the Li brothers also climbed up from the pool of blood. Shui Tanlang's whole body was burning with flames, roasting his skin and flesh with a sizzling sound. That was an extremely special kind of divine fire, specialized in restraining ice attribute. Shui Tanlang could not even display 1% of his strength under the burning of the divine fire. Jejej. Prince of Tianluo's teeth were chattering. His body was covered with a layer of frost and the air he breathed was even colder than the polar storm. Just like Shui Tanlang, he was also completely suppressed. Under the effects of the extreme cold divine power, Prince of Tianluo was only slightly better off than a bystander. We've lost. We can't win this battle no matter what. Supreme Jin, the master of the Valley of Tang, who was watching from the sidelines, really wanted to step forward and lend a hand. I didn't expect the Scarlet Warden, Tantai Tumi, to hide his strength so well. We always thought that he was just a quasi-divine level expert. Who knew that his true strength was far beyond our imagination? The Demon Emperor sighed. Among the Light Clan, the Scarlet Warden, Tantai Tumia, had not taken any action. He kept a very low profile. The martial arts practitioners of the 3 sky-reaching clans had almost forgotten about him. Who would have thought that when Dongfeng passed away and the space-time labyrinth was completely destroyed, he would appear when everyone thought that everything was settled? Coincidentally, this was the beginning of the counterattack led by the Heavenly Chariot. Divine palaces, divine corridors, and various spiritual platforms replaced the original space-time labyrinth and were laid under the feet of the martial arts practitioners of the 3 sky-reaching clans. A divine power that far surpassed Dongfeng's chess world appeared on the battlefield according to the will of the Heavenly Chariot. It endlessly boosted the combat power of their side. The martial arts practitioners of the Heavenly Chariot, who had almost broken through the labyrinth, fell into traps of various attributes and restrictions. Of course, even without the will of the Divine Temple's supreme Heavenly Chariot and the suppression of his divine power, Tantai Tumia was the only one. He was enough to defeat the entire sky-reaching coalition army. Even if Supreme Jin and the others, who were forced to watch from the sidelines due to the restrictions of the law, were not necessarily a match for this powerful warden. What a terrifying man. The two-headed dragon Guang and the others were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They had thought that Tantai Tumia's strength was similar to theirs, or even below theirs. In the past, whenever they had some conflicts in the upper heaven realm, he would often send people or write letters to negotiate with this warden. Sometimes, his words were very rude. Really, why doesn't anyone punch me? The arrogant man felt itchy all over. He really wanted to go down and fight. But the law did not allow it. He could not participate in the battle. He could only watch the others fight. If someone punched him hard now, he might be grateful to that person for the rest of his life. The Scarlet Warden, Tantai Tumia's only loyalty was to the heavenly chariot. His actions also carried out the will of the supreme heavenly chariot of the divine temple in this world. Previously, when he was planning in the east, he did not care about winning or losing. No matter how the situation on the battlefield changed, he just waited quietly. It was only when the heavenly chariot entered the balanced scale world that he stepped forward and led his subordinates to launch an all-out counterattack. In order to hide himself, he had always placed his position below the three hall masters. Everything to the outside world was carried out by the heavenly demons and heavenly ghosts under his command. This also gave the outside world a serious misconception that his strength was below the three hall masters. Who could imagine that this man who looked like the shadow of the heavenly chariot? Was he a super powerful god-level expert? Tantai Tumia, who was hiding in the back, was content with being ordinary for 10,000 years. It was only when the fated duel began that he truly exploded his power. I'm ashamed. Supreme Jin shook his head and sighed. He looked at the demon emperor who liked to disguise as a nine-headed demon. The demon emperor smiled bitterly. I like to disguise because I'm afraid of trouble. I hate flattery and socializing. Most importantly, disguising allows me to attack my opponents better. But this old friend of mine doesn't. He's completely hiding for the sake of that heavenly chariot. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that he's this powerful. My two old friends, if you're willing, you can come down and fight. Tantai Tumia could actually hear the conversation between Supreme Jin and the Demon Emperor, even if they were separated by a world. Is this also for the heavenly chariot? Supreme Jin laughed. Yes. Tantai Tumia did not deny it. You should know that we have no intention of starting a war with the Radiance Mountain. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the heavenly chariot. What does the supreme heavenly chariot of the divine temple have to do with us if he starts the fated duel? We're not his enemies. The demon emperor was a little confused. He could not understand why the powerful Scarlet Warden, Tantai Tumia, would issue a challenge to him and Supreme Jin at such a tense moment. Lord Heavenly Chariot is participating in the Destiny Duel and his ascension is imminent. If Lord Heavenly Chariot leaves the heaven realm and heads to a higher realm, the Radiance Mountain will definitely attract the attention of many forces in the heaven realm. Don't hide your ambitions. Supreme Jin and Demon Emperor, you're bloodthirsty predators. You're not kind sheep. As the guardian of the Radiance Mountain, it's my duty as the warden to take action. I need to cleanse some of the opposing forces and silence the noise of grinding teeth. I need to make those spying in the dark withdraw their heads obediently. Tantai Tumia's golden mask shone with divine light. There was no expression on his face. His voice rang out coldly, as old acquaintances, as powerful god-ranked experts who are renowned in the heaven realm, as well as the master of the Valley of Tang, Supreme Jin and the Demon Emperor, the two of you are the best candidates to kill as a warning to the others. How heartless. Supreme Jin shook his head, so knowing each other is also a sin. I've finally understood this truth until today. Knowing each other is not a sin. However, you should feel honored to be the stepping stones of the Radiance Mountain. In Tantai Tumia's heart, there was no such thing as friendship. He only had one emotion, loyalty. Loyalty to the heavenly chariot, loyalty to his duty. He would do anything that was beneficial to his lord. He would do anything that was within the scope of his duty. The Demon Emperor suddenly stretched lazily. Even though I don't want to participate in the war, since the butcher's knife is placed on my neck, I'll fight. As the demon emperor, I can't be a cowardly tortoise and wait for death under the enemy's butcher's knife, can I? Supreme Jin fell silent for a moment before he sighed gently. When Dongfang had come looking for me, I had told him that this matter was extremely troublesome. No matter the outcome, the Golden Crow clan would face the calamity of extinction. Indeed, my premonition at that time was correct. The only thing that I don't understand was that Dongfang had comforted me by telling me that the Golden Crow clan would be revived because of my sacrifice. I can't see any possibility of revival at all. Then he must be lying to you. The demon emperor was amused when he heard this. Dongfang lied to me? Why would he lie to a fool who knows that he's going to die but still insists on moving forward? Even though he's not a good friend, he probably wouldn't lie to me. Or perhaps, he wouldn't be bothered to lie to me. The only thing that Supreme Jin could not understand was Dongfang's reaction. The collapse of the chess world proved that the traitor of Tong Tian Tower, the wisest man of the temple, had died in battle. Why, how could a cunning fellow like Dongfang die so easily? Even if he had died, shouldn't he have endured until the moment Tong Tian Tower fell before dying with no regrets? The demon emperor furrowed his brows. Just like Supreme Jin, he had thought of many things, but the situation did not allow them to continue thinking. With a wave of his hand, Tantai Tumia, who had defeated Fatty Hai and the other Tong Tian Tower warriors once again, walked towards them. The distance between worlds was meaningless to a divine ranker like him. It was as if he had passed through a transparent door. Tantai Tumia walked over easily. He arrived in front of Supreme Jin and the others. The light knights and light warriors under him had already tied up the powerless Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others. Other than them, there were also countless Tong Tian Tower warriors who had fallen to the ground. Tantai Tumia waved his hand lightly and issued an order: follow the original plan. Bring these weak worms to the Libra world. The future Holy Supreme needs some sacrifices as a form of display of authority in the heaven realm. All of you move immediately and pass through the ancient passage. I, the warden, will follow soon. Yes. The light warriors escorted Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others up the stairs between the divine palaces. They followed the guidance of the heavenly chariot wheel and surged forward like a surging tide. On account of our acquaintance, I, the warden, will allow you to commit suicide. Other than Supreme Jin and the demon emperor, Tantai Tumia did not look at anyone else. Perhaps, in his eyes, even divine-level rankers like Supreme Jin and the demon emperor were just slightly bigger worms. Before Supreme Jin and the demon emperor could make a move, Tantai Tumia suddenly reached out and grabbed at the sky. The void shattered and 4 shadows fell into his giant palm. They were the shadows that had been watching the battle from the other world and were preparing to escape quietly. They were volcano, dark cloud, wilderness and light. Although the other shadows did not fall into his palm, they could not help but roll on the ground due to the impact of the divine power. The steadiest, Songhai, quickly supported Yin Ping and Lu Ying with his divine power. On the other side, Lei Ming was so scared that his body was trembling slightly. They were separated by a world. This Tantai Tumi could easily capture 4 of his companions with a casual attack. What kind of divine power and realm was this? Supreme Jin and the Demon Emperor were also shocked and could not calm down for a long time. The Scarlet Warden's strength was 100 times or even 1,000 times stronger than they had imagined. If they were to fight him head-on, there was no way they could resist him. What should they do now? Fight to the death in vain, or abandon all their companions and escape with all their might? Even if they did that, was there any possibility of escaping? Everyone present was in despair. The two-headed dragon, Guang, and the others were even more disheartened. They closed their eyes and waited for death. To them, struggling was a luxury. It was a completely meaningless thing. Eh? What are you doing here? At this tense moment, a voice that was as clear as spring water and as sweet as a bell rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a girl dressed in emerald green. She was mischievously and proudly skipping towards them from afar. She smiled before saying anything and looked especially friendly. Do you know how to get to the Libra world? I accidentally got lost just now. Lost? Carelessly, everyone's attention was focused on the emerald-dressed lady. No one could understand what kind of lady she was to say such words in such a tense moment. Did she even understand that the battle was so intense that blood flowed like a river and corpses littered the ground? I think I remember her. Tantai Tumia frowned. He felt that this emerald-dressed lady was very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. You're from the Eastern clan, right? As the king of the demon clan, the demon emperor worshipped and longed to get close to the Eastern clan's immortals. According to ancient legends, the ancestors of the demon clan were originally immortal beasts. Because they committed certain sins, they were chased out of the Eastern world and wandered to the heaven realm. Through their powerful strength, they forced the natives to accept their arrival. They settled in the heaven realm or the heaven realm according to their strength and tribe. They even left their footprints in the lower realms such as the Tong Tian Tower. This was the origin of the various clans of the demon clan. In other words, the current demon clan was actually the descendants of the exiled immortal beasts. However, due to intermarriage or other depravity, their bloodline gradually thinned. Each generation was weaker than the previous and they no longer had the power of their ancestors. In the end, they were reduced to the demon clan. Just like the dragon clan and the demon clan in the Tong Tian Tower, the demon clan in the heaven realm and the heaven realm yearned to return. To fulfill the will of their ancestors. For the innate will to return to the demon clan. For the ancient summoning in their bloodline, like a volcano, the longer it stayed hidden, the more powerful it would erupt, awakening one's original self, cleansing the sins of their ancestors, obtaining the approval of the immortal clan and returning to the Eastern world. This was the nature and instinct of every demon clan. No matter how beautiful the heaven realm was, no matter how much power and honor the demon clan enjoyed, they could not hide the emptiness in their hearts. Because the heaven realm did not belong to the demon clan. Here, the demon clan was more like a passerby who had no choice but to stay here. Please accept the highest respect from the Tang Valley's three-legged golden crow tribe. Supreme Jean rushed forward and sincerely bowed to the emerald-dressed lady. The three-legged golden crow tribe was a very famous Dongfang tribe in the heaven realm. Because it had only been less than 20,000 years since they came to the heaven realm, the living habits of the golden crow tribe had not changed at all. The Valley of Tang rarely intermarried with the outside world. This kind of self-isolation that did not care about worldly affairs and stood aloof from worldly affairs was mainly to maintain the purity of their bloodline. Supreme Jean was more eager to return to the Eastern world than the demon god. After all, the Golden Crow clan had more hope. Among some of the most seniors, there were complicated relationships and bloodlines that could not be told to outsiders. Seeing the arrival of the immortal tribe, Supreme Jean trembled with excitement. Even though it was only a young immortal Qilin, if he could befriend it, perhaps the future of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe might change one day. You are the three-legged Golden Crow? The woman in emerald green robes was the Qilin girl, Bing Yin. She tilted her little head and glanced at Supreme Jean before shaking her head. It seems that your people have committed a great sin. The power of your bloodline has been sealed very badly. Our ancestors have been killing too much and it has been a disaster to this day. Of course, Supreme Jean knew the reason why the Golden Crow tribe was banished. It's okay if I've done something wrong. It's fine as long as I correct it. I often do wrong things and my mother has always forgiven me. The Qilin girl, Bing Yin, waved her hand calmly and comforted the tearful Supreme Jean. Her words made everyone blush with shame. What kind of mistake could a muddle-headed worm like you make? Of course, my mother forgave you. How could the three-legged Golden Crow tribe be the same? Of course, being banished from the country and deprived of the qualification to be an immortal beast was already considered a relatively light punishment. If it was strictly enforced, the entire tribe might be exterminated. Yes. However, what could Supreme Jean say now? He could only nod. You don't have to bow. I can see it. The Qilin girl, Bing Yin, gestured to the demon god tribe and the others that there was no need to be so courteous. She smiled and said, I understand your feelings very well. Let's not talk about you guys. I've been away from home for a while and I miss my mother very much. I miss everything at home. How about this? I'm going to help a big bad guy fight now. However, I'm not very good at fighting. Yes. Supreme Jean and the demon god tribe were overjoyed when they heard this. You're not good at fighting but we are. It was better to have a chance to serve them than anything else. Not to mention that they needed to be recruited for this battle. Even if it had nothing to do with their own tribe, they would desperately help to fight for such an opportunity. After listening, the Qilin girl, Bing Yin, made a condition: if this battle is won, I'll tell my mother. Whether it can be done depends on your luck. I can't guarantee it. I can think of a way to unlock part of the bloodline seal in your bodies. Of course, it's more suitable to find that big bad guy to do it. Yes. Sacrifice my life and brain to the ground, until my death. Both Supreme Jin and the demon god tribe were so moved that they were about to cry. If they could make a contribution, there would be a chance. Even if the old man was guilty and could never go back, the newly born juniors should have a chance to return to the Eastern world, right? What was the purpose of working hard for so many years? It was all for the future of those little bastards, Tantai Tumi secretly cursed. With the arrival of this immortal Qilin, the opponent's scattered camp immediately became an iron plate. In order to lead the tribe back, Supreme Jin and the demon god tribe would fight to the death. He understood it very well. Return. What it meant to the Eastern Lost Tribe. Even if all of them had to die in battle, these crazy fellows would still charge. Forward wave after wave, perhaps killing an immortal beast is a great sin and the most dangerous action in the world. However, I have no other choice. Tantai Tumi was glad that the immortal Qilin in front of him was only a baby and had no guards. If it was an adult, everything would be over. How dare you? Supreme Jin stepped forward. He stood tall and proud like a mountain. His body burned with the unique divine sun fire of the three-legged golden crow tribe. Scram! Tantai Tumi raised his giant palm and sent Supreme Jin flying 100,000 meters away. Me too. The demon god tribe was already standing in front of Tantai Tumi. His body was also burning with divine fire, but it was not the scorching divine sun fire. Instead, it was a Yin demon fire that could devour everything. The demon fire was unpredictable. Once it was ignited, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Cold air invaded their bodies and turned every drop of water into ice. The most terrifying thing was that the demon fire could devour the surrounding god power. Any god power that entered the demon fire would be silently digested and fused with it. Tantai Tumi swung his fist and forcefully punched through the demon fire. His fist landed heavily on the demon god tribe's chest. Several of the demon god tribe's sternum broke. He could not help but spit out blood. It was like a waterfall. However, the demon god tribe did not move. His body was like a mountain. Other than pain, his bloodshot eyes were also filled with determination and confidence. Are you trying to defeat me? You'll need at least 1,000 punches. Before that, I won't fall and I won't let you pass. The demon god tribe's attitude was that Tantai Tumi would not be able to attack the Qilin girl behind him unless he stepped over his dead body. That's right. Don't even think about it before you kill us. Supreme Jin returned. A large piece of his sternum was also broken, but he was just as determined. Then I'll kill the two of you first. Tantai Tumi scoffed heartlessly. He was a man who cared about results and not the process. As long as he could kill the enemy. No matter what. 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches. As long as the result was achieved, it did not matter. Did he think that he could stop his actions with his attitude and sacrifice? What a joke. In this world, only strength was the guarantee of everything. In this world where strength was respected, if one did not have enough strength, no matter how good one's aspirations and wishes were, they would all be empty talk and a joke. All of you, stop right now. The arrogant man roared. His face was flushed with agitation, and his body was trembling like a sick man with a pendulum. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took a step forward and threw himself at the feet of the Qilin girl Bing Yin. He knelt on one knee and made a pleading gesture with both hands. Please, I've had enough of this damn life. I don't fight back when I'm hit or scolded. I love life and be kind to others. These are not in my character at all. I was born arrogant and unruly. If I see something I don't like, I'll just slap it to death. Hurry up and banish me. I don't want to be an immortal beast that is restrained and suppressed. I want to be a demon beast that does whatever I want and does all kinds of evil. Huh? The eyes of the demon god tribe and Supreme Jin all widened as if they had seen the craziest madman in the world. You're Xianxia? The Qilin girl Bing Yin finally recognized the arrogant man. Please hurry up and banish me. I can't hold it anymore. This battle has been going on for a long time and I can only watch. Can you let me have some fun? I don't want to be an immortal beast anymore. I want to be myself. I can fight and scold whenever I want. My life is in my own hands. I can do whatever I want in the world. The arrogant man Xianxia looked very serious. Oh, a child who is still in the rebellious stage is really unreasonable. When Qilin girl Bing Yin said this, she forgot that she was just a big lowly. Help me, I really want to fight. The arrogant man Xianxia was very anxious. I can help you, but I don't seem to know you very well. Bing Yin shook her head. I'm going crazy. The arrogant man Xianxia was very mad. The Scarlet Warden Tantai Tu Miao would not sit idly by and watch this happen. Although he did not know what would happen after the immortal beast was banished, the sense of danger in his heart still prompted him to act immediately. His divine power burst out like a monstrous tide. With the power to topple the mountains and overturn the seas, his divine body rushed towards the Qilin girl Bing Yin. As long as he killed the only immortal Qilin who could change the battlefield, then everything would be settled. Supreme Jin and the demon god were even faster than him. They stood tall like mountains and blocked his path at the first moment. Naturally, they could not sit idly by and watch Tantai Tu Miao act. Regardless of whether the Scarlet Warden's attack would hurt the target they were protecting, it was absolutely unforgivable. Even if they were to die here, they could not let him hurt the target, not even a single hair. Supreme Jin completely gave up on attacking and used all his divine power to block Tantai Tu Miao's attack. Monster God used his unique divine power to assist Supreme Jin. They never cooperated. However, they were as one. Two completely different divine powers merged unbelievably. Compared to a single divine power, it was at least 10 times stronger. That was how they managed to block Tantai Tu Miao's heavy attack. What? Tantai Tu Miao was in disbelief. Supreme Jin and Monster God worked together to block his all-out attack? We did it. Supreme Jin and Monster God were so excited that their blood was boiling. They fought with their lives on the line. Without any distractions, they worked together to fight against the enemy. Who would have thought that it would be a great success? It was far beyond their expectations. If this was really possible, then they would have more confidence in protecting the target. Supreme Jin and Monster God looked at each other and nodded. Their bodies formed a triangular formation as they stood in front of Qilin girl Bing Yin. If they wanted to attack her, they would have to step over their corpses. This was what they were protecting. For their clansmen. For their return. For the call of their ancestors, they could give up this life. As long as they made contributions in this battle for the birth of the Holy Supreme, then it would no longer be an unreachable dream for their clansmen to return to the Eastern clan. Come on. Supreme Jin's eyes were filled with fanaticism. Let me use my blood to wash away the sins of the past. I understand now. The demon the Arch let out a smile. He recalled his father's figure that was far away. He finally understood. Generations after generations, they had sacrificed wave after wave. What was the value of this kind of sacrifice? Sacrifice, it turned out, was the greatest protection, and also the best release. It was even the beginning of another kind of life form. Selflessly sacrificing oneself for others, for the clansmen, for the future generations. This kind of sacrifice or protection was the true meaning of life passed down from generation to generation. All of you, go to hell. Tantai Tu Miao was furious. His divine power covered the sky and the earth. His fists turned into thousands of suns, shining brightly in the sky. Bang 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 bang, many deep fist marks appeared on the bodies of Supreme Jin and Monster God. Blood gushed out of their mouths and noses like a waterfall. Their divine power was exhausted like a lonely lamp. The demon fire that sustained their lives was faintly discernible and almost extinguished. However, their bodies still stood proudly on the spot. Firmly standing in front of Qilin girl Bing Yin, motionless. The nine-headed snake, nine-headed worm, and the other demons rushed forward in an attempt to help Monster God. However, Tantai Tumi casually pointed with his fingers. His divine power was like a hammer, striking them down one by one. They were badly injured and could not move. Do you really think you can stop this warden's path? Tantai Tumi sneered. He looked ruthlessly at the bruised and bloodied Supreme Jin and Monster God. How many more punches can you take? Right now, even if a baby were to wave his fist, he could still easily knock you down. Limit. Supreme Jin and Monster God also understood that the attack just now was the limit of their bodies. However, even if they were to die, they would not allow the enemy to pass before they completely collapsed. Absolutely not, his fists were like the sun. They reappeared in the sky. The earth-shattering divine power drowned Supreme Jin and Monster God. Tantai Tumi walked over step by step until he was in front of Qilin Girl Bingyin. Supreme Jin and Monster God crawled up from the ground in pain. They rushed over desperately, but Scarlet Warden Tantai Tumi disdainfully kicked them to the left and right. You overestimate yourselves. Now, who else? Tantai Tumi arrogantly looked down at Qilin Girl Bingyin in front of him. As for the angry and unruly man in front of him, he was undoubtedly as weak as a bug in his eyes. He simply ignored him. The unruly Xianxia was so angry that he almost went crazy. However, he had no choice. Even if he did not have the law, he was no match for Tantai Tumi, the Scarlet Warden. Supreme Jin desperately tried to prop up his heavy body and continue fighting. Tantai Tumi casually pressed down with his divine power like a mountain. On the other side, Monster God tried his best to resist, but his arms and body were still sinking into the ground bit by bit. Everywhere, many demons and gods were scattered on the ground. There were no more experts to resist. Go to hell. The heaven realm is not a place where you should be. This place belongs to us. Tantai Tumi raised his giant hand high, ready to crush Qilin Girl in front of him into powder in the next second. Killing immortal beasts, especially super high-level immortal beasts, was undoubtedly the craziest move. Doing so could lead to a war between the two realms. However, Tantai Tumi did not hesitate. As long as it was an obstacle on Tianyu's path to the Divine Supreme, no matter who it was, no matter where it came from, no matter what impact it would have, he would get rid of it. To Tantai Tumi, even if the entire Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm were destroyed tomorrow, as long as he could help Tianyu reach the top today, there was nothing to regret. Die. Tantai Tumi's giant hand closed like a hammer and smashed down. You're so fierce, I'm not going to fight you. Qilin Girl Bingyin saw this and did not forget to stick out her pink tongue cutely. The emerald green figure flashed and then disappeared without a trace in Tantai Tumi's earth-shattering divine power shockwave. Tantai Tumi was shocked. Disappeared? How was this possible? He had locked onto her with his divine sense. How could she escape under his watch? Moreover, what was even more unbelievable was that even Xianxia, who tried to block Tantai Tumi with his arm but could not even block one finger, disappeared. When he looked back again, he suddenly found that the emerald green figure inconceivably appeared on a platform not far away. Her little hand was blooming with thousands of rays of light, soft and gentle, like an upside-down rainbow. In this wonderful rainbow light, Emperor Jin and the Demon Emperor, who were seriously injured and fell to the ground, the nine-headed demon tribe, the double-headed dragon Guang and other heavenly dragons, Songhai, Laming, Yinping, Lion and other heavenly realm shadow gods, as well as Qianxia, all of them quickly shrank in the brilliance. No matter how tall or short their original bodies were, they all became as thin as beans. Flying along the rainbow light, all of them slipped into the slender hands of Qilin Girl Bingyin. Clenching her small fists and lowering her head, Qilin Girl Bingyin, who was lost and confused, boldly moved forward. Regardless of the consequences, she rushed forward and easily broke through the restriction of the supreme law of the Divine Palace. Under the pressure of the Scarlet Warden Tantai Tumi's divine power, she broke through the space barrier without any delay, and the emerald green figure instantly disappeared in the vast ancient passage. Faintly, there were a few words that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Where is this? It seems to be a mistake again, but it doesn't matter. We will find the place. Go on, go on. Tantai Tumi was petrified. He could not imagine this incredible change at all. For the first time in his life, he felt that power was not omnipotent. In the Tianping world, the battle between Yu Yang and Tianyu continued. Now the supreme Tianyu of the Divine Palace was full of confidence, especially when the warriors of the Divine Palace escorted Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and other powerhouses of the Tong Tian Tower. There was a mysterious smile on his lips. Don't worry about us, we have enough. It's worth it to be able to come here and fight until here in this life. Yi Kong, who was bruised and exhausted, had no strength to struggle, but his will was still as hard as steel, and he would rather die than surrender. If the enemy wanted to use him to threaten Yu Yang, he would never agree. For the desperate wanderer who almost starved to death on the first floor of the Tong Tian Tower, his life was exciting enough to fight until now. He had no regrets in life. Fatty Hai's face, which had been deformed from the beating, was smiling. Although his smile was uglier than crying, he was still smiling, just like a fool. Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo did not say a word, as if they were not in a slaughterhouse that was about to be torn to shreds, but in a quiet and secluded manner. They even looked at the divine temple's maze formation laid by the deity palace's supreme elder Tianyu with interest, as if they were beautiful green trees and red flowers. Seeing that all the warriors of the Tong Tian Tower had been captured, Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Yes, yes. Now, it was time for the battle to begin. The corridor formed by the Wall of Sighs extended all the way to the edge of the Dead Sea. Sickly Beauty was the first to fly forward. With every step she took, the light of the Wall of Sighs grew brighter, extending by 1 meter. Yu Yu followed closely behind her. She brought the tidal sea witch closer to the Dead Sea. When she set foot on the edge of the Dead Sea, the tide of the Dead Sea roared like a startled beast, sweeping up 1,000-meter-tall waves. Make way, this is the will of the Ocean Empress. As the Empress of the Seas, Hai Lan angrily raised her hands and forcefully parted them. The gigantic waves of the Dead Sea that covered the sky and covered the earth unstoppably opened up a wide path for her. Rumble. The Dead Sea roared. Huge waves the size of small mountains rolled up and down, as if they were about to pounce on the girls who dared to provoke it and swallow them whole. However, no matter how angry it was, it could not stop them from moving forward. A nomological power that far exceeded its intelligence was extending from the Wall of Sighs, turning into a long corridor that led straight into the Dead Sea. Billions of cursed spirits of the Dead Sea were howling, spinning, and pouring out from the middle passage of the Dead Sea. They let out the most terrifying cries and curses in the world as they stretched out their arms, ready to pass through the sealed corridor of the Wall of Sighs and embrace the enemies with death. Lu Yi walked down from the perforate deer. She reached out with both hands. She stuck close to the Wall of Sighs. In the blink of an eye, the light on the Wall of Sighs increased by thousands of times, and a kind of inviolable rule of cleansing was added to it. This kind of pure power was brighter and purer than holy power. The cursed spirits of the Dead Sea screamed in fear and scattered in all directions. Some of the dead spirits that could not escape in time crashed into the Wall of Sighs, and instantly let out horrifying screams. Under the rule of cleansing, their illusory and formless bodies dissipated like steam in agony. Everything they had before and after they died turned into nothingness. Return to chaos. The battle has just begun. Sisters, charge. Princess Sisai raised the Hell Tiger divine sword and pointed it at the depths of the Dead Sea. Charge, let's fight together. Victory. Drunken Cat and the Southern Demon King were the fastest to charge. Nyo Panda Girl looked back at Yu Yang, who was being beaten by Tianyu, worriedly. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and firmly followed her mother's footsteps. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, on the other hand, were confused. What kind of trouble was this? The battle had just begun. What did that mean? Could it be that the battle was going to continue? Not bad, I like this choice. Tianyu did not care about Xue Wuxia and the others' choice of battle at all, nor did he care about their attack on the Dead Sea. For him, no matter what an ant-like enemy did, it was not worth mentioning. Just like Dong Feng, the man who was known as the Central Shrine's #1 think tank, who planned everything meticulously. He was indeed smarter than ordinary people, but so what? In the face of an extremely powerful Supreme Master, what was the use of having high intelligence? Could designing, setting up, and scheming allow an ant to defeat a god? Strength was the real guarantee, the prerequisite of everything. This was also the only truth in the heaven realm. And this truth was in his hands. Besides, Tianyu never thought that anyone in the world could surpass him in wisdom. Not even Dongfang. If he was a little more open-minded in terms of cultivation, how could Dongfang be the central shrine's #1 wisdom? Let them go. Then, you can play with them and kill them as much as you want. Tianyu signaled his temple warriors to let go of Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others. With a flick of his finger, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the other warriors of the three Tong Tian clan were all thrown into the sky. Each of them turned into a meteor and fell into different shrines. In those shrines, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others would suffer the heaviest suppression and the most painful torment. Their strength would be reduced to the weakest. Every second. They were all panting in pain and despair. As for the temple warriors under the command of Tianyu, they would receive the greatest enhancement and amplification. Ahem, Supreme Master, please allow us to die for you. I guarantee that our loyalty will be comparable to the eternal Great Light Mountain. Tian Tu, Shen Tu, Tushar, Tuwan, as well as the surviving Heaven Realm great leaders who followed the temple warriors saw the situation and quietly exchanged looks. They all knelt at the feet of Tianyu, the supreme of the temple, and kissed the ground beside his feet, begging for a chance to serve this future supreme divine lord. Go, do what you like to do. I believe in your choices. I can guarantee that your efforts will be rewarded greatly. Tianyu didn't even glance at them out of the corner of his eyes. However, he did not reject the loyalty of these ants. He only cared about one person, and that was Yu Yang, the other candidate for the fated battle. Tianyu carelessly yawned and magnanimously said to Yu Yang, "You clan's third young master, if you still have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Otherwise, this duel will be too boring." Yu Yang couldn't be bothered to retort. He hurriedly gathered his divine power and strengthened the martial practitioners of the three sky-reaching clans who were struggling in pain in the various sacred halls. Otherwise, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others wouldn't even be able to survive for a minute. Tianyu watched quietly and did not intervene with Yu Yang. His expression was a little strange, as if he would regret it for the rest of his life if he did not force Yu Yang to the end. You must have a trump card, but why aren't you using it? Tianyu believed in his intuition. Don't worry, we'll use it when the time comes. Yu Yang expressed that now was not the time. Then let's continue. Tianyu decided to increase the pressure. He suspected that there was a protector standing behind this kid, and this protector would only intervene at the very last moment. Perhaps this guardian was not something this brat could control, or perhaps it was just protecting his life and not interfering with his daily life. Of course, there was another possibility. Although there was a guardian, it could not interfere with this fated battle. If it was the latter, then Tianyu felt that he just had to enjoy the duel before advancing to the divine supreme martial artist. No, this was not a duel at all. It was a brutal killing. Although Titan Yu was the candidate for the divine fate duel, he was no match for him at all. He could not even compare to one of his fingers. Struggling people, let me give you a present. Tianyu raised his hands high up and divine light shone brightly. Billions of divine lights flickered in the balanced world like fireworks. An extremely special and wondrous law covered the entire Libra world like a net. No matter where it was in the world, everything was within the net. It was like a fishing net. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and the others who attacked the Dead Sea were instantly caught by the law of the heavenly net, along with the crystal corridor formed by the sighing wall. On the net, there were also Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tanlang and the other warriors of the Tong Tian clan. More spider monsters surged out of the temples in the balanced world at the same time. They were frantically pouncing on the enemies restricted by the law of the heavenly net. So many spiders. Shui Wuxia's face was filled with disgust. She waved her lily-white hands, and a kind of ice and snow divine power, born in ancient times and supported by supreme wisdom, engulfed the entire balanced world. In an instant, the monsters that surged out of the temples froze, and then turned into frozen zombies. Tianyu was slightly stunned. Shui Wuxia held the divine pearl of fate in her right hand, which represented wisdom and guidance. She seemed to throw a punch casually, and the law of the heavenly net around her disappeared instantly. The law of heaven and earth returned to normal. Let's gather together. The illusion moon goddess and Princess Sisai hurried over to respond. They broke the law of the heavenly net and protected Anan, Yu Bing, and the others in the center. What about you? Aren't you going to do anything? Tianyu turned to look at Yu Yang. As soon as he said this, the cold air in the balance scale world dissipated. Countless spider beasts rushed out of the temple. Like a flood bursting through a dam, they covered the sky and covered the earth as they tried to swallow the warriors of Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang did not do anything. He just looked at the direction of the ancient god gate quietly. Tianyu was a little puzzled. Could it be that the Yu clan's third young master had reinforcements? But even if there were reinforcements, they couldn't enter through the ancient god gate, right? Now that the fate showdown had begun, no one could enter through the ancient god gate. Just as Tianyu was feeling suspicious, the ancient god gate suddenly made a dong sound, as if someone had put their head on it. Then, he heard a painful groan. Were there really reinforcements? Before he could react, he heard another dong sound. This time, it was even louder. Who was it that would use their head to hit the ancient god gate? Tianyu looked at Yu Yang in surprise, only to see that the Yu clan's third young master was also sweating profusely. Did I open it the wrong way? A very stupid and cute voice rang out. Dong. This time, even Tianyu, who was the enemy, was speechless. Grandpa Divine Gate, please let me in. I have something urgent to do. Once the cute girl started to act cute, she did not care about time, place or person. The ancient god gate could also be opened by acting cute. Yu Yang did not even have the energy to retort. However, what made him incredulous was that the ancient god gate really opened a small space, allowing the cute girl outside to turn into a green light and enter. As soon as she came in, she did not look at anyone and threw herself into Sickly Beauty's arms, crying pitifully, "Sister Wuhan, my head hurts so much that it's like a bun, and it's so hard to find here, woo-woo." Sickly Beauty's heart ached so much that she hurriedly hugged her and comforted her gently. Don't cry, you did a good job. Everyone knows that you worked hard. Bing Yin, be good, don't cry." Yu Yang's face was full of sweat. Tianyu looked for a long time and found that it was just an immortal beast seedling. It looked like a bean sprout, and its strength was so weak that it made people speechless. As a result, the big stone in his heart that was originally hanging in the air finally fell down. This is your trump card? Tianyu now felt sad for Yu Yang. It was better not to show such a trump card, and even if it was shown, it would be worse than not showing it. At least from the enemy's point of view, there was no more reassuring than this trump card. Tianyu glanced at Qilin girl Bing Yin again, and his heart finally confirmed that if Yu clan's third young master had no other tricks, then he was the last and only winner of this fate duel. What are you doing here? Yu Yang felt that this Qilin girl's only help here was to make trouble. I'm here to help. Qilin girl Bing Yin raised her small fist. Okay. Yu Yang pointed to the distance. Stay there obediently. If you can hold back and not talk, it will help a lot. Humph, good intentions are not rewarded. Qilin girl Bing Yin snorted. Fortunately, she was open-minded. Otherwise, she would not forgive this guy's unreasonable words. This was clearly looking down on her. If she didn't show him her power, he wouldn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Thousands of thoughts flashed through the Qilin girl's mind. She just wanted to show Yu Yang a lesson, and she had long forgotten about other things. Shui Wuxiao looked at her small fist clenched tightly and asked curiously, "What are you holding?" Only then did Bing Yin wake up with a cry. She quickly let go. There was a flash of colorful light, and a large group of strong people returned to their original bodies in front of everyone's eyes. However, because they had shrunk their immortal power for too long, they could not help but groan in pain. Fortunately, each of them was a super strong person. If they were ordinary humans, they would have died long ago. Xianxia recovered the fastest. He jumped up immediately and rushed to the demon dragon boss who was lying on the ground waiting for death. "Ah, boss, how did you become like this? If you were hit by a divine hammer, you would also lie on the ground pretending to be a dead dog like me." The demon dragon couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Don't mention that pot of water. Who did it? I will avenge you." Xianxia turned around. From the side of the demon dragon boss, and instantly rushed to the feet of Yu Yang. It's not impossible to hug someone's thigh, but my thigh is only for beauties to hug. Yu Yang had always been a person who valued women more than men. Please, banish me. There was a reason for Xianxia to hug someone's thigh. He knew that the only person who had the ability to do so was Yu Yang. Although he was a fool. But, he was definitely not a retard. Yu Yang's tone was very similar to the Qilin girl being in. It's good, but I am not very familiar with you. Banishing immortal beasts might sound cool, but under normal circumstances, no one with normal intelligence would do such a thing. The reason was that behind every immortal beast was a family or a sect. Doing such a thing was equivalent to offending the people of a large family. What right do you have to banish my son to the lower realms? If you could scold him loudly, your son is in big trouble. I am doing this for his own good, maybe he can endure it. But if you banish him without any trouble, this kind of enthusiasm was even more infuriating than I see that your wife is anxious because she is not pregnant, so I helped you, no need to thank me, please call me Lei Feng. Yu Yang had normal intelligence, and he was never a pain in the ass. So, Xianxia, this fool, better scram as far as possible. It was impossible to banish Xianxia, but Yu Yang would not hesitate to remove some of the seals on Supreme Jin and Fei Emperor. Now was the time when he urgently needed manpower. Not to mention reinforcements like Supreme Jin and Fei Emperor, he could not even waste a piece of toilet paper. Please, if you don't banish me, just seal me. As a fool, Xianxia had another idea. As an immortal beast, there was the rule of if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others did not attack maliciously, they would not be able to use their full strength to fight. This rule was a good thing for other immortal beasts. To Xianxia, who always wanted to fight, it was a great misfortune. So, he would rather not be an immortal beast and willingly degenerate to live as he pleased. Otherwise, how could the Heaven Realm's #1 murderer, the demon dragon, become an immortal beast's idol? If banishing him didn't work, then he would seal him. It would be best if he could seal his status as an immortal beast for 1,000,000 years, and then recover it after he was done playing with it. Even if he couldn't recover it in the end, that was fine too. This was Xianxia's plan. How much of a pain in the ass do you have to be? Yu Yang was speechless. Since his son was willing to degenerate and take out his lowly skin for him to beat up, it would be inexcusable if he did not make a move. This seal could be recovered, but it was different from banishing him. When the time comes, a group of old ghosts would surround him and ask him to hand over his son. He could just kick this guy out and barely make do with it. Please, I want to fight even in my dreams. Xianxia's greatest desire in his life was to fight to his heart's content, no, to fight 10,000 times. I'll say this first, this is your request. Yu Yang's face was filled with helplessness. Yes, I strongly requested it. Xianxia was extremely cooperative. In the future, if your family comes looking for me to settle scores, you have to explain clearly that it has nothing to do with me. Yu Yang first cast aside this responsibility. Learning from Lei Feng, doing good deeds doesn't leave his name, but doing bad deeds also doesn't leave his name. I guarantee that no one will come looking for me. My family has never cared about me. Xianxia's comical behavior had probably made his family very sad. Since you are so serious and sincere in your request. Yu Yang felt that since it was like this, then he had to help Xianxia and his family solve the problem of them being reincarnated into the wrong body. Furthermore, there was still room for him to recover from the seal. It was different from being completely banished. When this comical child had played enough and calmed down, then it wouldn't be too late to unseal him. As for now, he would just let him be a qualified fighter, indifferently. Tianyu looked on with disdain as if he was watching a farce. He didn't care what Yu Yang did. Anyway, as long as he had the strongest power, no matter what the enemy did, it wouldn't be worth laughing at. Furthermore, the fate duel had to be like this for it to be a little more exciting, right? Struggle hard, I have high hopes for you, Yu Clan's third young master. Supreme Elder of the Deity Temple, Scarlet Warden Tantai Tumia has come to report. Before Yu Yang could complete the sealing ceremony, new enemy reinforcements arrived at the ancient passage. Furthermore, it was the extremely powerful Tantai Tumia. Tianyu looked at Tantai Tumia who was kneeling on the ground. He didn't say anything and only nodded slightly. His eyes looked towards the deepest part of the ancient passage. There was also a shadow. It was moving at high speed, flying over. Hurry up and seal it or it will be too late. Xianxia was the most anxious. As soon as Tantai Tumi arrived, he rushed to Yu Yang and shouted at the top of his lungs, reminding Yu Yang to stop watching the show. The enemy's reinforcements were still coming. If he did not activate the sealing ritual, he would not even know how he would die. Not only him, Supreme Jin and the Demon Arch were also very anxious. However, they did not dare to rush him. They could only be anxious. Yu Yang took a deep look at the shadow at the ancient passage and pressed his hand on the top of Xianxia's head. In the name of the future Holy Supreme divine power flowed within Xianxia's body, which was completely defenseless. Finally, he formulated a sealing law that would cut off all restraints and fate. Roar, 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 Xianxia screamed in extreme pain. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Once the sealing law was successfully formulated, he would completely change from an immortal beast to a fallen demonic beast. The law of peace was sealed and his fate changed. The power that was originally hidden in his body erupted like a volcano, rising from the top of his head. In the sky, an unknown mournful music was faintly heard from the space-time world outside the sky. The law of peace was sealed. The pure immortal beast power was transformed into a super-violent demonic beast power. The entire balanced scale was dyed red by this terrifying murderous demonic power. The entire sky was like blood. The ground was like a prison. With Xianxia's feet as the center, billions of sabers, spears, swords, horns, fangs, claws, iron hooves, golden eyes, and silver scales formed from the ground, transforming into Xianxia's unique demonic power law. When there was no restraint, the power was automatically released. As its master, Xianxia could not believe that there was such a powerful power stored in his body. Ah! Xianxia leaped up and unleashed his vast demonic power. The entire balanced scale was actually trembling under his will. However, he inexplicably shed tears of blood. Blood dripped onto the ground. It turned into a burning pool of blood. The mournful music from the sky was even louder. Heartless people like Yu Yang were still fine, but the sentimental fallen beauty and the rest were already in tears. That idiot, he actually abandoned himself. I don't care about him. The Qilin girl Bing Yin wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and her little nose snorted angrily. She knew that it was easy to seal, but it was not so easy to restore it. Because Xianxia was a bloodthirsty and belligerent animal. It was bound to commit a lot of sins because of its superpower. If it did not pay it back, it would not be able to return to the ranks of immortal beasts, just like another fallen model of the demonic dragon. Now, Scarlet Warden Tantai Tumia, I challenge you. Xianxia couldn't wait any longer and wanted to fight the enemy. First of all, it was used for the operation. It was Tantai Tumi, the Scarlet Warden, who had once ignored him. Why wasn't it the deity temple's supreme heavenly chariot? Xianxia was a warmonger who advocated violence, but he was not stupid. He knew that the final boss was not someone he could challenge. Challenging Tantai Tumia was his limit. And us. On the other hand, Supreme Jin and the demon god were both unsealed by Yu Yang's hands and not sealed. The images of the 3-legged golden crow and the 9-headed black tortoise. One on the left and one on the right. It expanded to the edge of the Tianping world. Although they were unable to return to the ranks of the immortal beasts, with Yu Yang's unsealing, Jin Di and Yao Di's powers were unsealed after they were banished. In the name of the future divine supreme elder, he accepted and approved their actions of atoning for their sins on the battlefield. The divine power all over his body was like the sun, emitting thousands of divine lights, each like a divine sword in the sky. This was the golden crow's divine power after Supreme Jin was unsealed. On the other hand, the divine power emitted by the demon god's body was as dark as hell, engulfing half of the sky. A kind of 9 underworld demonic fire that could even burn and extinguish divine light was faintly visible in the demon god's hand. From time to time, it would engulf and transform the divine light emitted by Supreme Jin and the other powerhouses. Wow! The 2-headed dragon Guang and the others looked at Xianxia, Supreme Jin, and the demon god enviously. Only the 3 of them were recognized by Yu Yang. The rest, including the nine-headed demon tribe and the shadow gods, did not receive the same favor, let alone the heavenly dragon tribe, who were previously enemies. Right now, there were two paths in front of him. The first option for Guang and the others was to follow deity's Templar Supreme Tianyu. It seemed like this boss would definitely win. Although they wouldn't be able to be put in an important position, at least they would be able to keep their lives. If they didn't want to be the ants under Tianyu's command, Guang and the others could still choose to follow the Yu clan's third young master who looked like he would definitely lose. If Titan Yu was able to reverse the situation and choose the second path, then he would be able to strike it rich. Being placed in an important position was the most basic. If he did well, he might even be able to enter the Eastern world to gain experience. Don't you need to think about it? The two-headed dragon Guang still wanted to discuss with the shadow gods, but who would have thought that the shadow gods would all rush over to Yu Yang's side? Humph, take your time to think, there's no need to rush. Among the shadow deities, Yin Ping made a face at Guang. The black terror race is willing to die for supremacy. The wild boar demon and the black bear demon knelt down. The one they were kowtowing to was not the temple's supreme heavenly chariot. Instead, it was Yu Yang. No matter how bad the situation was, they were all descendants of the goblin race. Perhaps the goblin race's bloodline was so thin that it was not even acknowledged by the goblin emperor, the boss of the goblin race in the heaven realm. However, it did not stop them from having the heart to return with pride. Even though they knew that they would definitely lose and die in battle, they still chose to do so. Furthermore, they had no regrets. Even pigs are smarter than you guys. Luin from the shadow gods snorted. If we die, then we die. Let's go all out, let's go all out. The two-headed dragon Guang and the beautiful Queen Thousand Bones Crispy looked at each other and hurriedly rushed over. They knelt at the feet of Yu Yang, pledging their allegiance to the Yu clan's third young master whose strength could not be compared to the temple's supreme heavenly chariot. Abandoning the first option that would definitely win and be safe, and walking on the second option that would definitely fail and be dangerous, the two-headed dragon Guang even felt that he must have gone crazy to be so retarded. Are you really going to choose this way? Tianyu was a little puzzled. Can we choose again? When the two-headed dragon Guang weakly asked this question, even his companion, Myriad Bones Paralysis, felt embarrassed. Alright, I will give you a chance to choose again. The temple's supreme heavenly chariot's favorite thing to do was to endlessly attack Yu Yang. This was because this person was his mortal enemy, the biggest obstacle to becoming a divine sovereign in the future. It can't be? The demon dragon shouted, even a thick-skinned person like me wouldn't do such a thing, you're too shameless. Shut up, don't you want to reconsider this matter? The two-headed dragon Guang was really anxious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to shout at the demon dragon even if he had the guts of a water jar. What is your choice? Tianyu looked at the two-headed dragon Guang. A slap in the face. What he wanted was a slap in the face brought about by this betrayal. What he wanted to do to Yu Yang was to make him sink into complete despair, and then watch helplessly as he ascended to the divine sovereign realm with boundless pain and regret. The purpose of the fated duel was to make the name of the future divine sovereign have a divine will that could not be challenged or blasphemed. The two-headed dragon Guang returned to the center of the balanced world. He lowered his head. He looked like he was in a dilemma. As his companion, the beautiful Queen Thousand Bones Crispy couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. She couldn't bear to watch such an embarrassing scene. Alright, I've made my choice. The two-headed dragon Guang clenched his fists. He finally made up his mind on what path he would take in the future. Very good. Tell everyone clearly what choice you've made. Tell everyone what is the correct choice. The corner of Tianyu's lips curled into a smile. He was very confident. From the moment the two-headed dragon Guang changed his mind, he knew that this ant would never choose the Yu clan's third young master again. You traitor! The demon dragon was already cursing furiously. Don't run into my hands, otherwise, I guarantee that you'll wish you were dead. Supreme Jin and Fei Emperor looked at the two-headed dragon Guang with extreme hatred. Ha 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 ha. Tantai Tumia laughed. The two-headed dragon Guang shouted in a trembling voice under the confused gaze of his companion, Thousand Bones Crispy, my final choice is the Yu clan's third young master. What? The temple's warriors who were watching the commotion all had their eyeballs fall to the ground. Did I hear wrongly? The demon dragon was also stunned. What? The beautiful queen, Thousand Bones Paralysis, also looked at her comrade, whose words and actions were so strange, in disbelief. Why is that? Heavenly Chariot wasn't angry. Instead, he looked calm. However, he glanced at Yu Yang and asked in a casual manner. Because. I want to play a trick on you. The two-headed dragon Guang shouted with all his might under Heavenly Chariot's pressure. I'm going to rely on the Yu clan's third young master. He was originally my enemy. If I rely on him like this, even if he doesn't bring up old scores, he won't take our Heavenly Dragon clan seriously. Since I've chosen him, I have to throw caution to the wind and try to make a good impression in front of him to show my loyalty and attitude. Heavenly Chariot was stunned for a second. Then he nodded. I'm surprised. I didn't think that an ant like you would also play tricks. However, you might be gambling a little too much. The sweat on the two-headed dragon Guang's forehead flowed down like water. His hands and feet were trembling, but his voice gradually returned to normal. I won't gamble. If I rely on your side, I will die in the end. Instead of being a coward, I might as well be a hero, even if it's only for a short while. Good, brat, I admire you. The demon dragon laughed so hard that snot bubbles came out of his nose. He was extremely happy that Heavenly Chariot failed to show off and got slapped in the face instead. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move. He even wanted to give the two-headed dragon Guang a huge bear hug. The anger of Jin Di, Fei Emperor, and shadow deities disappeared. Even Xianxia, the guy who looked down on others, gave him a thumbs up for the first time. The hatred of the people on Heavenly Chariot's side soared. The Scarlet Warden, Tantai Tumia, looked at the two-headed dragon Guang like a dead man. When he returned to Yu Yang's side, the two-headed dragon Guang felt so uncomfortable that he almost peed his pants. That was the supreme Heavenly Chariot of the temple, a slap in the face. Do you think you're not afraid at all? Nonsense. In the depths of the ancient passage, the high-speed shadow finally arrived. The person who came was a super expert whose strength was close to the previous Supreme Guardian of Light. He came from the Great Light Hall of the Central Shrine, and was one of Heavenly Chariot's masters. He was one of the three elders who attacked the snake demon Empress Fei Wenli with his companions Supreme Time and Supreme Lamp, Supreme Qihong. Supreme Qihong also had another name, Tianqi. His relationship with Heavenly Chariot. It was the biggest secret of the Great Light Mountain Central Shrine. However, no matter what the relationship between Supreme Qihong and Heavenly Chariot was, no one would doubt his role in Heavenly Chariot's life. Tianqi, who had the divine power of Qihong and the laws of Qihong, was more useful than the Supreme Guardian of Light. He was the one who brought Heavenly Chariot's path to godhood to the peak. Although he was unknown to the outside world. But Supreme Qihong was undoubtedly the greatest master in the world. Even though he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he still rushed here, hoping to make a final contribution to the promotion of his disciple, Supreme Heavenly Chariot. Master. They were both masters, but Heavenly Chariot would never be as polite to the Supreme Guardian of Light as he was to Supreme Qihong. Even if they were the same respect, the only one who could make Heavenly Chariot act so respectfully was this old man Tianqi, who had been baptized by Qihong's divine power since birth. We must end this destiny duel as soon as possible. Supreme Qihong's first words made Heavenly Chariot feel heavy. The battle outside the time square is over. The magic lamp has died, and Time has decided to imprison herself in the time square for 10,000 years to atone for her sin of escaping the light sky prison. Although the snake demon Empress Fei Wenli is seriously injured, with her willpower, she will definitely grit her teeth and come to help. In order to avoid accidents, this destiny duel must end before Fei Wenli arrives. Yes. Supreme Heavenly Chariot of the Temple couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard the news that the magic lamp had died and Time had imprisoned herself. But he adjusted quickly. Within half a second. That was the supreme willpower that was as still as a mountain. He glanced at Supreme Qihong, who refused to accept divine power to heal his injuries, and nodded. He turned his face and looked at Yu Yang, who was looking at him from afar. It's time to end this farce. Yu Clan's third young master had used all his trump cards and no longer held back. With his current strength, it was impossible to reverse the situation. This battle would be won without a doubt. Demon Dragon fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Night Dream and Motionless were too busy fighting. Snake Demon Empress Fei Winli, who was seriously injured in the battle in the Times Square, couldn't make it in time. Just an immortal beast child and a few weak ant-like reinforcements wanted to reverse the situation? That would be a huge joke. In this fateful battle, after a lot of sacrifices, they had finally gotten their reward in the future. The Divine Sovereign was waiting for him in the future. All those who sacrificed themselves, please rest in peace. Heavenly Chariot will not disappoint you. Supreme Heavenly Chariot of the Temple clenched his fists. His eyes revealed a kind of transcendent divine might that looked down on all living beings. It was clear that he was infinitely close to the Divine Sovereign realm. Yu Yang didn't dare to be careless at all. He stared at the biggest enemy in his life. Goodbye, my old enemy. After saying that, Heavenly Chariot appeared in front of Yu Yang. His fist. It hit Yu Yang's heart heavily. The supreme divine power, at this moment, was enough to shatter the entire Tianping world. It was concentrated in his fist and smashed into Yu Yang's chest with unstoppable force. Yu Yang fell. The balanced scale world was shaking. The entire destroyed space was slowly restored by the ancient origin power. The balanced scale world would not be destroyed, but for Yu Yang and Tianyu who were fighting inside, this was actually a division of victory and defeat through strength. At this moment, the looming and invisible balance of the world seemed to have been overwhelmed by the incredible power of the Heavenly Chariot. The destiny balance of the two seemed to be leaning towards the side of the Divine Hall's Supreme Heavenly Chariot. Tianyu regarded this result as inevitable. If only Titan Yu could resist. Could reverse. That would be strange. Sigh, this is really a boring battle. Tianyu sighed slightly, the loneliness of an expert flashing past. Perhaps only Conquest Queen Fei Winli who supported Titan Yu from behind was truly worthy of his battle. Stand up, stand up. The demon dragon hoped that a miracle could happen again, that Yu Yang, who had been defeated countless times, could stand up again. But this time was different. This time, Tianyu used his full strength. Under the amplification of the hundreds of thousands of laws of the temple, and after absorbing the selfless gift of divine power from the Guardian of Light, as well as the guidance of Sovereign Qiheng and the other seniors, Sky Chariot's divine power had been raised to an inconceivable level. Even he himself had never thought that he could possess such great power. This level of full-strength attack. Not to mention Yu Yang. Even the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, who had collapsed previously, could not take it head-on. Seeing this result, Master Qiheng was very pleased. Heavily injured and on the verge of death, he silently nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. The outcome was decided. How much effort and sacrifice had the Heaven Realm put in, and now they finally got the best return. The future Divine Supreme now officially belonged to the Heaven Realm. Countless generations of dreams, pursuits, and sacrifices had been made. At this moment, it belonged to the Radiant Mountain, to the central shrine. The seed that he had planted with his own hands had finally grown into a towering tree, becoming the best pillar. He had not misjudged and made the right choice. Tianyu was truly the best candidate for the Heaven Realm. Ah, a sorrowful howl erupted from the depths of the Dead Sea, and a storm swept across the entire area. The gigantic Paragon Guardian of the Dead Sea rose from the Dead Sea. There was no joy of victory on his face. On the contrary, his expression was extremely unsightly, and his eyes were filled with grief and despair. What happened, not to mention the ordinary warriors of the Divine Hall, even Exalt Qiheng and Heavenly Chariot couldn't figure out what was going on. The warriors of the Temple of God, who had been cheering wildly for their victory, had their voices cut off like knives. Everyone looked at the Supreme Guardian of the Dead Sea in confusion. Ah, all of you are idiots. The autarch of the Dead Sea Guardian was like a madman. He roared with all his might as he shouted angrily at everyone present, including Autarch Starter and Sky Chariot. And you, Sky Chariot. You are far too arrogant. You blindly believe in your own strength and have completely abandoned all caution and humility. Damn it, you're being played in the palm of someone else's hand, yet you're still so pleased with yourself. It's really infuriating. If you could calm your fanatical mind and think about the whole situation, you wouldn't have fallen into such a passive state. What did you say? Paragon Chihong was stunned. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Have all of you become muddle-headed with age? You've done your best to support him, push him, and sweep away all obstacles for him. You think you can help him this way, but you're wrong. You've completely harmed him. You've paved a bright path for him, but do you think that's the way to heaven? You should be vigilant, not careless. The Supreme Guardian of the Dead Sea was so angry that he was about to go crazy. What exactly happened? Sky Chariot couldn't understand. His opponent in the fate duel, Yu Clan's third young master Titan Yu, had already been defeated by him. This fate duel was already a foregone conclusion. What was there to be angry about? Supreme Heavenly Chariot, the one who should reflect the most is you. The Supreme Guardian of the Dead Sea roared thunderously. Look at what you've done. You've actually been deceived by a weak warrior of Tong Tian Tower. You've been played in the palm of his hand, and you're still ignorant of it. As an absolute candidate for the fate duel, you've done far from enough. I really suspect that there's something else in your brain other than muscles. Deceived? Sky Chariot was stunned. Who could deceive him? Was it the Yu Clan's third young master who could be killed with just a punch from an infant? Or was it the Conquest Queen Fei Wenli who paid a heavy price to kill the Supreme Lamp Elder and forced the Supreme Age Elder to imprison herself in the Time Square? The Supreme Guardian of the Dead Sea glared at Sky Chariot angrily. His huge eyes were burning with raging flames. Stupid guy, do you still not understand? The one who played you in the palm of his hand is the traitor of Tong Tian Tower that you've never looked at, Dong Feng. You thought that he was a pitiful ant, but you've been played by this ant until your head was dizzy and you still haven't woken up. This is you, the arrogant Supreme Heavenly Chariot. This is the price you have to pay for your arrogance. Dong Feng? When Sky Chariot heard this name, he finally felt that something was wrong. What did Dong Feng do? The demon dragon was also confused. Something's wrong. Wasn't Dong Feng the most notorious traitor in the history of Tong Tian Tower? Why would the Supreme Guardian of the Dead Sea say that he played Sky Chariot in the palm of his hand? Shui Wuxia, who led Anan, Yu Bing and the others to hide behind the wall of sighs, suddenly stood up and explained respectfully, Senior Dong Feng, we always thought that he was a traitor of Tong Tian Tower. However, after entering the Dead Sea and learning of his will hidden in the deepest part of the Dead Sea, we finally understood that he was not a traitor of Tong Tian Tower, but a great spy who was willing to bear the infamy of 10,000 years. What? Hearing this explanation, Sky Chariot felt that it was unbelievable. Dong Feng was actually a spy. How was this possible? He was a super demon who would do anything in order to fall into Tong Tian Tower's trap. He killed countless warriors of Tong Tian Tower with his own hands or by plotting against them. Even the most outstanding genius warrior of Tong Tian Tower before the birth of Titan Yu, Prison Emperor Xianxia, died under his schemes. This evil person who slaughtered his own kind and stained his hands with countless blood was actually a spy. Senior Dong Feng, he is a spy, the biggest spy of Tong Tian Tower in the Heaven Realm. Shui Wuxia revealed the ultimate secret of Tong Tian Tower that no one knew or guessed for 10,000 years. In order to revive Tong Tian Tower, Senior Dong Feng sacrificed everything in his life and bore the infamy that no one could bear. Everything he's done is for today. Who can prove this? Supreme Elder Chihong's heart wavered, but he quickly regained his calmness and questioned. Senior Wu Shuang, Peerless Emperor, and Senior Prison Emperor Xianxia. Shui Wuxia pointed at the Dead Sea. In the Dead Sea, in the will of Dong Feng, there are the divine wills left by the two seniors, Emperor Wu Shuangshi and Prison Emperor Xianxia. They can prove that everything Dong Feng did was for the sake of planning, for today's destined duel. Even so? So what? Sky Chariot was furious. It was just Dong Feng. It didn't matter if he was a traitor or a spy. What was the use of planning? Could he fight on behalf of Titan Yu? Or could he allow Titan Yu to stand up again and reverse the situation? Dong Feng was good, he didn't care at all. He was just a weak ant. How could he destroy the destined duel between the Holy Supreme Elders with just him? He wasn't qualified. This is you, the arrogant Supreme Elder Sky Chariot of the Temple, this is you. Without waiting for Shui Wuxia to speak, The guardian of the Dead Sea roared angrily, if you could pay attention to every opponent, even if it was an ant, you wouldn't let your guard down. This farce wouldn't have happened at all. However, because of your arrogance, you ignored Dong Feng. You, who believed in power, let him use crazy sacrifice and cunning intelligence to plot against you. You should reflect on yourself, Sky Chariot. You should really reflect on yourself. That way, you wouldn't be so confused that you didn't even know that you made a mistake. Made a mistake? Sky Chariot's expression suddenly turned ugly. He looked at Yu Yang, who was slowly crawling up from the ground, and said in disbelief, "You're saying that the opponent in the destined duel isn't Titan Yu, but his master, Conquest Queen Fei Wenli?" Wrong. The guardian of the Dead Sea roared, "You still don't understand. Your real opponent is her." The guardian of the Dead Sea pointed with his big hand. The person he pointed at. It was a mysterious woman who rose from the Dead Sea. She was dressed in strange clothes and her face was covered with a light veil. 3 beautiful flowers that couldn't be described with words surrounded her body and slowly rotated. The fragrance they emitted instantly purified the frenzied, resentful spirits in the Dead Sea. They immediately turned from resentful, cursed spirits into weeping, repentant spirits. Their tears turned into a bloody rain that poured down, causing the Dead Sea to boil once again. What? Sky Chariot looked at this mysterious woman and realized that she wasn't in his information at all. Who was she? She inherited the ancient will of the balanced scale world in the sacred mountain and the Dead Sea. She also obtained the recognition of countless seniors. She's definitely your other choice in the destined duel. The guardian of the Dead Sea told Sky Chariot. If he made a mistake, the consequences would be dire. Impossible. If it's her, then what about Titan Yu? Sky Chariot didn't think that he had 2 opponents, and even less that there were 2 people on the other side of the destined duel. Stupid guy. In the ancient passage, a shadow was slowly moving forward. Her voice was sharper than a knife, piercing into Sky Chariot's eardrums. You still don't understand? You're like an idiot. No wonder you were fooled by those lame Eastern tricks. I really wonder if you've become stupid from practicing martial arts. Where did all your intelligence go? Maybe it's the confidence of having great power and the temptation of becoming a divine sovereign that made your head heat up. That's why you're so complacent and forgetful. Conquest Queen Vivian Li slowly swam out of the ancient passage. She was covered in blood and had thousands of wounds. Her skin couldn't even cover her bones. But the blade in her hand still shone with a cold light. Murderous intent soared to the sky. Seeing her arrival, Sky Chariot's pupils couldn't help but shrink. When Yu Yang saw Queen Vivian Li rushing over, he immediately rushed forward to support her. Now was the best opportunity. If he didn't please her, there wouldn't be such an opportunity next time. So my true opponent in the destined duel is you. Sky Chariot of the Deity Palace looked at the mysterious woman again. His disturbed and chaotic state of mind quickly recovered, and his confidence returned. What ability do you have? To be able to stand in front of me and compete with me for the divine sovereign position? Emperor Wu Shuang is peerless, Conquest Queen Vivian Li, and Prison Emperor Zhang Feng. Let's not talk about these. Just the peerless genius third young master of the Yu clan that only appears once in 10,000 years. What right do you have to replace him and become the future divine sovereign of Tong Tian Tower? Because she's third young master's mother. Her Majesty's voice sounded in the depths of the ancient passage. However, she didn't come alone. With her was fourth mother, whom Yu Yang was most worried about. Behind fourth mother, there was a beautiful figure that Yu Yang had missed for a long time but had never been able to meet. She followed quietly, as obedient as a newly married wife. It was Ming Yu Guang. After parting at the Human Valley, this little girl finally reunited with him today. When Yu Yang looked at her, she mischievously made a face and blinked her beautiful big eyes, almost electrocuting Yu Yang. As for Her Majesty, who was covered in starlight, she was even more mysterious than the Night Empress. If it wasn't for her voice, Yu Yang wouldn't even dare to recognize her. Of course, when Her Majesty said this, Yu Yang couldn't care about anything else. All his attention was focused on the mysterious woman with the 3 flowers around her body. What? She's my mother? She looks very young. She doesn't look like my mother, but more like my sister. The only one to enter the gods' ruins alone in 10,000 years and obtain the recognition of countless seniors in the Times Square, the first to communicate with the Eastern world and obtain the recognition of the Eastern immortal tribe, the first to open the seal, open the heaven stairway, and let the world tree reappear, the first to create the unique life of a legitimate son through the flower of life tree, the first to use supreme wisdom to inherit and contract the divine grimoire of Tong Tian Tower, the first to pass the 10 trials, and at the same time cultivate the legitimate son to become the unique destiny's child, the future Holy Supreme Lord. Do you think she's qualified? Fourth Mother held a huge grimoire in her hand. This grimoire was similar to Yu Yang's divine grimoire, but not exactly the same. Qilin Girl Bing-yin and Little Wenli had seen it before. This was the divine grimoire in the ancient space on the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower that was protected by the divine grimoire law. Tianyu was stunned. Yu Taitan's mother was so powerful, why hadn't he heard of it before? Eastern sect? No, there were also many old guys from Tong Tian Tower. Tianyu finally understood now. The Eastern sect deliberately created such a big mess to divert his attention. In fact, the divine grimoire was pointing to this Mama Yu who had been growing up secretly under their full protection. Since the beginning of the battle, the Eastern sect had been misdirecting their target to the genius Yu clan's third young master. He used this to his advantage. He successfully deceived everyone. Do you still remember the prophecy of the divine armament, old man? Fei Wenli sneered, the next Holy Supreme Lord will not be a man from the soaring dragon continent, nor a woman from the demon abyss. You were very happy that it was not Emperor Wu Shuang, peerless, nor me, Fei Wenli, nor prison Emperor Zhang Feng. However, you did not expect that the divine armament old man was referring to the woman from Heaven's stairway, the existence that you all neglected. No, the divine armament old man also said not from Tong Tian Tower. Supreme Elder Yongheng was anxious. Could it be that the divine armament old man lied to him? That was impossible. He had been friends with him for almost 100,000 years. Furthermore, he did not lie at that time, it was a real divination. What does the last sentence refer to? Fei Wenli laughed, you will never understand what is going on. You will also never understand why there are 2 candidates for the Holy Supreme Lord position. However, as the losers, you do not need to understand this. You only need to maintain the idiotic confidence and despair of regret, and then die. If I, Fei Wenli, cannot become the Holy Supreme Lord, of course you cannot. Do you think that you can become the Holy Supreme Lord just because you have power? What a joke. Who did not pay, who did not sacrifice, who did not realize their true self? These are just the basic things. To truly become the Holy Supreme Lord, one must surpass oneself and control one's destiny. You can't even differentiate between enemies and enemies, yet you still want to compete for the position of the Holy Supreme Lord. Aren't you afraid that others will laugh their heads off? The destiny scale, the destiny duel, officially begins now. The mysterious Mama opened her mouth, and her body shone with divine light. The law of the destiny scale world. It erupted in an instant. It sublimated thousands of times, forming an invisible but real destiny scale that existed in the form of a law. On one side of the destiny scale was the divine palace's sovereign Tianyu, and on the other side was the mysterious Mama. Yu Yang, who had rushed over to welcome Fourth Mother, was not one of them. Damn it. If Tianyu still didn't know that he had made a mistake, then he would really be an idiot. He was extremely angry in his heart, but he still had enough confidence, because according to the comparison of strength, he believed that he was far superior to the mysterious woman in front of him. He was confident that he could defeat his opponent and seize the final victory. The true destiny duel has only begun now, so what? I am stronger than you, and the final victor of this battle will still be me. You are very confident. Yu Yang's mysterious little Mama smiled sweetly, however, you will never be my opponent. If I fight with you, it seems like I am bullying you, but since you insist, I will still give you a chance. Tianyu did not believe it. He felt that this was the enemy's scheme. Want to scare me away? Impossible. I am the divine palace's sovereign Tianyu, the man who will definitely win and become the future holy sovereign. On the other side, Fourth Mother first nodded and smiled at Yu Yang. She held the divine grimoire and slowly walked towards the battlefield. Sister, the divine grimoire has been brought to you. Xian, I have already said that I will give this divine grimoire to you. I have my own summoning grimoire, and in the Western Heaven Realm's golden divine palace, I have contracted a new divine grimoire. The mysterious little mama waved her hand casually, indicating that she had plenty of divine grimoires. Pooh. Not only Boss Missouri Long couldn't help but vomit blood on the spot. Even the serious people like His Majesty, Night Empress, and even Fei Wenli couldn't bear it anymore. Damn, this mother and son are both abnormal. Her son had at least 3 grimoires, each stronger than the last, which was enough to make people feel despair. This little mama who looked like a little sister was also abnormal. She had at least 2, and one of them was even the divine grimoire that others dreamed of. Wasn't abnormal not allowed to enter the same family? Since the fate duel has officially begun, let's go. Xianxia had been familiarizing himself with controlling his demonic power. He had just gained immense power. He needed time. However, once he familiarized himself with it, he immediately rushed towards Tantai Tumia. Scarlet Warden Tantai Tumia, let's fight again. Supreme Jin and the demonic emperor flanked him from both sides. Facing a super strong enemy, they no longer cared about fighting one-on-one. Even if they unsealed their powers and Xianxia's current strength, it was already their wish to fight Tantai Tumia to a draw. In the temple, I will bury all of you forever. Tantai Tumia was no longer as arrogant as he was before. He had seen Xianxia's sealing ceremony and Supreme Jin and the demonic emperor's powers unsealed. The unsealing of Supreme Jin and the demon god's powers had already caused his heart to tremble. Xianxia, whom he had not taken seriously at first, had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. If it had not been for the help of the Divine Hall's laws, he really did not have the confidence to kill these 3 losers. Fei Wenli, do you still have the strength to fight? Supreme Qihong was determined to kill the Conqueror Queen who could change the tide of the battle. What a joke. Queen Vivian Li raised the battle blade in her hand. Her supreme will was not to be challenged. Moreover, her path to the heavens was destined to be built on the corpses of her enemies, whether it was the previous Supreme Lamp or the current Supreme Qihong. Sky Chariot's expression was calm, but his eyes were on the Guardian of the Dead Sea. The Guardian of the Dead Sea had criticized him harshly, but Sky Chariot still hoped to gain this super strong expert's full support. As long as the Guardian of the Dead Sea gave his all, no matter what kind of enemy, including the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, they would all fall at his feet. This was the supreme guardian of the Dead Sea that no expert could deny. Kill. Without waiting for the Guardian of the Dead Sea to say anything, Yu Yang had already made the decision for him. Yu Yang soared into the sky, his sovereigns will breaking free from the heavenly chariot's divine palace's seal that covered the entire Libra world. All of his power condensed into a sword, and he chopped down at Sovereign Qihong, who was fighting with Fei Wenli. On the other side, the illusory moon goddess, Shui Wuxia, and the others had all unleashed their full strength. They cooperated tacitly and gathered as one to attack this honorable Qihong, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death, but whose strength could still look down on all living beings. Paragon Qihong took the attack head-on and forced Yu Yang and the others back. However, he also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clowns, go to hell. Seeing Paragon Qihong vomit blood, Heaven Charger was enraged. He extended his hand. 3,600 beams of divine light shot out from his body. Every beam of divine light with terrifying power shot out like a spear towards every enemy in the surroundings. At the same time, the heavenly net law tightened, strangling all the enemies entangled in it and suffocating them. Thanks to Heaven Charger's will, the countless divine palaces also spewed out billions of rays of light, forming various divine power vortexes that engulfed every enemy trapped in the heavenly net. In his fury, Heaven Charger, the divine palace's sovereign, unleashed his full strength. He even regretted it afterwards. He felt that he shouldn't have killed all the enemies at once, because that would be too boring. Due to all sorts of twists and turns in this predestined duel, he should have tortured his enemies to death one by one, letting each of their souls repent in his hands, wail in pain, and beg for death. Only then would he be able to vent his hatred. As for the tricks that the clown from the east deliberately played, it was just a joke. He wanted to use his strongest power to show him what the true way of the king was, be it the upper realm or the lower realm, only strength was respected in this world. Flying flowers. The mysterious little mother snapped her fingers. The 3,600 beams of divine light shot out of Heavencharger's body, as well as the divine power vortexes formed by the heavenly net and the divine palace law, instantly turned into petals that filled the sky. The 3 sky-reaching clan's warriors who were almost killed instantly felt their bodies lighten, and all recovered from suffocation. Those who were previously injured in the rain of petals, they recovered rapidly, and the injuries on their bodies healed automatically, as if they had absorbed the source of life. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and the other exhausted warriors stood up one after another, their strength gushing out like an underground volcano, inexhaustible. This is the power of creation. Sovereign Qihong understood. If Heavencharger had a stronger destruction, then his opponent, the young lady, had a stronger creation. Although her attack power wasn't strong, her creativity had reached an unimaginable and wonderful realm. Even the enemy's destruction could be turned into her own creation. Moreover, it was a creation that was like a source of life. It would be of great help to the 3 clans of the Tongtian Tower. Seeing this, Sovereign Qihong didn't dare to be careless anymore, and hurriedly shouted at the stunned Heavencharger, "Don't worry about us, you only need to be in charge of the predestined duel. Your victory is the most important. Heavencharger, get rid of your anger, maintain your rationality, and increase your creation in the midst of destruction. Use the divine palace law to maintain your power, and use the supreme will to drive your divine power. Don't be disturbed by the enemy. The enemy is good at illusions, so you must maintain your absolute self." Understood. Heavencharger had been guided by Sovereign Qihong's wisdom all his life, and when Sovereign Qihong revealed the truth, he immediately regained his confidence and rationality. "You actually don't understand anything." The mysterious little mother smiled sweetly and shook her head. Heavencharger was about to punch. He suddenly realized that he was already in a garden. The garden wasn't big, but the grass was everywhere, flowers were blooming, butterflies were dancing, and naughty birds were jumping and chirping on the branches. Looking up, there were white clouds, and the blue sky was clear. The whole world was incomparably fresh. The mysterious little mother stood in front of him. She didn't look like a seated contestant in the predestined duel, but more like a young girl playing happily under the sun. A dreamlike illusion? Break! Heavencharger guessed that this was a dream like Princess Ximeng. Heavencharger's divine power was like a tide. It was enough to collapse mountains and seas. But it hit the garden, but it didn't itch or hurt, just a drizzle. Heavencharger didn't believe it and released another wave of divine power. Tens of thousands of divine light enveloped the entire Libra world, but in the end, it turned into a light breeze. The little mother waved her hand. "Your killing power is far above your creation, Heavencharger of the temple, you care too much about your power. You can't go far if you walk on one foot. You may have worked hard and paid a lot, but unfortunately, your efforts are in the wrong direction. Shut up." Heavencharger tried his best to suppress his anger and let reason return to his heart. "Is this the legendary self-divergence?" Yu Yang asked curiously. "Yes." His Majesty nodded. "I've said it before, his efforts can't catch up to yours, because his direction is wrong, and he has completely embarked on a path of no return." Shui Wuxia sighed slightly. With his talent, he should have achieved even more, but for some reason, perhaps because of the misdirection of the East, the direction of this path has unknowingly taken a wrong turn. 10,000 years of bitter cultivation and countless sacrifices in exchange for unparalleled power, it's really regrettable. Everyone should take this as a warning, this is the biggest lesson. Heavencharger's eyes were about to spit fire, but he was still rational. "No matter what you say, don't even think of shaking my will. Whether it's an illusion or a dream, it's all just an illusion to my eyes. I will definitely win this fated battle, everything you've done is useless." "Well said, fool." The demon dragon applauded vigorously. "Fool." Xianxia followed closely behind. "Ha, I'm just a fool, don't ask me how stupid I am, my bitter cultivation for 10,000 years was all for naught." Fatty Hai wretchedly twisted his big butt. This kind of disgusting behavior even his companions couldn't bear. Yi Kong quietly picked up his rod and prepared to put this fellow down, but who knew that the wind-breathed seabird was faster and struck Fatty Hai's head with lightning, waiting for the mountain of flesh demon king to turn into charcoal before kicking this worm to the ends of the earth. Seeing that Heaven Charger was trapped in his opponent's flower array and couldn't escape, Supreme Chi Hang hurriedly asked for help from the Guardian of the Dead Sea. "Let's work together and kill Titan Yu." However, the Guardian of the Dead Sea was no longer as confident as Supreme Chi Hang. His expression was solemn. Supreme Chi Hang nodded slightly and said, "I need another ball of God light. If the 3 God lights are ineffective, then my power will end here. Tian Chi, perhaps you have it too. This is especially obvious in my heart, it's a very bad premonition. Although you and I have already understood life and death, there are some things in this world that transcend life and death. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand." Supreme Chi Hang glanced at Heaven Charger, who was still attacking in the garden, trying to break through the bewildering barrier, and a hint of determination appeared at the corner of his lips. "This is the path we chose in the past, we have all walked this path and put in all our effort. Now, it's already impossible to turn back, we can only continue forward." "Then I wish you good luck, Tian Chi." The Guardian of the Dead Sea nodded. "Thank you." A ball of God light appeared on Supreme Chi Hang's forehead. It was white, clean, and had a natural light of wisdom. After releasing the white God light from his soul, Supreme Chi Hang seemed to have gone through an extremely difficult battle. He was drenched in sweat, and at the same time, the light of wisdom in his eyes dimmed. Holding the small ball of God light with great care, Supreme Chi Hang was a little reluctant, but also a little determined. He suddenly threw it to the Guardian of the Dead Sea. And the Guardian of the Dead Sea solemnly received it. He held it in his palm. The red and gold balls of God light around his body fused with the white. In an instant, the entire Tianping world was divided into 3 colors. The 2 sides of the sky were red and gold, while the center was white. The Guardian of the Dead Sea, who had a body of 60,000 meters, placed the 3-colored God light on his forehead, and drew out a ball of burning God fire from his divine throne, letting it burn below the 3-colored God light. 3-colored God light. Student Yuyan drooled as he watched. After waiting for so many days, he finally saw the other 3-colored God light. Although it was still in the enemy's hands. However, after fusing the 5-colored God light into one, he would definitely be safe. "The thing that belongs to me, I must take it back." While Yu Yang was still daydreaming, a giant hand appeared in the sky, pressing down on his head with a rumbling sound. At this time, whether it was Fei Wenli, His Majesty, or the Jizun who had rushed back to the battlefield, none of them could stop the attack of the Guardian of the Dead Sea Jizun. 3-colored God light. He blocked all of their attacks. At the periphery of the God light, Princess Sisai and the others could not even break through the God light and enter the battle circle to resist the Guardian of the Dead Sea with Yu Yang. In another corner of the battlefield, with the help of the temple's law, the Scarlet Warden Tantai Tumia's giant fist was like the sun in the sky, forcing Xianxia, Jin Di, and Yao Di to retreat. Tian Tumia also fought against Tianzhu. The blood-colored god power cut Tianzhu's body black and blue. If not for the divine sword in his hand and the Dragon Emperor's protection, Tianzhu would have fallen to the ground. The suppression of the temple's law prevented the warriors of the Tong Tian Tower from using even a tenth of their strength. Even Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were in a tough battle. Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo exploded with fire and ice. They struggled to hold on. Fortunately, Yu Yang had bestowed divine emblems on the warriors of the 3 clans of Tong Tian, which matched them with limitless divine power. It was equivalent to having a divine throne, and they could continuously use the divine power from Yu Yang's divine throne to sustain their own lives. "Titan Yu, is this all you've got?" The Guardian of the Dead Sea's giant hand had already enveloped Yu Yang's head. "He will be the key to the battle." The heavily injured Guardian of Chi Hang released his greatest god power to suppress Yu Yang's 10,000-meter-tall god body. This allowed the Guardian of the Dead Sea to attack with all his strength and kill this young genius of the Tong Tian Tower who was mistaken as another candidate for the Divine Supreme. Paragon Starter had the wisdom of Starter. Although he couldn't completely see through the truth of the entire situation, he had the same premonition as the Paragon Guardian of the Dead Sea. Moreover, his premonition was getting stronger and stronger. He had a feeling that the key to victory lay with this seemingly weak young man. "If you don't have any other moves to deal with me, then say your last words." The guardian of the Dead Sea deeply regretted that he had focused all his attention on the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. If he had discovered this earlier and killed this young man, perhaps the situation would not have turned out like this. Yu Yang faced the giant palm that was pressing down on him. It was as if he was terrified. He did not move at all. His behavior greatly confused the guardian of the Dead Sea and master of Qi Hang. Impossible, this was definitely not the behavior of someone who was about to die. There must be some kind of trick. But now that things had come to this, how could he stop? The heavy palm pressed down with boundless god power. It easily drowned Yu Yang. Successfully killed, the guardian of Qi Hang hurriedly looked at the expressions of Fei Wenli and the others. Fei Wenli, the proud queen of conquest, was expressionless. He could not see anything. Princess Xi Meng was shining under the starlight, so he could not see anything. Then he looked at the mysterious little mother who was suppressing Tianyu in the garden. She was said to be Titan Yu's mother. Her face was covered with a light veil, but her big eyes that could speak carried a sweet smile. There was not a trace of the pain of losing a son. Finally, he looked at Titan Yu's wives. Their expressions were normal. They did not look like they had lost their husbands at all. It's a trap. Autarch Starter let out a frantic roar, and the Death Sea Guardian immediately halted his attacks as well. Ah, how dare you plot against the future divine sovereign? An eternal power was born from under the giant palm. Although it was very small, this was an absolute eternal will born from the ancient primal chaos space of the 10th trial. She had been sleeping since she was born. Only when her master was under the greatest threat of his soul being destroyed by god power did she awaken in anger. It was a little doll. As thin as a baby girl. Her body was wrapped by a single ribbon of life. She could not speak at all, but her spiritual will was innately superior to all things. She was born from the ancient primal chaos. Since the day Yu Yang created her, she had an absolute eternal will and an immortal life. The fate divine power in Yu Yang's body, which was sealed by the sword Qi and could not be used, was pulled out by her small hands. If it wasn't for the heavenly sword goddess's seal being too tight, Yu Yang, who still had a lot of room for improvement, would have instantly raised her cultivation to the great success realm, the holy supreme elder realm. Her potential would have been completely awakened, and her realm would have reached the highest peak of cultivation. The destiny divine power that was as vast as the sea, even if only a small part of it was unsealed, made Yu Yang undergo a complete transformation. Although Yu Yang was still unable to use all of the destiny divine power, a gap had already been opened in his body. Or perhaps, it was a door. A sealed door that Yu Yang had never been able to open before. He did not need to awaken the destiny giant. He did not need the destiny divine weapon. That way, he would be able to use as much divine power of destiny as he wished. Oh no! It was too late for Sovereign Qihong to regret now. He realized that his divine throne had been shattered by the angry little doll's ribbon of life. His soul was shocked, and he almost fainted. Danger. On the other side, the guardian of the Dead Sea was in an even worse state after being attacked by the absolute eternal will. His 60,000-meter-tall body fell to the ground with a loud bang. His protective divine equipment, divine armor, and divine weapon all exploded. Fortunately, he had the tricolor divine light. He protected his soul. Otherwise, this attack would have been an eternal annihilation. This little baby is so powerful. Bao Er clapped her hands heartlessly. Other than her, everyone else was shocked, including Yu Yang. He did not expect that the she he created would have such terrifying power. He did not resist just now because he was waiting for the heavenly sword goddess to unseal or Koki no Koki sword chi fusion to help. He did not expect the heavenly sword goddess to restrain herself, but this sleeping little girl woke up angrily and even beat up the two supreme sovereigns. Is this really not a dream? After defeating the two supreme sovereigns, the little girl yawned cutely, turned into a beautiful ray of eternal light, and returned to Yu Yang's soul to rest. Mo Long and the others' eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. If they knew that there was such a powerful guardian, why did they still protect Yu Yang? Wouldn't it be better to push him out and let him be beaten to death? Boss Missouri Long hated himself for being so stupid. If he had pushed Yu Yang out when the guardian of the Dead Sea was intercepted, the little girl would have exploded earlier, and there would not be such a bitter battle today. The peerless emperor might not have died. Of course, if the peerless emperor did not die, he might not have been able to become Yu Yang's boss. Ah, forget it. It's better this way. Mo Long thought about it and felt that it was more suitable for him to be the boss. You're already a holy sovereign? Sovereign Qiheng looked at Yu Yang as if he had seen a ghost. It seems so. Yu Yang was familiarizing himself with the fate power of riot. Because he had released too much fate power, although it was temporary, it was not easy to control. You're already a holy sovereign, why are you still fighting with us for the future holy sovereign? Sovereign Qiheng felt like he was going to go crazy. You're clearly a holy sovereign already, yet you're still running over here to fight against Heavenly Chariot, pretending to be on the other side of the future holy sovereign. Why you're just trying to scam me to death. Furthermore, after fighting for so long, you've been pretending to be a weakling, allowing others to bully you. Is this really something a holy sovereign should do? I have my own difficulties. Yu Yang was very sincere. Indeed, if not for the heavenly sword goddess's seal, he would have already ascended and left the heaven realm. You can't hurt a guy from another world who has already leveled up but is unable to use his true strength. Furthermore, whether this young master is a candidate or not, isn't that up to you? I didn't say a single word, nor did I admit it from the start. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that Dongfeng fellow for being too cunning. He was the one who tricked you into running around in circles. If you want to settle accounts, go find him, but he's already dead. He committed suicide in the sky above the Dead Sea, not even a speck of him was left. That's what happened. I'm just following your wishes and cooperating with you. I'm just a free volunteer. Yu Yang's explanation caused Sovereign Qiheng and Sovereign Guardian of the Dead Sea to have the urge to vomit blood. How did things turn out like this? Sovereign Qiheng's biggest regret was accepting the traitor of Tongtian Tower, Dongfeng, into the central shrine. You guys can slowly settle accounts with Dongfeng, but settle mine first, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Yu Yang touched his face. My face, as a holy sovereign, has been punched countless times by your sky chariot, causing me to vomit countless amounts of blood. Now, isn't it time to settle accounts? No matter what, I'm still a holy sovereign. What would happen if I don't retaliate or scold back? I'll definitely be a bad role model for the kids, so I want to say, I've tolerated you guys for a long time. Not good. The Guardian of the Dead Sea was shocked, but not because of Yu Yang's outburst, but because he heard a heavenly sound. A heavenly sound that resonated in the soul. 2 balls of flames. They appeared from an unknown place in the sky. In an instant, they turned into 2 Nirvana flames phoenixes. They rushed into the Guardian of the Dead Sea's tricolored divine light, their 7 colored tails carrying the tricolored divine light, circled 3 times in the void, and then landed on Yu Yang's shoulder with phoenix cries. Yu Yang had a stroke of luck, and summoned the black and green divine lights, at the same time igniting the Nirvana pillar that soared to the sky. The Phoenix sisters circled around the pillar, and the tricolored divine light and the sealed bicolored divine light all entered it. Finally, there was a loud rumble. Around the Nirvana pillar, red, gold, green, black, and white divine lights shot into the sky. Yu Yang was so excited that he almost let out a long roar. Suddenly, from the depths of his soul, a familiar sword chi faintly came out. In Yu Yang's hands, 7 sword chis immediately erupted: black Guade Song, white Shuanghua, Qi Xiao Lian, orange Hongguang, Wang Lung Yuan, green Jade Wave, and green Taiyuan. The majesty of the divine sword shook the heavens and the earth. In the instant that Yu Yang's mind was clear, he seemed to see the figure of the heavenly sword goddess. The last 2 swords that he had never used before, Blue Sea and Purple Star, also soared into the sky, gushing out into the sky. The 9 swords merged into one. The balanced world seemed to have been redivided, and the laws were re-established, turning into chaos. Perhaps only a second had passed, or perhaps it had been 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. When Yu Yang's mind left, the 9 swords had already disappeared without a trace. The Nirvana pillar disappeared, and the Phoenix sisters who were originally flying around the pillar also disappeared. In the sky, there was only the 5-colored divine light left, soft like feathers. All the divine lights were brand new. They were not the same. They were also one. 5 into 1. The guardian of the Dead Sea stretched out his hand towards the five-colored divine light, but they floated away from his huge palm and gently descended on the top of Yu Yang's head, entering his divine throne. The five-colored divine light had finally fused into one. Under the will of its new master, Yu Yang. Charging into the sky. Turning into a unique rainbow. With the help of Nirvana flame and invisible sword chi, under the illumination of the moon of destiny, it returned to eternity. The sovereign of the temple and the guardian of the Dead Sea looked at each other in shock. Even the strongest five-colored holy light couldn't do anything, and was even captured and transformed by the enemy. Are we really going to die in this battle? No, I will never admit defeat. The battle on the other side had ended. Little Mother had personally released Tianyu. Tianyu, who had escaped from the garden, was still confident. His will only wavered for a second before returning to normal. He still had unparalleled divine power. In the garden, he didn't defeat his opponent, but he wasn't injured either. He was sure that it was just a blurry dream that didn't affect him at all. The guardian of the Dead Sea, who had lost his strongest battle power, remained silent. Such was fate. How could a human be able to reverse it? Moreover, Titan Yu was the future holy sovereign. No matter if he admitted it or denied it, it was an unchangeable fact. With his current strength, even with Tianyu, how could he kill a holy sovereign? No, it was impossible. Not to mention killing him, even being defeated in battle was impossible. That was a heavenly moat that could not be crossed. Titan Yu's fate had long been decided, and was completely in his hands. As for his and Tianyu's fate, it was still unknown. Just this alone was already a crushing defeat. All of you, die. Queen Vivian Li, who was holding a blade dripping with blood, pointed at the enemy and coldly declared her judgment. In front of her, Sovereign Qihong, Tianyu, had already fallen, heavily injured and on the verge of death. Sovereign Qihong had already tried his best, but he really couldn't fight against the conquering queen's blade. He struggled for a while, and slowly climbed up from the pool of blood. Using the last of his strength, he raised his head and looked at Tianyu. Don't give up, Tianyu, you must always maintain your confidence. You are also one of the contestants in the battle between the Holy Sovereign, so you must believe in yourself, you are also the best. I am your teacher, I am willing to do anything for you. After saying that, from his body, a kind of divine power that gave up everything in life, including his soul, was released. It formed a small ball of divine light filled with wisdom. He floated towards Tianyu. The smile on Supreme Starter Tianqi's face vanished before it could even appear. Not even dust was left behind. It was as if a person like the sailing Supreme Exalt Tianqi had never existed in this world. He had vanished without a trace. Tianyu closed his eyes with an incomparable heartache. First, it was the radiant guardian sovereign, and now it was the sailing sovereign. One teacher after another, they were sacrificed one after another. In the end, he was the only one left. Could it be that this is the price to advance into the divine Exalt realm? Could this be the necessary process to become a holy Exalt? After sacrificing so much, why couldn't he defeat the enemy and reach the goal of his dreams? He reached out his hand and gently grasped the divine light of wisdom in his palm. He slowly absorbed it. When the divine light of wisdom that contained the divine power of setting sail completely disappeared, it also meant that another teacher, in order to help him reach the peak, would forever disappear from his life. Ah! Sky Chariot roared at the sky. He, who had completely absorbed the divine power of departure, had gained new enlightenment in terms of intelligence. Whether it was his divine power or his intelligence, he had taken a huge leap forward. Right now, he was at the peak of his life. Sky Chariot even felt that he was only a hair's breadth away from the divine Exalt realm. The final victor is I, Sky Chariot. Only I, Sky Chariot, have the qualifications to ascend to the divine Exalt realm. Only I am the destined one. Sky Chariot now had no doubt that he could defeat the enemy. This wasn't just the confidence that came from his strength, but also the confirmation that came from the sublimation of his intelligence. He even felt that he had sacrificed too much for the divine Exalt realm. Now, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Everything had become a natural process. Yes, he had regained his confidence. No matter who Titan Yu was. no matter who his opponent was. He now maintained the strongest and most unshakable confidence. Could Titan Yu represent his mother? No, this was a predestined battle between him and her. No one could interfere. Come, let's fight again. The current me already has higher intelligence and greater power. This time, your creation will not be of any use. Sky Chariot reached out to Little Mother and made a gesture of invitation. This battle is completely meaningless. However, as long as you persevere, I will still give you a chance. The Little Mother sighed, as if she was watching a drowning person struggling deeper into the water, but she was powerless to save him. She waved her hand, signaling Yu Yang, Zhizun, Fei Wenli and the others to step back. She decided to fight alone, and let Tianyu, who had regained his confidence, completely give up. Sky Chariot unleashed his strongest divine power. Divine power spread out like a heavenly net. It covered every inch of space in the balanced scale world. Even the sand and water droplets were all under his control. Divine light burst forth from the millions of temples. Each temple bestowed him with a unique existence and unique law, greatly increasing the power of Sky Chariot's divine power. Ha! Sky Chariot swung his fist. A heavy punch filled with confidence. Divine light shot out like a pillar towards Little Mother opposite him. More than half of the balanced scale world was destroyed by this all-penetrating divine light. Even someone as strong as the Guardian of the Dead Sea hurriedly distanced himself from the center of the great destruction. Yu Yang and the Phantom Moon Goddess raised the Eternal Moon together. Only then could they protect the women. His Majesty and the Night Empress looked at the battlefield worriedly. Under this unparalleled divine power attack, what happened to Little Mother? Zhizun and Queen Vivian Li looked at each other. Even they were not sure. Sky Chariot's punch just now had far exceeded their expectations. Sky Chariot, who had obtained all the wisdom and divine power of Qihong, had indeed grown to an immeasurable and terrifying realm. The smoke dissipated. In the center of the ruins where the law of the balanced scale world was slowly recovering, there was a figure floating safely. Everything on her body was still intact. This kind of unexpected discovery. Even Yu Yang could not believe it. How is this possible? Sky Chariot's eyes widened. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you choose the wrong target and punch towards the sky, you will not be able to hit the starlight in the sky, even if it covers the entire universe. You and I are not in the same realm at all. Standing on the ground, you may be able to overturn rivers and seas, but you don't know that you can't even lift your feet off the ground. Little Mother shook her head and sighed. Not only can I soar in the sky, I can also roam in the starry sky, from one world to another. Your fist will never hit me. This fated battle was originally a battle of wits and realms, but you gave up on those and chose power. It was equivalent to abandoning gold and jade and choosing sand. So, from the moment you made your choice, the result was already decided. No, don't even think of shaking my mind. Sky Chariot felt that this might be a trick of the enemy. Even if she dodged this punch, she would not be able to dodge the next one. I think, perhaps you have been misled by some kind of power, or perhaps, from the beginning until now, you have been under this kind of misdirection at all times, including Dongfeng and your teachers. Every single one of them, whether intentionally or inadvertently, played a role. Little Mother guessed. Any words are useless, only power is my eternal. Dongfeng would not believe the enemy's words. This guy is crazy. Yu Yang finally understood. Sky Chariot had already dug his way into a dead end. Any rational person could see the problem, but he just did not believe it. Or perhaps, Sky Chariot also had his doubts, but his power was too great, and in a desperate situation, he continued to believe in power, so he became stubborn, digging his way into a dead end and not coming out. The Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign sighed. The battle is over, it's over. Sky Chariot angrily stopped him. No, it's not over, we still have power, we still have the power to continue fighting, persevere. As long as we continue to persevere, continue to fight, then victory will definitely be ours. You are a sovereign, your mind cannot be disturbed by the enemy, we still have the advantage, why should we give up? No, we should continue to work hard, and never give up. I'm tired. The Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign's eyes dimmed. I'm really tired. No, don't be like this. Sky Chariot roared. Perhaps eternal rest is not a bad idea. I'm starting to understand now why the seniors gave up, chose eternal rest, because they also went through the same process, so they made the same choice. We are just repeating the path that the seniors once walked, repeating the journey that they once walked in their lives. The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign had already seen through the essence. Don't even think about being a deserter. No, you can't leave like this, I will not allow it. Sky Chariot roared angrily. His fists, like raindrops, smashing towards the guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign who was about to enter eternal rest. Sky Chariot, in such a desperate moment, actually swung his fists at his comrade. The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign's body swayed, his huge divine body tottering under Sky Chariot's attack. If before, his strength could be said to be firmly above Sky Chariot, after the Guardian of Light and the Guardian of Qihong completely dedicated themselves, Sky Chariot's strength had already surpassed the super expert whose divine body reached 60,000 meters tall. Boom 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 boom, the divine body shattered. But the Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign didn't dodge, didn't even try to resist, and took Sky Chariot's furious attack head-on. The soaring flames on the divine throne behind him gradually extinguished, not only because of Sky Chariot's attack, but also because of the Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign's will of eternal rest. He would rather die at the hands of his comrade than fight again. Ah, why? Why? Sky Chariot couldn't understand at all. I'm tired. The Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign's eyes were filled with exhaustion. We still have strength, Sky Chariot roared angrily. Yes, but what does strength alone mean? The peerless emperor was peerless, and his strength was not inferior to mine, but he didn't fight me, and instead chose to carry the sacred mountain to fill up the sea, and died in front of me. The Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign looked back at the sacred mountain. Back then, I was just like you, very confused. But now I understand. Power doesn't mean everything. Only wisdom is eternal. He didn't fight me because he understood this. So, he chose to fight in another way. He defeated me long ago, with his wisdom. And only now do I understand. Eternal rest isn't a bad choice. Yu Yang felt that it would take a lot of effort to defeat the Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign. Now that the Guardian of the Dead Sea was in eternal rest, Yu Yang was happy to stop fighting. I really envy the peerless emperor. The Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign looked at the sacred mountain. He stretched out his hand. His action seemed to be inviting the enemy to fight again. But from Yu Yang's point of view, it was more like a form of respect. In his life, it is so wonderful. No matter what, there was always someone who worried about him, who missed him. Even in death, they stayed together, not like me, lonely and lonely. The Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign was very envious of the love between the peerless emperor and the flower fairy. He looked up at the sky and sighed, at least you were once in love, so vigorous and vigorous. As for me, I have nothing, Zong, you are not lonely. Suddenly, a god, whose power and realm surpassed the Guardian of the Dead Sea in all aspects, descended upon the Dead Sea. His divine body was 80,000 meters long. The Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign, whose divine body was 60,000 meters tall, was like a small person compared to this god. They couldn't be compared at all. The face and body of the god, who had an 80,000 meter tall divine body, were no different from the Guardian of the Dead Sea. They were like twin brothers in the world. Appearance. Exactly the same. Go back with me, my little brother. Zong, you are not lonely, you are never lonely. The 80,000 meter tall god stretched out his hand and caressed the head of the Guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign, his face emitting a kind divine light. Please don't touch my head anymore. I'm not a kid anymore. My life is up to me. Please don't use your will to interfere with my decision, okay? Whether it's right or wrong, it's my choice. The Dead Sea Guardian looked up at his brother with a solemn expression. Since the day I left, I've decided not to go back. There's no need for two identical lives in the upper heaven realm. I must have my own life, my own home. Zong, the two of us are similar, but we're not the same. You have your own life and your freedom. No one can deny that. Furthermore, there's nothing bad about our birth. Back then, countless lives envied us for being the same. Zong, my beloved brother, I've never interfered with your will. I'm even more unwilling to do so. As for you, I like you from the bottom of my heart. No matter what you do, I respect you. You know that. The 80,000-meter tall she advised gently. You've been away from home for too long. Let's go back. As long as you take a step back and stop being so stubborn, we'll be able to return to where we belong. If I could take a step back, I would have done so long ago. The Dead Sea Guardian shook his head. I don't want to go back either. I'm not your shadow. I belong to myself. Zong, you're not my shadow. You've never been. A pained expression appeared on Xi's face. This is the wrong prejudice of outsiders. No matter what, it's the truth. The Dead Sea Guardian smiled. It's fine. I'm not as outstanding as you and I don't have your comprehension. After so many years, I've already seen through it and don't care about what others think. However, I won't go back with you. This place belongs to me, not that so-called home in the upper heaven realm. This is where I belong. Why? A perplexed look appeared on Xi's face. Why are you always so extreme and stubborn? Because you're not me. The guardian paragon of the Dead Sea stretched out his hand towards Xi and waved. His entire being seemed to have been liberated as he turned and walked towards the Dead Sea. Goodbye, my elder brother. Xi, you are a good elder brother, but that is not what I need the most. As your younger brother, what I need is freedom and independence. I should have my whole life and not be someone else's shadow. Hide, turn back. It's not too late to turn back now. Golden tears flowed down from Xi's eyes. I have never regretted my choice. The upper half of the Guardian of the Dead Sea slowly sank into the Dead Sea. The divine fire burning on the divine throne was slowly extinguishing. Thank you for accompanying me through such a strange life. My elder brother, the expert I respect the most in my heart. Goodbye. Goodbye. She closed his eyes in sorrow. The guardian paragon of the Dead Sea gave up everything. The divine power dissipated. In the end, he sealed his life and soul in the abyss of the Dead Sea and fell into eternal slumber, turning into an eternal but lonely stone. Xi's 80,000-meter tall body shed golden tears like rain, dripping onto the Dead Sea. If he wanted to. He moved to stop them. Her brother wouldn't have ended up like this. However, he respected his younger brother's choice. Even if his younger brother chose to leave alone, as the elder brother, he could only reluctantly send him off. She shook his head and let out a long sigh. He raised his hand to greet little mother and Yu Yang. I have no intention of interfering with the duel between you two. On the contrary, I respect the result of the fated duel. No matter what, the various races in the upper heaven realm will gladly accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yang, whose heart was hanging in the air, heaved a sigh of relief. The guardian paragon of the Dead Sea was already hard enough. With his elder brother here, it was hard to say. Fortunately, on the other side, she bowed towards the ancient passageway again. He greeted old man Fan River, who was hopping around with a fishing basket on his back and a fishing rod in his hand. Senior, this private matter has been settled. She will take his leave first. Go. Go. Old man Fan River waved his hand indifferently. This old man came here to discuss fishing with that mischievous brat. It has nothing to do with you. Who wants to discuss fishing with you? Yu Yang was furious when he heard this. As a senior. If he couldn't fight, you would help him fight. Now that the duel was over, you actually came here to discuss fishing. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Old man Fan River was not angry. You don't have time, I will wait for you. I am not in a hurry. Little girl, you are here too. It's fine, you can busy yourself. I am mainly looking for that brat. She turned into a ray of divine light and left. Tianyu's heart that had originally lit up with a glimmer of hope was instantly filled with disappointment. A super strong god-level expert, and the older brother of the guardian paragon of the Dead Sea. He was extremely powerful, but he did not come to help him. Not only that, Titan Yu also came with an unreliable senior helper. Although he did not look strong, he was still an old senior. If they were to fight later, it might be a little troublesome. Life sacrifice. Just as the battle was paused, Scarlet Warden Tantai Tumia shouted. Thousands of blood blades pierced out from his body. Then they twisted crazily. The moment before his body was crushed, Tantai Tumia shouted at Tianyu, "Lord Temple Paragon, this is a trap. The enemy has already set everything up. There is no point in staying here. Please break free from the fate laws and leave through your own life passage." The loyal Tantai Tumia used his own blood and life to tear open a spatial crack in the balance world. Although it was far from the ancient passage that the guardian paragon of light had painstakingly built. But this crack obtained in exchange for life. It could temporarily break free from the fate laws of the balance world. "You are courting death." Tantai Tumia's actions angered Queen Vivian Li. She slashed with her war blade, the destruction power pierced through the sky and struck Tantai Tumia's soul. Tianyu finger, the divine light was like a spear, deflecting the destruction power that was shaped like a war blade. Her other hand was half clenched, the divine power was like a shield, protecting Tantai Tumia's defenseless soul that had just left his body. But no matter how strong Tianyu's power was, it could not protect Tantai Tumia's soul. The ancient laws of the balance world countered. The arrogant soul that had ruined the fate of the Holy Supremes was annihilated by the origin power of the world. Everything returned to chaos. As the Scarlet Warden, Tantai Tumia, a super expert who used to look down on everyone, instantly disappeared in the backlash of the laws. Of course, this was completely within his expectations. But in order to get Tianyu out of this extremely disadvantageous situation, in order to give his lord a chance to start over, the loyal Scarlet Warden was willing to use his life and soul in exchange. He succeeded. Although his soul was annihilated, the spatial crack obtained from the sacrifice of his life still existed. Carefree Sky and Joyous Sky burst into tears. Ultimate Sky roared madly. But nothing could change the fact that it had already existed. Not to mention Tantai Tumia, a loyal subordinate who had fought side by side for 10,000 years, even the more powerful guardian paragon of light and sailing paragon treated them equally in front of the ancient will of the balance world. "Go, we will guard here and protect you. My lord, please cherish this opportunity." Carefree Sky knelt respectfully in front of Tianyu. "Please leave." Joyous Sky also lowered his head and asked Tianyu to leave. "We are the guardian war beasts, we will never die, so please do not worry about us." Ultimate Sky screamed, "This fate battle is not fair at all, we do not need to abide by the restrictions of the ancient rules. My lord, please leave quickly, we believe that you have the highest wisdom and supreme power, even if you do not become a Holy Supremes today, you will definitely reach that level in the future. My lord, please do not waste our good intentions, please leave quickly." Tianyu's hands trembled. How could he not know how bad the situation was now, but he was caught in the most difficult choice. On one hand, it was the selfless sacrifice of the guardian paragon of light and sailing paragon, who told him to always be confident. On the other hand, it was Tantai Tumia and Carefree Sky who used their lives to warn him, asking him to leave immediately, preserve his strength, and wait for a better opportunity. His current self. Be it in strength or wisdom. Both were close to perfection, only one step away from becoming a Holy Supremes. Should he give up now, or should he persist? Should he choose to pass through the spatial crack created by the exchange of lives and escape the Libra world, or should he continue to fight, persevere until the end, and become a Holy Supremes? Now, I have two choices in front of me. Tianyu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and regained his confidence. He reached out a hand towards Carefree Sky, as if to touch their heads, and his voice became incomparably gentle. "I know your hearts, Tantai Tumia even sacrificed everything for me. I also hope that his sacrifice will become more valuable, but I can't do that, because if I abandon my confidence, abandon this opportunity in front of me, and become a coward who flees at the last minute, then I will never be able to obtain the qualification to participate in this fated battle like today. That would be a true failure, and only then would everyone's sacrifice become worthless." But. Carefree Sky trembled. "For all those who have sacrificed their lives to support us until today, we must persist." Tianyu made his final decision. "Actually, even if you want to leave, it is impossible." Elder Fan River took out a fruit from his bosom and gnawed on it. "The divine gate is closed, and the final battle has begun. Anyone can only join, and there is no possibility of escape, let alone you, the main character of the battle. Then wouldn't Tantai Tumia have died for nothing? Fatty Hai laughed heartily when he heard this. Aya, so pitiful. Yi Kong sighed pretentiously. Damn it. The only one who was truly dissatisfied was Cheong Chi, that joker who loved to fight. Tantai Tumia was originally a good opponent, but in order to let Tianyu escape, he actually sacrificed his life for nothing. This is the fate of an accomplice. Queen Vivian Lee's cold gaze swept across Carefree Sky and the Divine Palace warriors, and he is just the beginning. Kill. With Sky Execution as the leader, the three Tong Tian clans erupted with fighting spirit. The one charging at the forefront was that despicable dog, Hui Tai Lang. Tianyu was furious. Just as he raised his hand, he saw Jizun standing in front of him. Noticing that Jizun was standing in front of him, her gaze was as sharp as a sword. You better not move, or else I will definitely cut off one of your arms. Tianyu, who had never been threatened in his life, was enraged. Anger erupted from his eyes, and his divine power transformed into millions of divine weapons, blasting towards Jizun and all the enemies in the balanced world. Destroy. Little Mother waved her hand lightly, and all the divine weapons became invisible. She waved her hand again, create. The annihilated divine power was recreated due to the ancient laws of the balanced world. According to Little Mother's will, it turned into petals. They danced between heaven and earth. The sky was filled with petals. Pieces. On the other side, Jizun appeared behind Yu Yang in a flash, and stabbed him in the back like a sword. The sword of life shot out from Yu Yang's heart, carrying her killing intent and Yu Yang's blood. Supplemented by the irresistible divine power of fate, it pierced down unstoppably. Happy Sky struck with both palms, sending Carefree Sky and Ultimate Sky flying. As Ultimate Sky and Carefree Sky held in grief, the sword of life pierced deeply into Happy Sky's forehead. Happy Sky's face didn't have the usual melancholy, nor the fear of facing death. He was smiling. Calm. Turning his face, he took a deep look at Tianyu, then turned back and gently waved to his companions, Carefree Sky and Ultimate Sky. This is the result I hoped for the most. From the moment I was born, I knew my fate. However, I, who was destined to have a tragic ending, never wanted to die a worthless death. So, to be able to save you, even if it's just for a moment, is an incomparable honor. Happy Sky, don't give up. We are guardian. War beasts, we will never die. Ultimate Sky tried his best to comfort his companions, but his tears couldn't stop falling. Guardian war beasts indeed won't die, but when they revive, it won't be the previous me. Happy Sky smiled slightly. Goodbye, Happy Sky, my brother. Carefree Sky waved goodbye to Happy Sky. Goodbye. Happy Sky's voice gradually faded. I'm really happy to have you along the way. Happy Sky, my brother, please leave first. Carefree Sky knelt down to Tianyu and bowed respectfully. Master, the enemy is strong, we also have to bid farewell. Our strength is too weak to help Master ascend to the top. We are very ashamed. Although we haven't been together for a long time, in our hearts, we all have incomparable respect for Master. You are the greatest glory of our lives. My master, I wish you good luck. I wish you good luck. Ultimate Sky had never been so polite, because he knew that the final moment had come. Gradually sealed in the sword of life, the divine light was only a little bit of Happy Sky. It was also faintly swaying. Making his final farewell. Tianyu, once again closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to see his companions and subordinates sacrifice themselves for him, but since he had chosen the path of the Holy Sovereign, he had no other choice. The spatial crack that Tantai Tumia created with his life sacrifice disappeared, and Happy Sky's divine light also disappeared completely. He was eternally sealed in the rune core of the Wall of Sighs by Jizun's Sword of Life and Yu Yang's divine power of destiny. If Jizun and Yu Yang didn't die, then Happy Sky would never be able to escape. I will kill you all, Titan you, I will let you all suffer the same pain as me. Temple Sovereign Tianyu decided to make Yu Yang a loner like him. Your opponent is me. Little Mother reminded him, if your central shrine had the same feeling when you slaughtered billions of other living beings, then you wouldn't have caused so much killing. The evil karma that all of you sowed previously must now be paid with your blood and lives. Only then will it be worthy of the bitter fruit that all of you have harvested. Everything that all of you have today was brought upon yourselves. Don't blame others. That's right, when you slaughtered my heaven stairway people, did you ever think of this day? Jizun's cold eyes looked down at the next target, Mahasvara, or ultimate sky. Our tears have never been merciful. Today, you won't be forgiven either. Night Empress' attitude was resolute. Then let's fight to the death. Tianyu roared. In this world, the strong were respected. Who was stronger, then he would be the winner, and he could have everything without any dispute. Tianyu raised his fist. With his super strength, Jizun's will would never waver. Even if he faced an opponent that was almost impossible to defeat, he was still full of confidence and insisted on fighting to the end. Come, all of you, come at me together. Let's see who can defeat me, Tianyu? Is it you who is destined to fight? Or Conquest Queen Fei Wenli? Or the self-proclaimed Holy Sovereign Titan Yu? All of you, come at me together. I, Tianyu, will show you what is called power, what is called invincibility. I want to continue fighting, no matter if it's 10 million years, 10,000 years, I will not stop fighting, I will never give up, so, the final victor, must be me. Tianyu's conviction had already reached the limit, nothing could be changed. Stubborn. Old man Fan Jiang, who had been quietly observing, shook his head and sighed, no longer looking at him, and happily nibbled on the fruit in his hand. Tianyu resolutely rushed towards Little Mother, even though he knew that his attacks were useless, but he still persisted. No matter how many punches he threw. No matter if he hit or not. He continued. Because, he firmly believed that if he continued to attack, the enemy would collapse because of his own willpower and strength. You, who don't even know the power of the world and the power of life, are just a barbarian bull. Doing this is meaningless, but since this is your choice, as an opponent, I don't mind. Little Mother's slender hand moved, she used the power of life to magically create a space in the world of scales, pink, like a sea of flowers, wrapping Tianyu within. The basic law of this sea of flower space was the creation of life, the opposite of destruction. Before Tianyu understood the mysteries of the power of life, he would not be able to smoothly leave this seemingly fragile world of flowers. Destruction. Tianyu firmly believed that with the power he grasped, he could destroy everything. His divine power continued to destroy the sea of flowers. But there were even more flowers. In the midst of destruction, new life. Tianyu was like a tireless giant who only knew how to punch, charging back and forth in the sea of flowers. Tears streamed down his eyes' face. He knew that his lord had fallen into extreme obsession, treating everything as an illusion, other than himself. He did not believe anyone, but he could not help his lord, and could not be vigilant. In that state of obsession, anything that went against his lord's will would be seen as wrong, and could not be corrected. His gaze passed by Titan Yu in front of him, looked at his companion, and found that Ultimate Sky was struggling painfully under Fei Wenli's blade. Maybe Ultimate Sky wanted to die now. But that was an extravagant hope. All those who provoked and offended the dignity of the Conquest Queen would have the same tragic ending, and Ultimate Sky was no exception. Thank you. Zizai nodded to Yu Yang. Thank you for being willing to preserve a trace of pride for me. Although we are not good friends, we can barely be said to be good enemies. Rest in peace. Your era is over. Yu Yang sighed. Goodbye. Zizai Tian turned around and glanced at Tianyu. He retracted his teary gaze and didn't put up any resistance. His soul. Under Yu Yang's destiny divine power, it shrunk into a tiny speck of light. Then, after its soul was freed, it fell into a deep slumber. Yu Yang held Mahasvara's soul in his hand and waited for Mahasvara's body to be devoured by the ancient laws of the balance world. Only then did he gently seal this loyal enemy into the wall of size. The ultimate heavens were still struggling in pain. Without Fei Wenli's pardon, his punishment would still have to continue. Although his fate of being sealed and sleeping for eternity was already set in stone, before that, he still had to wash away his sins of killing and endure endless torture. What are you howling for? If you don't have such a big head, then don't wear such a big hat. What happened to the feeling of killing others? The mystic dragon was extremely disdainful. I've been hit by a hammer. Even his bones were broken, but he didn't even make a sound, right? This is a real man. At this time, Xianxia looked at the mystic dragon with admiration. In this silly guy's heart, even if the mystic dragon was lying on the ground like mud, he was still extraordinarily handsome. Throughout the balanced world, thousands of temples were still maintaining the laws, but under the will of His Majesty and the Night Empress, their brilliance gradually faded. Princess Sisai, with the prison tiger divine sword in one hand and the sword of fate in the other, and Mingyu Guang, who replaced Shui Wuhan to use the shield of fate, continued to attack the first temple. Drunken Cat, with the halberd of fate, quickly joined in, followed by A Man, who was rotating the hammer of fate, and Sky Law, who was waving the whip of fate. Yu stood a little behind, holding the staff of fate. Fallen Beauty stood side by side with her. Her jade fingers. She wore the ring of fate in place of Shui Wuxia. She guided the entire battle. Shui Wuxia, who was holding the pearl of fate, raised her divine sense domain and began to seal the temples with her unparalleled wisdom. After waiting for a long time, Jizun realized that there wasn't much progress. She snorted softly, "Troublesome, get out of the way." Holding the seal of fate with both hands, she soared into the sky. Together with the phantom moon goddess, they instantly turned the balance world into black and white. Jizun's laws overpowered everything. Rumble, the long corridor connecting the first and second temples was forcefully destroyed by Jizun. In Shui Wuxia's palm, light shone brightly, and the temple in front of her moved on its own. The middle door opened. Having lost the support of the heavenly chariot willpower, it couldn't defend against the attacks of the women for long. The first temple was declared broken. Princess Xianxia took the lead and charged in. She discovered that the warriors of the three sky-reaching clans who were trapped inside were fighting bitterly. With a loud roar, she raised the prison tiger divine sword high up and drew in millions of lightning bolts, forming a thunderbolt that exploded down from the sky. The warriors of the Temple of Gods inside were charred black from head to toe, and the fragrance of flesh wafted in the air. Great! When the warriors of the three sky-reaching clans saw this, they were wild with joy. The Southern Demon King and Mingyu Guang, Yu Bing, Anan, and Lu Yi followed closely behind and rushed into the first temple. Red, who was the fastest, had already flown to the second temple. Outside, only Shui Wuhan was accompanying Fourth Mother. They stood quietly outside the battlefield, waiting quietly. In their hearts, no matter if it was Yu Yang or their little mother, they both had enough confidence. The holy grimoire that Fourth Mother had acknowledged but couldn't bear to form a contract with floated lightly beside her. Seeing that things were progressing smoothly, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai worked together to break through the first temple. Happy smiles appeared on their little faces. Tian Tian. With the first, the second was much easier. Due to the suppression of Her Majesty, the Night Empress, and the violent interception of the Supreme Martial Artist and the Phantom Moon Goddess, the isolated and helpless temples were divided and broken through one by one. At first, it took some effort, but in the end, the more people there were, the more power they had. Under the leadership of the Sky Execution and the Dragon Emperor, the rescued warriors of the three sky-reaching clans rushed towards the various temples that had been broken through like a flood. Kill, kill. Xianxia, who loved to fight, was overjoyed. Previously, he couldn't break through the temples and couldn't enter, so he could only fight against Tantai Tumia. Now, he could finally go on a killing spree. These guys are mine. I'll take them all. The twin-headed Guang also went all out. If he didn't work hard now, when would he? Charge. The cute Qilin girl, Bing Yin, clenched her little fists and rushed forward. Many of the doors of the temples that hadn't been broken through were smashed open by her head. It had to be said. Her little brain was much more useful than Princess Sisai's divine sword, especially when it was used to break through the doors. We surrender, we surrender. Heaven-slaughtering god Tumia and his brother Tu-Wan were pale with fear. Isn't it too early to say surrender now? Supreme Jin and Demon Emperor, the two big shots of the upper realm, looked at each other and smiled. The situation had already developed to this point, and you only said surrender now? Are you sure you're not joking? Heaven-slaughtering god Tumia and the others also had their own difficulties. Just now, in the temple, their lives were in the hands of Tianyu. Not to mention surrender, even a slight thought would cause them to die without a burial place. If they waited until Tianyu was trapped in the sea of flowers and the temple was broken, how would they dare to say surrender? Kill! Xianxia, who loved to fight, roared like thunder and pounced forward. Surrender your mother. I even gave up my identity as an immortal beast to join this battle. I've already taken off my pants, and you're only saying this now? So stupid. Old man Fan River also had a headache when he saw this clown. Fortunately, one thing could solve another. There was a U-brat taking care of this mess over there. Whether it was good or bad, it had nothing to do with him. Inside the sea of flowers, Tianyu was still bombarding the surroundings tirelessly. His power could instantly destroy the sea of flowers, but in the blink of an eye, the sea of flowers would regenerate again. Let's end this destined battle here. There's no point in continuing. Little Mother saw that the last temple was also broken through by Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai. The last temple warrior had already been smashed into a meat patty by Fatty Hai. She shook her head and waved her hand at the crazy Tianyu, indicating that the battle was over. You can go. Of course, you can also stay and witness my advancement to Holy Supreme as an enemy. I hope that my suggestion can make you realize your mistake. As a seated player, Tianyu, you don't lack talent, and you're outstanding enough. It's just that you're too stubborn. Don't try to deceive me with flowery words. Even though the temple had been completely destroyed, Tianyu's expression didn't change as he stood proudly. The outcome has been decided. Little Mother was unwilling to continue. No, I will never admit it. Tianyu's will was firm. Alright, now, let me experience the glory of the so-called Heaven Realm's strongest. Queen Vivian Li, who was heavily injured and exhausted after a few battles, dragged her blade and swam into the sea of flowers. With just you? Tianyu looked down on her. If she wasn't injured, this conquest queen would still be worth fearing. But now, even a child would be able to knock her down with a single punch. However, although he knew that Fei Wenli was no match for him, Tianyu didn't mind killing one more enemy. In his eyes, only enemies who were all dead were the best enemies. Yes, with just me. Fei Wenli raised her blade with difficulty. She slashed down. Tianyu didn't even move to block. He casually stretched out his finger, and the divine light exploded like a pillar, rumbling towards Fei Wenli's body. Fei Wenli didn't dodge either. Perhaps she didn't even have the strength to dodge. She waved the blade in her hand without dodging, as if she wanted to slash at the enemy with both of them injured. The divine light was 1,000 times faster than the blade. But the strange thing was, when the blade slashed Tianyu's shoulder, the divine light hadn't reached Fei Wenli's face yet. Impossible. Tianyu looked incredulously at his shoulder that was oozing with golden divine blood. He couldn't believe that he, who was wearing the divine armor with unparalleled defense, couldn't withstand the enemy's slash, and couldn't believe that his divine light couldn't hit the enemy. When he looked carefully, he found that his divine light was moving slowly in the sea of flowers, constantly destroying everything along the way, but it was blocked by the sea of flowers that was constantly growing. The speed was getting slower and slower, and in the end, it was like a snail crawling. The rumbling, powerful divine light beam hadn't reached Fei Wenli yet. It disappeared. Disappeared without a trace. Queen Vivian Li smiled coldly. Your power of destruction is far greater than your creation. As for eternity, as the temple's supreme elder, you don't know what true eternity is. How pitiful. After she finished speaking, she turned around and threw away the blade in her hand. So it's just a pitiful worm, I won't fight anymore. Tianyu felt that this was the greatest shame he had ever suffered in his life. It was nothing more than this. The enemy actually stopped fighting because she looked down on him and felt that it was beneath her to fight with him. Damn it, you don't even have half of my current strength. What qualifications do you have to humiliate me? Tianyu couldn't help but be angry. Although he tried his best to control it, the anger still erupted from his heart like a volcano. You are indeed a pitiful worm. Yu Yang appeared behind him and nodded in agreement, a pitiful worm with great power. What did you say? Tianyu was furious. When I beat you until even your mother can't recognize you, I'll tell you. Yu Yang stretched out his hand with a smile on his face and grabbed Tianyu's neck. This super strong enemy who had previously beaten his fallen flowers violently, like a giant crushing a little dwarf, directly lifted Tianyu from the ground, lifted him to the highest point, and smashed him on the ground of the sea of flowers. Fists fell like rain. Fists and kicks intersected. Little Wenli, this little girl, also came up to join in the fun. The two of them worked together to completely stun Tianyu, who had great divine power. Impossible, this is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The opponent clearly showed less than a tenth of his strength. The enemy is weak, I am strong, how can he suppress me? Is this a dream? Is Princess Ximeng playing tricks? Or is this a hallucination of Yu Taitan's mother? You had a good time beating me up just now, didn't you? Now this young master will return it all to you. Yu Yang grabbed Tianyu and beat him up unceremoniously. There's interest too. This is a dream. Tianyu couldn't accept this reality. You can think this is a dream. This is a dream like the 10th stage of the trial grimoire, a surreal existence with great divine power, the temple's supreme Tianyu, have you realized? You are just a pitiful worm. You have destruction, but not enough creation, and you don't have insight into true eternity. You don't even have an eternity that belongs to you. You're just a cripple, you don't have hands, you walk on one foot, yet you still want to compete for the holy supreme position? You're the one dreaming. Yu Yang violently beat up Tianyu. Stop, there is no need to deliberately humiliate him. No matter what, he did work hard for this, don't laugh at other people's efforts. Not only him, many people have worked hard for this, no matter what, we should face it. The little mother expressed that Tianyu was just working hard in the wrong direction. She didn't look down on him, nor did she laugh at him. On the contrary, she respected all efforts from the bottom of her heart, whether right or wrong. Tianyu stood up. He found that his injuries had instantly recovered, and immediately, confidence returned to the bottom of his heart. This is a dream, don't you think you can shake my will? Yu Yang shrugged and spread his hands. For you, it is indeed a dream, and a nightmare that you don't dare to wake up from. Without creation, you wouldn't be able to understand the true meaning of life. Without eternity that belonged to you, no matter how much divine power you possessed, it was only given to you by others. This kind of stacked sand tower was only powerful on the surface. It would never reach the level of elegance. Keep dreaming, Tianyu, we are even, I am no longer angry. Yu Yang, who held grudges the most in his life, suddenly found the enemy in a very sad situation. He didn't attack. Instead, he left. Because he was very black-bellied, more attacks in his life would awaken the enemy's paranoia. Even though the possibility of this happening was extremely small, he was still unwilling to take the risk. Stop. Tianyu saw Yu Yang, who had once again stored his divine power of destiny, turned around and left like Fei Wenli. The humiliation in his heart was even greater. He would rather be pressed to the ground and beaten by the enemy like just now, than see the enemy disregard him with such contempt. Goodbye, Tianyu, in the course of my life, you were already a passerby. Yu Yang felt that this guy was still quite strong, but he was too pitiful. He didn't know when it started, but he had always been cheated by others. Until not long ago, he was even cheated by Dongfang ruthlessly. If it was a weakling, it would be fine, but it just had to be a divine-level expert with unparalleled divine power and super-high intelligence. What could people say, mockery, or compassion overflowing with compassion? Sigh, forget it. Let's just ignore him, in order not to hurt the fragile little heart of the #1 expert of the Great Light Mountain's central shrine. Let's just quietly pass by. On the other side, the will of the divine mountain produced some kind of strange fluctuation, so did the Dead Sea. Even the divine gate was trembling slightly. The ancient will of the balance world projected onto the body of the little mother, causing her divine body born from the divine light to grow infinitely. This was the official recognition of the ancient rules. The predestined confrontation was over. The winner. From this moment on, she was the future divine sovereign, the new master of the balance world. Defeated, completely defeated. Even though Tianyu believed that he still had the strength to continue fighting. But the truth was already in front of him. No matter how he struggled, he could not change the situation. The will of the sacred mountain, the will of the Dead Sea, and the ancient rules of the balanced world all recognized the opponent. In this grand and powerful fateful confrontation between the Holy Supremes, Little Mother was the real winner. If she did not deliberately stay, the repulsion of the balanced world would have long thrown the defeated Tianyu out of the divine gate. Xi's departure. The self-seal of the Dead Sea Guardian Zong, the destruction of the divine temple, the plight of the Sea of Flowers, and the death of his subordinates, made the confident Tianyu feel despair. Ha 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 ha. The divine temple's supreme Tianyu could not accept this reality and laughed wildly. In order to pursue the holy supremes, the Great Light Mountain and the entire central shrine sacrificed everything. Everything that could be sacrificed was sacrificed. But in exchange, it was still a failure. This super-ironic fate. It made Tianyu go crazy. The ancient rules of the balanced world suppressed Tianyu, making him unable to move. Without the will of Little Mother, the new master of the balanced world, Tianyu would be like this for the rest of his life. Power was meaningless in front of the Holy Supreme's will. Tianyu was going crazy, but no one had the time to care about him. Everyone was looking at Little Mother. Now, it was an important moment for her to shoulder the fate and ascend to the Holy Supremes. Old Man Fan River stroked the long beard on his chin and nodded in satisfaction. He then patted Yu Yang's shoulder and smiled, "Kid, do what you need to do. When I have time, I will teach you the most powerful fishing technique. I'm going fishing. From now on, the matters of Tong Tian Tower will be handed over to you. I don't know how much time I have wasted because of these troublesome matters." Yu Yang rolled his eyes. "You still have the nerve to say that? If you had managed Tong Tian Tower one day, it would not be like this." Fortunately, after many twists and turns, Tong Tian Tower still had a better ending. Otherwise, as a senior, you would have committed a great sin. Who cares? I mean, fishing is a good entertainment, if you can fish and drink at the same time. Yu Yang originally wanted this old man to leave immediately, but with Fourth Mother here, he had to pretend to be a good child. When Fourth Mother looked over, his attitude immediately improved a lot. "Farewell, senior." Unlike Yu Yang, Fourth Mother and the others were extremely respectful towards Old Man Fan River. Even Jizun and Fei Wenli were no exception. "Let's go, don't miss me too much." Old Man Fan Jiang ran away, making Yu Yang's teeth itch. If it wasn't for Fourth Mother, he would count himself lucky if he didn't kick the old man half to death. Little Mama was summoning her own summoning grimoire, a holy grimoire that was as smooth as jade and a divine grimoire that shone brilliantly. The fate-bearing ceremony began, and the fate light pillar pointed straight into the sky. The warriors of the three sky-reaching clans all knelt down. Even the faces of Tianzhu Dragon Emperor and the others were filled with sincerity. The ones who were the most excited were none other than the old fox, Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the others. Not only did they help Yu Yang grow and ascend to the Holy Supreme Elder realm, they were also helping the second Holy Supreme Elder to ascend to the top. Tong Tian Tower's downfall, suffering, and unpredictable future fate will all end in my hands. Little Mama floated into the sky, a solemn and extraordinary divine light shining brightly on her body. Her slender lily-white hands spread out, and millions of rays of light gathered softly within them. The three celestial flowers that revolved around her were even blossoming with a rich fragrance that seeped into one's heart and soul. "I am willing to shoulder the fate of the three sky-reaching clans. In the name of the future Holy Supreme Elder, I will create beauty and happiness, destroy calamity and misfortune, and turn living beings, life and vitality into eternity. May the dead rest in peace. May the dead be immortal, and the living be eternal." Little Mama looked up at the sky, whether in the past or in the future, it will always be the same. The energy light pillars of the two grimoires intertwined and rose upwards. Gradually, it transformed into a fate light pillar that was 12,000 meters tall. This was the fate that the three sky-reaching clans had to shoulder, including the past and future. All living beings needed to be freed from this fate energy. Because Yu Yang had previously shouldered the fate of all living beings in the Tong Tian Tower, Little Mama's current advancement conditions were more reasonable. Although it exceeded the requirements, it did not exceed them by too much. Seeing the height of this fate light pillar, Queen Vivian Li's heart relaxed a little. She did not care about her heavy injuries and immediately stretched out her hands. His Majesty was faster than her. Night Empress and Fourth Mother were also unwilling to fall behind. One by one, they stretched out their hands to shoulder the fate for Little Mama. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the Li brothers had long raised their forest-like arms. The warriors of the three sky-reaching clans had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and the others stood at the forefront. Old Fox, Jun Wuyu and the others followed closely behind, raising their hands high up. Gold Sovereign and Demon Emperor looked at each other and smiled. Xianxia glanced at the two-headed dragon Guang and snorted unhappily. He quickly raised his hands high up. The two-headed dragon Guang and the beautiful Queen Thousand Bones Paralysis were unwilling to be left behind. They hurriedly declared, although we are not from the Tong Tian Tower and have made mistakes before, we have already turned over a new leaf. We are also willing to join them. For the sake of the future Divine Sovereign, we are willing to sacrifice, give everything, and do our best to shoulder the fate. They had previously seen the warriors of the three sky-reaching clans shoulder the fate for Yu Yang. Now that they had such a good opportunity, how could they miss it? The shadow gods also raised their hands in surprise and joy. They were willing to sacrifice for the future Divine Sovereign. The investment they made today would be the rarest, most precious, and most worthwhile opportunity in their lives. Even if it was not unprecedented, it would still take at least tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years for an opportunity like this to appear once in a while. Not to mention them, even the demon dragon, who was lying on the ground, raised his hands with great effort, hoping that he could help a little. Can we do it too? Shui Wuxia reached out her hand. She realized that she, who had wholeheartedly assisted Yu Yang, could also shoulder the fate for her little mother. She couldn't help but be overjoyed. Princess Sisai and the others couldn't wait any longer. They grabbed her hand and held on to Fallen Beauty on the other side. Everyone held hands. Yu Bing, Inan, Sky Law and the others formed a big circle. They shouldered the fate energy together as one. Ming Guang and the others joined them. Their jade-like hands gently pressed on Shui Wuxia's back. Hui Tai Lang rushed towards Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's side. It had wanted to get closer to Yu Yang just now. But before it could get close, it was almost kicked away by Yu Yang, who was carrying Jizun. You want to be a third wheel? You're courting death. Put it down. Jizun came to her senses and glared at Yu Yang. Fortunately, because the timing wasn't right, she wasn't too angry. She just raised her hand with difficulty, wanting to shoulder the fate for her little mother. The illusory moon goddess came over and winked at him. What are you waiting for? Let's do it together. Yu Yang understood. He mustered up his courage and grabbed Jizun's small hand. On the other hand, he grabbed the illusory moon goddess's soft hand. NN. Little Wenli wasn't tall enough. She could only hug Yu Yang's thigh. Jizun glared angrily. But under the pressure of the fate energy, she couldn't move at all. She could only let this little thief have his way for now. The holy Jizun was about to be born. Under the fate energy, the whole Tong Tian Tower was shaking. An ancient power that had been dormant, an ancient will that had never appeared before, was awakened by this special summoning. They gathered like a tide, carrying a 3,000-meter-tall divine power of fate on their backs, and poured into the little mother's divine grimoire. At the same time, a powerful ancient will emerged from the Heaven Stairway World Tree. Together with the ancient will in the Time Square in the God's Ruins, they formed two light dragon-like pillars that intertwined with each other. They stood in front of the little mother, also carrying the fate energy that was 3,000 meters tall. The Divine Mountain and the Dead Sea, these two wills, each carried 1,000 meters. The Divine Gate of the Tianping world. The sleeping ancient will was also temporarily awakened for a second in the divine light. In just 1 second, it carried the fate energy that was 1,000 meters tall. There was another one that came from outside the heaven realm. Even Yu Yang didn't know if it was the old man Fan Jiang or some other super expert like the old ghost, who carried the 500 meters tall light pillar of fate. At least you guys still have a little conscience. For the first time, Yu Yang had a good impression of old man Fan Jiang and the other seniors, but it was just a little. Come on, we can do it. Fatty Hai and the others shouted excitedly. Amidst the tide-like shouts, they, who were exhausted, gathered together and held up a height of at least 800 meters, all of which were poured into the divine grimoire. Nearly 300 meters of it was the contribution of Supreme Jin, Monster Emperor, Xianxia, the shadow gods and the other heaven realm clans that had surrendered. Of course, without Jiet Songxing, Qi Danzi and the dying demon dragon, it would be impossible for Supreme Jin and the others to hold up the 300-meter light pillar of fate. The 10,300-meter light pillar of fate was poured into the divine grimoire. This had already reached the basic requirement to be promoted to the Holy Jizun. And there was a little left. Fei Wenli, His Majesty, Night Empress, Fourth Mother, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai carried the fate energy that was poured into the Little Mother's other divine grimoire. Although everyone was exhausted from the previous battle, they had at least held up a height of 2,000 meters. The light pillar of fate that the Little Mother needed to carry, the requirement of 12,000 meters, had been fully achieved. Yu Yang, Jizun, Phantom Moon Goddess and Little Wenli did not have time to inject the fate energy into it. At the last tense moment, Yu Yang was a little anxious. How stupid. Qilin Girl Bing-yin pressed a palm on Yu Yang's back. However, what Yu Yang sensed was not the power she was carrying. It was transmission. The combined sword chi from Koki no Koki. This special sword chi, which could only be sensed during dream cultivation, once again entered his body. It immediately stimulated the supreme divine power that had been suppressed in Yu Yang's body for a long time and did not know how to release it without anger. Jizun and the Phantom Moon Goddess, who were connected to his mind, instantly felt as if their bodies were on fire. There was a majestic divine power of destiny that rushed over like a mountain torrent, instantly drowning them within it. Their injuries and fatigue disappeared without a trace in an instant, Yu Yang shouted. It was more shocking than the roar of thousands of people. He raised the light pillar of fate that was unknown high and poured it into the holy grimoire that was as smooth as jade, almost bursting the holy grimoire. The divine power of fate was declared over, and the promotion to the divine sovereign was achieved. The divine light emitted by the two grimoires enveloped the entire balanced world. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others all turned into light spots and were sucked into the divine grimoire. Queen Vivian Li, His Majesty, Night Empress and Fourth Mother flew into the holy grimoire along with the rainbow. Yu Yang's hands were empty. Jizun and Phantom Moon Goddess disappeared, leaving him alone, standing opposite the Little Mother. No, there was one more person. Tianyu. Divine Grimoire the Paragon, Heavenly Chariot, the loser of the fated showdown, the enemy who had witnessed the birth of the Divine Paragon, was still in the balance world, watching everything in despair, struggling madly, but to no avail. Ah, no, impossible, the Divine Sovereign is mine, the prophecy is not like this at all. Tianyu's eyes were also red with jealousy. The divine mountain has not been leveled, the Dead Sea is rippling, this is not in line with the prophecy, how can you be promoted to the divine sovereign? It's fake. This is all fake, it's all a lie. I have the will of the divine sovereign, trying to deceive me, I know, it's you, Yi Meng, playing tricks, don't you dare bully me, I won't believe it. Is it that the divine mountain has been leveled, the Dead Sea evaporated prophecy? Yu Yang was also angry when he heard this. You still haven't given up? Fine, I'll let you completely give up. He seemed to feel that the heavenly sword goddess was hiding behind him. Her fingers lightly touched the back of his head. It was the guidance of supreme wisdom. Quietly. Into the heart. Koki no Koki's fusion sword chi, under this guidance, erupted hundreds of millions of times, improving. Yu Yang felt as if his body had been opened, the seal that had been restored was pierced through by a sword, his whole body, completely activated the divine power of destiny that had been stored in his body for a long time. I want to lift the divine mountain, fill everything, I want you to be in despair. Yu Yang roared towards the sky. The giant of destiny, for the first time under the eruption of his reason. Rise. The heavenly sword goddess's finger was like an intelligent meteor, piercing through the pitch-black night sky of the mind. Under her guidance, the power of destiny in Yu Yang's body instantly erupted like a volcano. Koki no Koki's combined sword chi converged at the same time, merging into one. Under the dual stimulation, Yu Yang felt that the power of destiny that only a divine supreme martial artist could perfectly control was in his hands, and it had reached an explosive state. The giant of destiny suddenly rose up. All living beings bowed their heads. Everything in heaven and earth, everything in the balance world, not a single thing wasn't intimidated by it. Yu Yang raised his arms, and at the same time as the giant of destiny, he raised the sacred mountain high above his head. At this moment, the entire balanced scale world was shaking. The Dead Sea in front of Yu Yang shrieked in fear, wailing like a dead spirit of judgment. The entire sky was distorted and shattered everywhere. Go, the sad fate of Tong Tian Tower will end in my hands. In the name of the future divine supreme martial artist, I will end everything. Yu Yang angrily smashed the entire sacred mountain into the Dead Sea. This time, the heavens fell and the earth was turned upside down. After the balance was broken, two different types of power of rules collided wildly, engulfing and annihilating each other, and then combining to give birth to new rules. The chaotic power stirred up the entire space. Not only heaven and earth, but even the present, the past, and the future were all changed and renewed. Not just the balanced scale world, even the three sky-reaching clans who had entered the divine grimoire space collapsed under the impact of Yu Yang's power of destiny. All the worlds were plunged into chaos after the power of destiny interfered. Before the people who were pressed to the ground could sense more, they fainted under the pressure of this supreme power of destiny. Except for Yu Yang, who was one with the giant of destiny. And little mama. No one could stand in this balanced scale world where everything was renewed and the world was reborn. Even little mother's two grimoire worlds were turned upside down because of this powerful domination attack. Yu Yang stretched out his hands, passed through the divine grimoire and the holy grimoire, and entered the new world where little mother was being born. He gently protected the heads of the three races of the Tong Tian Tower. With the protection of the giant of destiny and Yu Yang's will, all the lives of the three races survived the great destruction dominated by destiny. Especially Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, who were under the protection of Yu Yang, were safe and sound. From this moment on, their fates were officially linked to Yu Yang. From then on, never parting. Each of them had a unique ribbon of fate that extended from their souls and was tightly connected to him. Little Mama, Fei Wenli, Snake Empress, His Majesty, Night Empress, Fourth Mother, and Ji Zun, who was held in the arms of the Phantom Moon Goddess and had fainted because of the sudden breakthrough, were no exception. No matter what the identities of Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, Yu Yu, and Yu Bing were in life, there was no difference in the recognition of the law of destiny. On their foreheads, there was a unique emblem that belonged to Yu Yang, the future divine sovereign, to show and affirm their fate and future. Even little mother, who was also a future divine sovereign, had the emblem of Yu Yang on her forehead. Because her achievements and fate were closely linked to her darling. It turned out that the fate of the three races of the Tong Tian Tower had long been turned into nothingness in the big explosion of destruction, annihilated into nothingness. The new fate of the three races of the Tong Tian Tower, which was ruled by Yu Yang, was recreated from the destruction. In the name of Yu Yang, it was officially born, belonging to the law of eternity. After an unknown period of time, little mother completed the comprehension of the new realm. She closed the grimoire. The three races of the Tong Tian Tower were all moved out of the balanced world, and one by one, they woke up from their coma. What appeared in front of them was a brand new, unbelievably beautiful world, destroyed and created by Yu Yang, the divine sovereign, but under the name of another divine sovereign. This was the new balanced world that belonged to little mother, the throne and territory that belonged to her ascension to the divine sovereign, the place where the three races of the Tong Tian Tower were sacrificed and the place where they would return in the future. It's so beautiful. Is this the new world after the divine mountain flattened and the Dead Sea evaporated? It's incredible, I can't believe my eyes. So the existence of the balanced world is the world of the future divine sovereign. When the three races of the Tong Tian Tower woke up, they still suspected that they were in a dream. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others stroked the flowers and trees around them, while the old fox, Jun Wuyu and the others felt blissful, tears rolling down their cheeks. Now, in front of them, was a world that was 100 times more beautiful than a dream. All the malicious curses were gone. The beautiful spring breeze blew the breath of life, and the sweet spring water in the sky gave birth to all the life on earth. Grass quietly sprouted and grew, and flowers unknowingly bloomed, covering the entire mountain and plains. Trees rose from the ground one by one, forming a lush green forest. The shrubs on the periphery were full of fruits, and the fragrance wafted in all directions. Butterflies danced among the flowers, and birds chased and chirped happily on the branches. Without the divine mountain and the Dead Sea, the balanced world was now full of life. The divine palaces that were originally destroyed by the divine sovereign, Tianyu, were rebuilt by the newly ascended divine sovereign, who was also Yu Yang's mother. With a light tap of her little hand, the divine palaces were erected. They were no longer created because of battle, nor to suppress, but to provide the life inside to use and live in. These divine palaces were no longer overbearing and oppressive. Their attributes did not change, but their appearance became more beautiful, and their divine power became gentler and more docile. Most importantly, the newly created divine palaces no longer belonged to the divine palace, Tianyu. No. Impossible. I can't accept this. The divine palace's divine sovereign, Tianyu, did not die. The powerful him actually survived the ultimate destruction of the balanced world. However, after he woke up, he found that it was like a dream. All the effort in his life had gone down the drain, and his mind immediately lost balance. He knew that he had failed, but he still could not accept this fact. He was the most outstanding genius in the heaven realm. From the day he was born, he was recognized and chosen as the future divine sovereign seed. Now, he had put in so much effort and sacrificed so much, but all he got in exchange was a helpless and humiliating witness. Witnessing others ascend to the divine sovereign, this is not what I, Tianyu, want. Heavens, this is definitely not what I want. The divine palace's divine sovereign, Tianyu, stretched out a hand towards the sky. He hoped that the heavens could bestow him a little more, just a little more, and he would be able to ascend to the divine sovereign. Why was he stingy with this last bit? Before, I always resisted saying it, but now I can say it. Sacrifice and persistence alone are useless. Queen Vivian Li used her blade to support her body from falling. She wiped away the blood stains on her face, and suddenly a charming smile bloomed. This was a kind of brilliance, like the smile of a goddess of victory. In the past, I also walked this path. From the day I was sealed, I understood that the path of conquest was not the path to the heavens. If I wanted to become a divine sovereign, I had to have a higher state of mind than sacrifice and perseverance. Only then would I be able to match the status and prestige of a divine sovereign. It is a kind of divine awareness that can bear the fate of all living beings, annihilate suffering and sin, and turn hope and happiness into eternity in one's hands, or rather, release from fate. You're quibbling, Fei Wenli. You haven't reached the divine sovereign realm. You have no right to point fingers in front of me. Tianyu roared. Then pretend I didn't say anything. Queen Vivian Li now didn't even look at the loser Tianyu from the corner of her eyes. Are you all right? Yu Yang mustered up his courage and carried the unconscious Jizun up. Enlightenment? The Jizun woke up, her eyes shining with the divine light of wisdom. Since she was a child, she had thoroughly comprehended this supreme realm of sublimation from the process of her mother's advancement, as well as from Yu Yang. She subconsciously muttered to herself, only by realizing oneself can one be free from everything? So that's how it is? Ah, I understand. Now I understand. Divine Sovereign Tianyu, you are indeed a genius, but don't blame others, and don't blame your unfortunate fate. All of this is actually your own doing. His Majesty said to the stubborn Tianyu with a slight sarcasm, you are too superstitious about power, and you unreservedly accepted the sacrifice of others, but did not make any effort in return. Mountain of Light, Central Shrine, Qiheng Jizun, Light Guardian Jizun, and more people, all of them have sacrificed for you. Tianyu, have you ever thought that even if you win in the end, even if you can be promoted to the divine sovereign, who else can stand up and shoulder the heavy fate for you, and become the divine sovereign virtue in the future? Tianyu trembled all over. The divine light in his eyes. Flickering. He was like a person who had been walking in the dark for a long time, suddenly covered by a strong light. His spirit was instantly sober, and he understood all the truth. But he clearly knew the truth. But he was unwilling to accept it. Because he could no longer turn back. Tianyu's current situation was like a prince of a great country in the world, who had lived a good life since he was a child, had all the happiness in the world, and could be said to be doted on by thousands of people. But one day, he discovered a terrible truth. It turned out that he was just a puppet exchanged by the palace struggle, and his real identity was just a poor little beggar, so he was unwilling to accept his new identity and the cruel reality. In order to keep this secret, in order to keep his status, he killed everyone, and in the end, he was left alone. The most desperate thing was, when he woke up, he found that although his status as a prince was saved, everything in his life was ruined. It was such a kind of despair. It made Tianyu, who was once a proud son of heaven, no longer able to maintain his rationality. Tianyu lost his mind and roared, "No, I don't accept it, it's not like this, the truth is definitely not like this, it's clear that I am more powerful, why did I fail? I am only a step away from the divine sovereign realm, just a little bit, why was it not me who won the fate duel, but someone else? No, I don't accept it. I don't accept it." You can continue to be stubborn, you can choose to continue your ideals, that is your freedom. However, it is indeed impossible to advance to the divine sovereign realm by walking alone. The divine sovereign realm cannot be obtained by abandoning everything, it must bear more, and then surpass itself in the heavy, completely controlling its own fate. This kind of great wisdom is the foundation of advancement. Little Mother glanced at Sky Chariot with slight pity in her eyes. Sky Chariot, your talent is very, very high, but you are too stubborn. Relying on your strength, you disregard everything, you insist on stepping onto this path of no return. Your destiny is actually ending in your own hands, not mere fate. I hope that one day in the future, you will be able to understand. No, I don't understand, I don't want to understand anything, those are all lies, I only know that I have already given so much, I have paid so much, why can't I get anything in return? I must get something in return, I must get enough in return. Tianyu roared crazily. You have obtained enough power. Little Mother shook her head, you have, but those who have paid for you have not. They are willing to pave the way for me. Tianyu was still unconvinced. You accepted their sacrifice, but did not get anything in return, you cannot bear their fate, so you cannot escape your own fate either. The Little Mother waved her hand. You can go. You can walk whatever path you want. We have different paths, so we can't work together. Don't even think about it. Tianyu angrily unleashed his divine power, our battle is not over yet, what I cannot obtain, I will destroy it with my own hands. You are no match for me, never have been. Little Mother, who had already ascended to the divine sovereign realm, smiled. She waved her small hand. The laws of the new world completely under her control surged with a wondrous power of the world, easily expelling Tianyu from the Temple of Light. When the will of the heavenly chariot regained his balance, he found that he had returned to the foot of the Radiance Mountain. However, the Radiance Mountain now was no longer the residence of the central divine palace in the heaven realm, nor was it the supreme divine peak that overlooked all living beings. Instead, it was a completely collapsed ruin. Venerable heavenly chariot of the deity's Templar was stunned. He had never imagined that the indestructible Great Radiance Mountain would be reduced to such a state. It was over. Everything was over. Without the protection of the Guardian of Light and the others, the Great Radiance Mountain was completely finished. In order to pursue the divine sovereign realm, he destroyed everything, whether it was the people or the mountain, everything was destroyed. Although he was unwilling to accept it, the cruel reality forced Tianyu to wake up. Whether he admitted it or not, this battle, this predestined battle, was a failure, a complete failure. Not only was it a failure, but he also paid a heavy price, so heavy that even Tianyu, a temple sovereign with the will of a sovereign, could not bear it. If time could be turned back, Tianyu was willing to turn back. To start all over again. He definitely would not choose this path, but everything could not be restarted. Welcome back, my dear fellow traveler. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable walked over with a smile on his face as he clapped. It's you? It's you? The Temple of God's autarch Heaven Charger recognized this unfamiliar acquaintance. It's me. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable smiled warmly. Are you mocking me? Tianyu was extremely angry, especially when he saw heaven-splitting demon Venerable's smile. It made him feel even more humiliated. No, my dearest friend, I'm here to welcome you, because you are my best companion. Tianyu, welcome. With you, I will no longer be lonely. Ha ha ha, do you still remember? My dear friend, on the day we first met, I already said that you would be like me in the future. Don't be in a hurry to explain, that is completely meaningless. The truth is the truth, do you understand? Back then, I was also the most outstanding genius, the seed with the most hope, but why was I unable to ascend to the divine sovereign realm, and even reduced to this state? Because this is the final outcome of this path of no return. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly, we will be time travelers, wandering through the endless years, moving forward aimlessly, continuing our lives in pain and torment. Because of our great power, we will live through the endless years, and it is impossible for us to even die. This is the price and punishment for our selfishness. Throw away your power, that is a meaningless facade. I dare say that the stronger you are, the more power you control, and the more pain, boredom, and sorrow you will feel. Now, as a senior, I will enthusiastically introduce to you what we time wanderers can do. Don't be too pessimistic, my dear friend, we can still have fun. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. Nonsense, I will kill you. Tian, you couldn't accept the other party's crazy words. Haha, killing each other, even though it is useless, it is one of the pleasures of our boring yet endless lives. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable laughed crazily, tears rolling down his cheeks. What is our other pleasure? Apart from pitiful killing each other, we can also tempt others, just like how I stood in front of the proud you in the past, and tempt you onto this path of no return. Yes, that's right, it's to let our pain continue on the body of another genius, on the body of another seed. That way, our hearts will feel better. My dear friend, think about it, what a joyous thing it is. Tianyu, who was about to kill this lunatic in front of him, suddenly stopped. We have enough time, as long as we are patient, there will definitely be more people joining us. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable laughed happily, you can also choose to be free, as long as you are lucky enough to have a disciple like your master, the radiant guardian sovereign. Enough! Tianyu roared angrily. I knew it, you are the same as me. Compared to the radiant guardian sovereign, you are more stubborn, so we are the true companions. Those who choose to be free from pain are simply cowards, ha ha ha. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable laughed crazily, and extended his hand towards Tianyu. Come, I know that in a corner of the heaven realm, a super genius has been born. He is the illegitimate child of your disciple, Ji Wuri, a genius 100 times more outstanding than your disciple, a true genius. How about we make a bet? Will he be a coward in the future, or will he be a companion like us? I will definitely not allow a coward to appear. Tianyu clenched his teeth. Yes, this way, the fun will be bigger, and the time won't be too boring. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable laughed, and laughed until he was about to die. I am very much looking forward to that day. What kind of words will he say, ha ha ha. The balanced world. At the end of the wall of sighs, there was a world tree. On the tree, there were all kinds of beautiful world stones. It was growing slowly in the balanced world, absorbing the power of the new world, constantly enriching itself and growing upwards. At the top of the world tree, there was an extremely tiny flower fairy. She was born from nothingness. As soon as she was born, she opened her big eyes full of spirituality and flew around the world tree with a smile. From time to time, she would touch the tree trunk and those fruit-like and incomparably clean world stones. She was holding a sprinkler that came from nowhere, collecting rainwater from the sky and happily watering it. She even opened her mouth and sang to it. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The tree and the stone are finally together. There is no longer any power that can separate them. Shui Wuxia sighed emotionally. So touching. Fallen Beauty burst into tears. As for little crybaby Bao, she was so moved that she couldn't stop crying. Is this really a good ending? Yu Yang, who didn't know how lucky he was, felt that it wasn't enough. However, he immediately received a round of punches. Even the most gentle sickly beauty and big sister Yu protested against his inappropriate words. Perhaps the ending between peerless Emperor Wu Shuang and the Flower Fairy wasn't the best, but at least the two of them had a result, right? Scarlet Dan Z turned around and looked at his old friend, Subtraction Life, strangely. Aren't you leaving? Subtraction Life turned a deaf ear. His eyes were fixed on a cluster of flowers. In the cluster of flowers, there was a small silver spider. It peeked its head out from the petals, its small eyes timidly observing the new world. Baby, come to my hand. Subtraction Life was so touched that he wanted to cry. He stretched out his hand eagerly, but the silver spider was shocked and quickly hid back in the petals. After a long time. Then it peeked its head out again. It found a guy with tears streaming down his face, who was stupidly looking at it with his hand outstretched. "Come to my hand, baby. I want to bring you around the entire heaven realm." Subtraction Life stretched out his hand patiently. The silver love thread spider observed him timidly. After an unknown amount of time, it finally took a tentative step. Subtraction Common People didn't move at all. He put on his most brilliant smile, but his smiling face looked uglier than crying. The silver love silk spider timidly observed as it approached. Finally, it jumped onto the life-subduing palm. A love thread. It twined around his finger. The tears of Reduce the Common People dripped down in large droplets, dripping on its body. But his face was smiling. Perhaps the silver spider had gotten used to it and felt that this smile, which was uglier than crying, was suddenly not so scary. So it happily danced on his palm. Off to the side, Master Scarlet Danzy shook his head and sighed. "Why am I the only one left? Boo-hoo." The emotional Fatty Hai started to cry loudly. "What's wrong with you?" Yi Kong was baffled. "I'm so touched." Fatty Hai also squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and looked at the wind-breath seabird. "Baby, we'll be together too. We'll never be separated. Go to hell." The wind-breath seabird kicked this guy who would itch if he didn't get beaten up. He cried so ugly and even said such disgusting words. It was really unbearable. Yi Kong, the Li brothers and the other bad friends laughed so hard that they almost choked. Very good, this way there would be fun to watch. As for Fatty Hai's feelings, who would care? The demon dragon stood up and was reborn in the new world. The shackles on his body were all gone. He, who had completely recovered, looked up to the sky and roared, "I'm resurrected again. Ha ha ha, let's see who else can trap me this time." With the support of the future Holy Lord's little brother, the demon dragon was in a good mood. He had been depressed for so long. Now that he could lift his eyebrows, he naturally wanted to vent. Xianxia also went crazy with his idol. Yes, let's go. We'll sweep through the heaven realm and make all the rankers tremble under our feet. Yu Yang hurriedly pretended that he didn't know these two idiots. He couldn't afford to lose face. "Sweep, no one can stop me, not even that old fellow Supreme Dragon God." Mo Long's boss was very arrogant now. "Who said that?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. The demon dragon looked up and found that it was the one who threw a hammer and broke his spine outside the gate of God. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly hid behind Yu Yang, his thighs trembling like a chicken in a storm. This was the Supreme Dragon God's envoy. His strength and realm did not need to be mentioned. Just that hammer alone, the demon dragon would not be able to withstand it no matter how capable he was. Therefore, the demon dragon boss had to learn to act like a grandson now. Fortunately, Yu Yang was here. As the boss, he still had to maintain his face. Otherwise, he would have knelt down long ago. Don't mention the Supreme Dragon God's name in the future. After the Supreme Dragon God's envoy accepted everyone's greetings, he glared at the demon dragon angrily, almost scaring the boss to pee in his pants. Fortunately, with the pleas of Yu Yang, Little Mama, and the others, the Lord Envoy reluctantly agreed to pardon the demon dragon boss's crimes. However, he was not allowed to use the Supreme Dragon God's name again. This pardon made the demon dragon boss extremely happy. He beamed with joy and danced with joy. "I won't mention it, I definitely won't mention it. I have always respected the Supreme Dragon God from the bottom of my heart." Seeing that everything was fine, he immediately jumped out from behind Yu Yang shamelessly and stretched out his hand. "My crimes have been absolved. I have also contributed greatly to the promotion of the two holy elders. Lord Envoy, why don't you give me the Divine Hammer Award? I promise that I will work hard in the future and strive to make new contributions." Scram. The Lord Envoy was furious. "If you say another word, I will skin you alive." The demon dragon quickly stuffed his hand into his mouth. So fierce. Xianxia, this guy who was not afraid of death, muttered softly. He was dissatisfied with his idol from the bottom of his heart. This was too strict. You get lost too. If I don't beat you up, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart even after 10,000 years. The Lord Envoy kicked Xianxia away with his big foot. The demon dragon quickly dragged this brat away to prevent him from saying more mistakes and suffering more physical pain. Who is he? So fierce? Fatty Hai and the others quickly gathered to gossip. Under the supreme dragon god, the one with the best temper, the best temper. You can just call him the calm ocean envoy. The demon dragon did not dare to speak ill of the Lord Envoy in front of him. So powerful. When Yi Kong and Fatty Hai heard this, they all had a feeling that they did not understand. Yes, yes. Bao Er also expressed her agreement. Why are you approaching us? Quickly go and act cute and see if you can get some treasures. Fatty Hai was anxious for this little girl. This was the best opportunity, how could she waste it? Bao Er did not know if she could get anything good by acting cute, but she did not need to. Jiang Ying was already conferred the title of Dragon Princess by the Lord Envoy's decree on behalf of the Supreme Dragon God. She was even presented with a high-quality divine equipment princess crown. Jiang Ying was extremely shocked and touched that a father emperor had fallen from the sky. Originally, she had not been recognized for inheriting the Supreme Dragon King's divine power. Now, not only was she recognized, she was also conferred the title of princess. How could she not be surprised and have mixed feelings? She hugged Yu Yang tightly and cried nonstop. Yu Yang found it funny and patted her back comfortingly. All right, this is a good thing. If you continue crying, you will become a crybaby princess. You're the crybaby. Jiang Ying's tears turned into laughter. Sister Zhao and you, come forward to receive the decree. The Lord Envoy took out another imperial edict. Us? The remote feathered dragon sisters were stunned. Jiang Ying was still alright, she had inherited the supreme dragon god's divine power, but the two sisters did not have anything. By the supreme dragon god's decree, the dragon clan's orphaned Yao Yu and Yu sisters are conferred the title of Nine Heavens Dragon Lady. The Eastern Remnant clan of Tong Tian Tower is identified and recognized as the Eastern True Dragon clan. From today onwards, this will be a banishment order. All previous mistakes will be pardoned and the Nine Heavens Dragon Lady is allowed to lead her clan back. The glory of the ancestors will be restored. The envoy of the Calm Sea bestowed the two sisters with a dragon star badge. He officially recognized them as the Eastern clan and allowed them to lead their clan back. Woo woo. This time, it was the sisters' turn to cry. The envoy of the Calm Sea waved the imperial edict with both hands. At the same time, two streaks of divine power imprinted by the Supreme Dragon God were released. They turned into seven-colored divine light and enveloped Jiang Ying and Yu sisters. The princess crown was automatically worn and Jiang Ying spun in the divine light. The divine power that she had originally inherited, under the new title, increased by 1,000 times. On the other side, the sisters who were also bathed in the divine light were the same. They were just slightly inferior to Jiang Ying, the Dragon Lady Princess. When they stopped, beautiful celestial music could be faintly heard from the horizon. The entire Tianping world shone brightly and the clouds set each other off. It was extremely beautiful. When everyone saw this, they were all intoxicated. Who would have thought that the conferment was not just a title, but also a genuine divine persona? However, after thinking about it, how great was the Supreme Dragon God? How could his holy order be as simple as empty words? Your Highness, I have to return to reply to the imperial edict. I will take my leave first. After the envoy of the Calm Sea greeted Jiang Ying, he gracefully bid farewell to the two future supreme divine beings, Yu Yang and Little Mother. Finally, he floated away. That was close. Only when the envoy was far away did Mo Long's heart finally relax. When Yu Yang saw that the fight was over and that there was a conferment, he took advantage of everyone's happiness and hugged them one by one. Even Her Majesty, who usually kicked him away, was no exception. Her Majesty did not expect him to be so daring to be hugged in his arms. She was startled at first, but immediately reacted. She raised her fist and was about to give him a panda eye. However, on second thought, this brat was the future supreme divine being. Beating him in public was a bit embarrassing, so she desperately held it in. Her Majesty pushed him away and glared at him. However, a certain wolf was thick-skinned and hugged Night Empress, who was beside him. Night Empress was overjoyed. She almost fell to the ground laughing. She hugged Yu Yang and mischievously whispered in his ear, "You hugged her once, I'll let you hug her twice. Let's see if you have the guts." "My guts are bigger than the heavens." Yu Yang's biggest strength was his guts. However, this whisper that was not soft seemed to be heard by Her Majesty. Once Her Majesty was angry, it would be terrible. Before she could explode, Yu Yang was so scared that he hurriedly ran away. That silly look of his made him look especially awkward. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like a little thief who was caught by the whole nation and had nowhere to escape. Haha. Princess Sisai was amused. What a headache. Yu, the gentle sister, shook her head and sighed. But who asked her to have such a brother? So Bing Heir is here. Schwanger, don't pull my hair. The safest place for Yu Yang was in Fourth Mother's embrace. Here, it was safer than anywhere else in the world. Look, he's still a big kid. Fourth Mother hugged Yu Yang and patted his back. Then she smiled at the little mother beside her. It's been hard on you all these years. The little mother's eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Yu Yang without blinking. Mom is back, call Mom. Fourth Mother gently let go of Yu Yang. Mom? Yu Yang looked around for a long time, only to find a cute girl who looked about the same age as Bing Heir, but looked more like Fourth Mother. She was smiling at him. Was she his mom? Big ending, you're my mother? Yu Yang was stunned for a long time before he cried out in shock, expressing that he couldn't accept it. Yes. The little mother smiled and nodded, looking extremely cute. I think you look like a younger sister. Yu Yang felt that this mother didn't look much older than Yu Bing. Not only him, even Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others who were peeking at them thought so, but they didn't dare to express their approval. This was the most mysterious and powerful mother in the whole of Tongtian Tower. Furthermore, she was the future holy ruler of Tongtian Tower. Hence, no matter what, they had to show their most respectful attitude. How can you say that? Fourth Mother was unhappy. With Yu Yang's lazy attitude, didn't it mean that she didn't educate her son well? Alright. The fearless Yu Clan third young master was most afraid of Fourth Mother's anger. Call me mother. Fourth Mother gave Yu Yang a task. Call me mother, call me mother. Bao Heir cheered at the side with all her might. She led Shuang Heir and the others to shout continuously, jumping with joy. Their ruckus increased the difficulty for Yu Yang. Originally, he could have secretly called out softly, but this way, he couldn't say a single word even after opening his mouth for a long time. Yu Yang himself was a little anxious. The little mother was very tolerant. She wasn't anxious at all, waiting with a smile on her face. The most considerate Xuanyo came to the rescue and laughed, what's so difficult about this? Watch me demonstrate it correctly. Mother! She called out affectionately and sweetly, causing the little mother to smile from ear to ear. She nodded her head and hugged Xuanyo in her arms, kissing her in satisfaction. Good girl. Mother. Tigress also called her intimately. One must know that she didn't have a biological mother since she was young and had always lacked a mother. Now that Yu Yang had a mother, she naturally wanted to share her. The little mother also gave her a big hug and buried Tigress, who was a head taller than her, into her chest. Her face was full of joy. Good girl, you are also a good child. Next year, give me a big fat grandson. I'm also a good child, I'm also a good child, I also call, mother, mother. Bower's eyes were red, and she squeezed into her mother's arms, desperately acting like a spoiled child. Yes, you're the best. The little mother was happy. Everyone went up to her and called her mother. Even Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others who were far away started to call her mother. In the end, only Yu Yang was left. If it wasn't for Fourth Mother, Yu Yang would have escaped long ago, because the atmosphere was really too awkward. The Eastern Sky King and the old cunning fox hurriedly tried to save the situation. They chased away Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others who were watching the commotion. They then led the warriors of Tongtian Tower to bid farewell from afar. The Shadow Clan of the Upper Realm and the Nine-Headed Goblin Clan were invited to Tongtian Tower. Naturally, they were overjoyed. On the other side, Jean D and the Goblin Emperor also looked at Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and the others and smiled at each other. The friendship that they had formed through battle had unknowingly become bosom friends. They had a tacit understanding and gathered together, no longer increasing the pressure on the younger generation. As for Jun Wuyu, Ming Rihao and the others who were flattering Boss Missouri Long, he was even more pleased with himself at this moment, laughing loudly towards the sky from time to time. Of course, he personally acknowledged me as the boss. Moreover, if I'm not the boss, who is the boss? Back then, I, Mo Long, was the #1 expert in the Heaven Realm. Mo Long boasted proudly. Although everyone knew that he was actually the #1 expert in the Heaven Realm, it didn't stop everyone from flattering him. Yes, you're the boss, the biggest boss, the boss of the bosses. Fatty Hai and Mo Long had the most common language. Damn Fatty, go away. The wind-breath seabird still refused to let this fellow come closer. Don't be angry, baby, I'll give you time. Fatty Hai quickly ran away. How did I know this kind of person? The wind-breath seabird was speechless. The Serpent Queen Fei Wenli had been holding on since the beginning of the battle. At this moment, she couldn't bear it anymore and sat down on the grass. A small hand that was as white as jade reached out towards her. On top. It was a small, smiling face. Fei Wenli was stunned. She let go of the sword in her hand and held the small hand that she couldn't remember how many years ago it had been that had reached out to her but was rejected again and again. It's been so many years, but you haven't changed at all. The owner of the smiling face also nodded in agreement. Serpent Queen, you haven't changed either. Fei Wenli suddenly sighed. Fate is really a wonderful thing. Who would have thought that the course of life would become like this? Fate has always been mysterious. The owner of the smiling face gently pulled the Serpent Queen up. Moreover, there's nothing wrong with this. At least it's much livelier than before. Princess Ximang, who likes peace the most, also likes liveliness? A certain Serpent Queen expressed her disbelief. People change, Yi Zichen said. Smiling, she quickly glanced at Yu Yang. The lonely princess may like peace, but the even more lonely His Majesty thinks that liveliness is not bad. I don't know when it started, but there's a particularly reckless guy who likes to disturb other people's sleep. All day long, he's always messing around. Sometimes, people can't help but laugh. So I think that liveliness is also a good choice. What about you? I'm about the same as you. The Serpent Queen couldn't help but laugh when she recalled the scene of her sleeping for 10,000 years being awakened by a certain brat. In the entire Tianping world, only Yu Yang and his family were left. There were no outsiders. Yu Yang mustered up his courage again, and finally decided to throw caution to the wind. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out for his mother, but when his voice reached his mouth, it was as soft as a mosquito. Mother, finally able to call out, Yu Yang's heart was finally relieved. Anan, Bing Er, and the others who were watching all cheered. They were even happier than if they had won a great battle. Although this call was very soft, Fourth Mother was still extremely satisfied. A happy smile appeared on her face. Little Mother, who had been waiting with a smile, had her eyes redden, and tears almost fell from her eyes. She walked up and opened her arms wide, hugging both Yu Yang and Fourth Mother. Anan, Bing Er, and Bao Er were all extremely touched. They all rushed forward and surrounded the three of them, hugging them tightly in the middle. Shuang Er and Miss Panda Nyonyo each hugged one of Yu Yang's legs. They made funny faces at each other. Although they didn't know much, they knew that as long as they stayed by their brother's side, they wouldn't have any worries. Call me that again. Little Mother made a request. Yu Yang couldn't do anything to this little mother who buried her head in his arms and acted coquettishly. How was this a mother? She was basically a little sister. Although he wouldn't call her that again, he didn't reject the little mother who cupped his face and gave him an incomparably affectionate mother kiss. Little Mother was extremely happy. She opened her arms wide and cheered loudly. Everyone can call me Mother, I like it. Yu Yang almost fell to the ground. However, the feeling of having a mother was really not bad. Although she was a mother who acted cute. Compared to fourth mother, little mother was like a big loli who hadn't grown up. Yu Yang was a little suspicious. Shouldn't fourth mother be the older sister? Although he was suspicious, reality was reality. Fourth mother's respect for little mother was indescribable. She could tell from her serious expression that she wanted Yu Yang to call her mother. I didn't hear it clearly just now. Call me that again. Little mother coaxed Yu Yang as if he was a little kid. She even took out 100-flower golden grain candy. Yu Yang was sweating profusely. I'm not a 3-year-old kid, okay? Mother. Bao Er, Shuang and the others really called out. Be good. Little mother gave them candy one by one, but her eyes were fixed on Yu Yang. Yu Yang hurriedly looked at the horizon to see if there were any gray planes appearing. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this kind of mother who went against growth and treated everyone as a child. Fourth mother covered her mouth and laughed when she saw this, and so did Xuanyou. Hunyou held back her laughter, and nudged Luo Hua Beauty beside her with her elbow. Draw this scene, and then hang it in the corridor that we come and go every day. I don't dare. Fallen Beauty also wanted to draw it, but she was afraid that Yu Yang would smack her butt. Coward. Tigress was exasperated that Yu Yang didn't live up to her expectations. What are you all doing? There are guests from afar. Jizun's voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Looking up, they saw an old Taoist priest in a green robe walking slowly towards them. He looked like an ordinary person without any aura of a rancor, but Fourth Mother, Night Empress, His Majesty, Jizun, Fei Wenli and Little Mother hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Yu Yang was stunned. The old Taoist priest walked over and stretched out his hand. Return my sword. Without waiting for Yu Yang to react, a ball of colorful light appeared in his hand. He pulled it out from the void, and a flying sword broke through the air. Between the old Taoist priest's fingers, it turned into a sword leaf and hung down from his belt. Ah, the heavenly sword goddess was taken away just like that? Yu Yang had the urge to commit suicide. He didn't want to live anymore. Without the heavenly sword goddess, how could he live anymore? Just as he was about to break down, he realized that the heavenly sword goddess was standing beside him. She led Koki no Koki and the Phoenix sisters, respectfully greeting the old Taoist priest. Her attitude was as if she had seen her own father. Yu Yang was stunned again. The heavenly sword goddess was very dissatisfied with his silly look and glared at him angrily. Koki no Koki also secretly looked over. Her small mouth opened and closed, but she didn't say anything. However, looking at the shape of her mouth, Yu Yang was sure that she said idiot. This time, Yu Yang finally reacted. He pounced forward. He hugged the old Taoist priest's thigh and shouted, Master, you're here. Your disciple missed you so much. Even Tigress and the others couldn't stand this kind of shameless behavior. Please, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't call your master randomly, okay? Who's your master? The old Taoist priest kicked Yu Yang so hard that he tumbled. He couldn't hold back his anger when he saw this shameless brat. He didn't wait for Yu Yang to crawl up and left angrily with his hands behind his back. A white cloud floated up and stepped on it. In the blink of an eye, the old Taoist priest's body had already risen to the sky. He broke through the void and flew away. When Yu Yang saw that the old Taoist priest had flown away, he was very disappointed. Then, he saw that the heavenly sword goddess and Koki no Koki were still there. He patted his chest with lingering fear. As long as they were still there, it was fine. Even if he lost his flying sword, he couldn't use it and he didn't know how to use it. His days with the heavenly sword goddess were still passable. Just as he was rejoicing, his mother knocked his head. Stupid son, you're really stupid. With this knock, Yu Yang's mind was filled with happiness. He jumped up and shouted, Master, wait for me. He then turned around and shouted at the girls. What are you waiting for? Chase after him with me. Final thoughts, after so many years, summoning has finally been completed. Xiaofei was very grateful to everyone, especially those who persevered until the very end. Many of their names could not be mentioned here, but they will forever be remembered in his heart. In these few years, Xiaofei had been in extreme pain. Life was tormenting and suffocating. Xiaofei even had the thought of never writing or writing again. But after calming down and thinking about it, he realized that he should move forward in adversity. Perseverance was the most important thing to do. The strong should be in his heart. He was grateful to those who comforted Xia Fei when he was in pain, lonely and lost. There was a period of time when Xia Fei thought that the whole world had abandoned him. He was confused and struggled. When the suffering was over and life returned to normal, Xia Fei felt that the whole world was clear and he had found the right direction in life. He decided to regain his confidence and continue on his journey. He hoped that in the future, he would still have all of you to accompany him. The new book Long Live the Counterattack will be uploaded on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival. We will meet again then. End of chapter 1399. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.